I don't want to say can't. He doesn't often do that, right? But what he does do amazingly well is he follows the ingredients. So if you remove the seasoning and the side dish, but expect for him to make this great cuisine, that's, to me, it's infallible. Like, I don't understand how you can have those expectations. He needs that for the palate, right? And so when we bring up, he went to the Super Bowl, to Steiny's point, he had guys in their prime that were healthy, right? And so of course, it's easier for him to do that. But when he doesn't have those same weapons, it's asinine. Like, it's tough to think about, right? And then to conclude real quick, I'm not going to lie, I see the Jimmy G factor here. I remember when the Niners were nothing and Jimmy came and won games, and eventually they won more games, and then he got hurt, and then he was still winning games, but it wasn't pretty, right? And you guys ran Jimmy out of here and treated him like he didn't do a good thing for y'all because he was hurt.
Not
right?
me.
And it's like, you guys want – I don't want to say – right. I don't want to say every Niner fan, but a lot of Niner fans just – it's almost like y'all just threw him away, and it's like y'all forgot what he did for y'all. He gave y'all hope. He gave you a post. I'm worried that, for one, I think Steiny was one of the people, too, that thought this. When you give, Purdy the money, we're not saying we knew the Niners would be hurt, but we knew it'd be tough, right? You can't just buy guys off the streets no more because the money isn't there. So it's tough. And to go with the play style to conclude this, I'm going to ask you guys, if we're talking coach comp, is Shanahan Tom Thibodeau, right? Is he running his guys?
Maybe.
Is it my way or the highway? And this is what we're going to deal with. And I really don't care because this is what I believe. I love you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Devin. Appreciate the call.
He's definitely not Tibbs, Steiny, and the reason I say that is he's got two different quarterbacks to the biggest game. So, but to run the guys in the ground, I'll let you handle that. But as far as he's had his hands on minutes away from the cup or the trophy compared to Tibbs.
And Tibbs never had a team as good as the 49ers, talent-wise. Plus, let's not forget what he did with the Knicks.
He got fired.
He got him to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Chalk it up for the goo.
This is
give it to me.
Sorry. When Curry went out, did your expectations change for the Warriors?
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, well, the 49ers are missing Kittle, Ayuk, and Bosa. Change your expectations or be frustrated for the rest of the year. Pretty simple. Till they get their guys back. Just know that it's going to be a slog. It's going to be a slog.
Well, and the one positive is you're 3-1.
Exactly.
Until you're not.
This is from Ian Rappaport yesterday. NFL Network.
Yeah,
NFL Network. This is from yesterday on Purdy.
It is flaring up again for Brock Purdy. The 49ers have just in the last couple minutes put out an estimated practice report in advance of their Thursday night game against the Rams. And Brock Purdy, had they practiced, would not have practiced. That is a sign that this soreness that Kyle Shanahan discussed is at least something that could potentially keep Brock Purdy off the field. It was a 2 to 5 week recovery from that turf toe, played right at the front end of it. But you really do wonder if this thing was fully healed up. The fact that he complained of some soreness, again, raises the possibility that he not play on Thursday night. Mac Jones, his backup, was a full participant dealing with a knee injury. He would start if Purdy cannot. That is not the only injury for the 49ers. Ricky Pearsall, their impressive young receiver, has a PCL sprain in his knee. Certainly a real possibility that he misses Thursday night.
Ian Rappaport, NFL Network.
Yeah, so is Mac Jones against Stafford.
Yep. Looks like it.
PCL sprain.
From the 510, Kyle, the texter's talking about, and Evan uses this word. It's a little annoying, but it's because Kyle uses it. They have to develop a callus.
Everything.
A callus in the preseason. Yeah, it's great.
They don't let you do anything anymore in the preseason.
Yeah, go ahead and develop that callus.
Do you have any calluses?
Yeah, I have a lot of them.
Not from working out, though, like me.
From golf.
Well, wow.
Yeah. From golf.
You're supposed to be golfing today? What?
By the way.
Yeah, not recently.
What?
Your calluses.
You quit Wednesday
By
golfing.
the way, nice try. I got to give the YouTube chat, nice try with the jersey. It's with my shirt. It's not a Golden State Warriors shirt.
I didn't even rank it.
I mean, you know I don't wear
those.
those.
It says GS.
Yeah, Georgia Southern.
Nah, wow.
Get in the game.
What's their nickname?
I have no idea, but the shirt is money.
I would think because you have
Shirt
that shirt
is
on,
money.
you would know. Evan, you know what the Georgia? I'm saying Tigers.
I think that's Auburn. Georgia Southern.
Just a few. I'm googling that.
This is a great logo.
I think it's. I want to say Wildcats, but I think I'm wrong.
It is the Eagles. Georgia
Speaking
Southern
of the Eagles,
oh.
it's almost unfair. When did they lose a game last?
Against the Rams, too. Don't act like we didn't see that.
What year?
You
don't even. You know what?
Verbiage
And
am I looking
I've
for?
refrained from talking about the Eagles. You're welcome, Bay Area.
Stop, dude. That stuff is flimsy as Pee Wee Herman in the swimming pool.
You're so jealous because you don't have a good team that surrounds you.
My team scored 40 points.
Yeah, they're good.
They gave up 40.
Yeah, they're really good.
Anyway.
Let's go to, Bobby in Los Altos. Come on, Bobby. I'm asking you to come in here and lay it down. Period. End of story. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. First of all, to the H-Town drummer boy, I don't know what changing Ninja Turtle sheets to Pokemon sheets means. I'm going to have to look that up, but that was a very interesting comment. Look, I just want to talk about who should start on Thursday, and I think we need to start to just welcome the Adrian Martinez era, the pride of Clovis. And Steiny, the last couple of days, I don't know if maybe this is my fault, and maybe his nickname is Aaron, but I feel like you keep calling that guy Aaron Martinez. I think his name is Adrian Martinez, so let's put a little respect on our third-string quarterback's name.
Hey, Bobby. Yeah, you're right. I've been getting that wrong.
Oh, let's have a little respect for our starting quarterback for Thursday. And the reason I say that is, look, we're already 2-0 in the division. We kind of stole that Cardinals game, let's be honest, right? We're 2-0 in the division, and I don't feel like it's prudent for a 17-week season to sacrifice the future health of our two quarterbacks, QB1 and QB2, for a short week 5 away game. We're 2-0 in the division. Okay, maybe we might lose, and, Pearsall might not even be playing. I don't understand why we would risk in week 5 the health of our two quarterbacks, given that if they don't play, then they got 10 days to get healthy, and you guys may or may not know that next game in Tampa, they flexed it to the late game.
Yeah.
So now we get to actually play like we're playing in West Coast time. Everything is lining up, and sometimes you just got to sacrifice. It's like fantasy football. Sometimes all your players are on bye, but you're not going to trade them out. You just got to take the L for the week because you're not going to be willing to trade them or lose them. And I know that was stupid. But my point is we're going to have to sacrifice potentially probably this W, to get 10 days of rest for our QB1 and QB2. Don't be so myopic to think that week 5 is that important when it's a 17-week season.
Bobby, tomorrow not promised.
Oh, God.
You know that tomorrow is not promised.
I'm actually kind of with you,
Ian
Bobby.
Rappaport, before we went to you, Bobby said that he was a full participant, Mac Jones, in practice, so I expect him to be playing Thursday.
Hey, you know what? Guess who wasn't on the injury report all last week? It was Mac Jones. He was not on the injury report once.
Hey, Bobby, you know what I think?
I hear you, Bob.
Oh, shoot, I wanted to.
He's still listening.
I wanted to get his input.
Oh.
I'm sick and tired of people saying, it's a short season. No, it's not. It's 17 games. It's a long season. It's a long season. And here's the thing that you guys don't know.
I'm over here studying.
I'm talking about the clown that said you never put a chin strap on. Let me tell you something. There's no sense of urgency among the NFL players right now. They know There are 13 games remaining, which is actually what a full season used to be 40 years ago.
But this is why that means nothing. So did Tyreek Hill. Your head on a swivel.
That is irrelevant.
Tyreek Hill thought he was going to play 17.
That has nothing to do with anything.
You can't be out there prancing around like, it's only week 4.
You're misunderstanding.
No, I'm just saying that.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
You're not my target. I'm just saying.
It's not crunch time.
It can be over on one play. Ain't no crunch time. You ain't guaranteed to get to crunch time. It's lunchtime.
So you're yelling
Any play
about,
could be your last. I'm yelling about you guys sitting on your keisters talking about it ain't crunch time. This is a violent-ass sport with dudes swole, with muscles everywhere, 300 pounds trying to end you. And you guys calling the radio show, he should come, we got 10 days. You ain't guaranteed 10 days. I didn't let it go on too long. Miss me with that crap. Tyreek Hill is in the hospital, and his season's over because of one, but you can't just take it like you're saying it. You never played.
What you understand? Well, first of all,
better.
No, that was great. It had nothing at all.
To let it out.
It had nothing to do with my point, but that's not new.
No, it was built up in me.
My point is, he's right.
Too.
It's week 5. It's not crunch time. Sorry, there's 12 more games left. And you know what? If somebody gets hurt, it's over. It's over.
But somebody's going to get hurt.
What I'm saying is, it's week 5. There's a long way to go.
But there's a long way to go. Steiny.
Okay, well then go get Purdy more hurt.
No, Mac Jones has got it.
When are we going to talk about the fact that, we just say what happened? Brock Purdy was limited, okay? Then he started. Now he's limited again. He re-injured the toe during the game on Sunday. And maybe he's going to miss 3 more weeks because you rushed him back. How does that feel?
Who's that on?
It's on the San Francisco 49ers and your boy Genius. But you're not afraid. But, hey.
Lowe said it's going to follow him all year.
Lowe says this.
I'm about to text him.
What's Lowe know? He hasn't played in 29 years. Great. What I want to know about 1979 football, I'll ask Lorenzo Neal.
Evan off, texting him now.
That segment was brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with Mix and Match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking taking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Blake Snell. He stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, I've only gotten through like 10 NFL teams. Just looking online.
4.
James Conner, Lamar Jackson, Roquan Smith, Cam Johnston, Joe Burrow, Tyreek Hill, Lucas Patrick, Malik Neighbors, even Graham Gano, Chase Young, Mike Evans.
Well, I thought the exercise was the team that had the most.
Everybody gets hurt.
Ooh, my voice.
Yeah, no, there are injuries around the NFL. We just don't hear about them in other parts of the country. But everybody's got injury issues.
The 49ers have the most money right now on injured reserve out of any NFL team.
Okay, but does that mean their best players are hurt?
The most money on IR, which typically means high money players, which typically means the best players.
Typically, you're right. Typically it does. Good. Typically it does. But what about reality?
The reality is they have the most money on IR of any NFL team. Yeah.
Okay. And what I would say is they probably have led the league in that category multiple times over the Kyle Shanahan era. Everybody gets hit with injuries. Niners get hit with a few more. But don't think for a second that every other team is healthy. Unless you want to use it as an excuse, which is fine. Just be upfront about it. That's all I ask. Sean in Petaluma. What's up, Sean? How you doing, man? Oh, boy. Sean. He's done.
Can't do it.
Yeah, he's done.
Sonny.
Anthony in Brentwood. Hey, Anthony, how you doing, man?
Wow, thank you for coming to somebody with some sense.
There you go. Thank you.
SFA drummer actually is very correct. Second of all, the other guy with the chef analogy was beautiful because I'll bring you into my home. I am the cook in the house. But because of work and, just being with my wife for the last however many years, it's been forever now, for 11 or so, like, when we first got together, she wasn't really a cook. She can cook for herself a little bit, but I was the guy that could make something out of nothing. Fast forward to here we are now. I am still the whiz in the kitchen, and I can still just whip up anything. She give me some ingredients and just let me go. But with her, she is more so the person that needs to follow the recipe. So as long as she follows the recipe, it's all good. But if you give her 5 or 6 ingredients like on Chopped, she's going to need some assistance, kind of like what that guy was saying. Brock Purdy and other quarterbacks like him clearly can play in the NFL. But there takes a special kind of guy who we consider a Jalen Hurts, maybe somebody like a Jordan Love who still the jury is out. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, where you can give them maybe just one dynamic person and they can really make something out of nothing with lesser guys. Brock isn't that. So when I look at what I'm seeing a quarterback who has lesser talent with the skill position and is now feeling like he has to do more. I don't think they're asking him to do more because that's not the kind of coach Kyle Shanahan is. He wants you to stay within the scheme. But when you take some of the guys from him, whether it's Kittle not being here due to injury or Debo over in Washington, he was the tone setter, and now all you really have is Ricky Pearsall and Jennings. Like, he feels just like any competitor would feel like, I got to do more. Now we're seeing some of his warts. I would also like to point out, this is the same thing over again from the last few years. This is the Jimmy G over again, where he showed flashes of brilliance because he's an NFL quarterback. But when the chips fell down, he just couldn't get it done. Brock is like that as well. He can get you almost to the dance, but when you need that extra little something, he won't be able to do it, whether that's somebody that can be elusive like Lamar, whether that's somebody that can push the power like Jalen Hurts, whether that's somebody that can turn into Superman and just go crazy like Josh Allen. Brock isn't that person, and I feel like that's really the issue here is Kyle Shanahan's quarterback philosophy and not wanting to just go get somebody that can kind of do it all. Maybe he's not going to draw with the color within the lines, but God darn it, when I need him to be Superman, he can do that. And I feel like that's why a lot of us fans weren't completely sold on Brock. We're still not completely sold on Brock. But at the end of the day, the Niners, the brass, they made their bed. They got to lay in it. But I just hate that we're kind of still having these same conversations. And I also wanted to say, it's week 5. It's go time. I don't care what nobody says. It's
long
only
season.
17 weeks in the season.
Long season.
I agree with you, Guru. Week 5.
It's Anthony in Brentwood.
Hey,
I love you, buddy.
We just having fun.
Love you, Anthony.
He on fire.
Appreciate it. DeForest Buckner's hurt.
But Steiny, Evan just matumbled you. He matumbled you.
You know what we should talk about? Let's talk about Devontae Adams and Higbee. They're banged up.
Yeah, they're going to play.
Oh.
I expect them to play.
You think they're 100%?
No.
Should they play?
What
if their toe hurts?
They have the most money out. You know what that means. That means the most talent.
They've got their
But
most expensive players are their softest players.
Evan.
Aaron Banks is hurt, former Niner. I'll tell you who hurt.
They got the most money.
Noah Fant being out for the Bengals. It takes away a weapon.
Jaden Daniels didn't play for the Commanders either.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So what was he saying with the cooking?
Hold on.
Yeah, that people loving the analogy, Evan, but I get it. Brock had you within minutes of winning the Super Bowl.
When Cincinnati has got to play without Burrow and Fant, forget about it. I mean, yeah, it's great they have Chase and Higgins.
Not if you're a fantasy player.
Fant is their Kittle. Do we care about that? No, but he is. It's just a fact. Nobody cares about Noah Fant.
That's for sure.
All I can do is laugh.
Darren Waller's banged up.
Hey, he's back.
How about Jarvis Brownlee? He's hurt.
Stop. We get the jit. We get it.
Sounds like a butler.
Javon Bullard out. How about this? We got a kicker out, too. Graham Gano.
And you really wrote these names down.
Damn
That's
right
why
I
I'm
did.
laughing
You know
after
why?
Evan goes,
You know
they
why?
got the most money.
Because there's 200 guys in the league hurt right now.
But,
all right, let's go.
yes,
no, that's it. Just say I understand and we'll move on. Okay, let's go to Joe in San Jose. No, we moved on and I'm right. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I want to talk about, the 49er injuries and Shanahan's decisions. I think Shanahan has a lot to do with these injuries. Number one, he doesn't use our players well. He used to run Trey Lance up the middle. He got him injured. He uses Christian McCaffrey about 30 times. He runs him up the middle, gets him injured or banged up. He did the same thing with Deebo, abused him as a running back. So that's one of the issues. The second issue is he rewards players for past performance. He invests a lot in older players. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, even George Kittle. You could question whether other teams would have handed out these contracts. And then the third is I don't understand for the life of me, he doesn't want to invest in the offensive line. And this hurts us in two different ways. First, it exposes the quarterback and running back. It makes us more vulnerable. So these guys absorb a lot more contact than they should have. And second, when you go up, you could probably not have a good offensive line to win 8 to 10 games. But if you want to go for the Super Bowl against elite teams that have excellent defensive line, offensive line is the only way to neutralize them. Look at Philadelphia. The same Kansas City defense is probably a better defense than what San Francisco faced. Philadelphia offensive line just neutralized them. That defensive line couldn't do much to Jalen Hurts. They were still running their offense like they used to with the normal team. So I'll take your thoughts off the air. Thanks for taking my call.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, there's a lot of theories, Goo.
But I would just tell that caller and tell me I'm living in the past. I heard every word, and I love it. But the bottom line is what Kyle's doing, if you agree with it or not, the program, it's worked. And they've gotten to 4 NFC championships and 2 Super Bowls and should have won both to me. Okay. But the bottom line is, aren't you really Monday morning quarterback if you're calling now saying, I kind of told you so, but you weren't saying that the day of the Super Bowl, the day of the NFC championship game. And I'll just say this, Steiny, when this show is over, and I've said it coming into this season, and maybe, I didn't know what was going to happen to your second-year receiver who's dealing with something. Everybody's dealing with something. But the bottom line is there's a price to what they've built and almost got, and maybe they're just paying for it right now.
I'm begging you. Believe, just if you start to believe that, then you won't have to ask questions that can't be answered. Just say.
What's that mean?
Just say that that's why they're hurt. They made 3 Super Bowl runs or 2.
But Pearsall wasn't here.
He was. Okay.
You know what I mean? He's affected by whatever's going on.
They drafted an Iron Man.
Oh, no. I
mean, for God's sakes, the first thing that we said about Pearsall after he got drafted was thank you. I mean, goodness gracious. Thank you very much, 216. Browns are playing without both their starting tackles. Get over it.
It doesn't make you sleep better if you're a Niner fan.
Yes, it does.
All you care about is what's happening in your home.
Right. But you know what? Sometimes you got to look outside your home to realize that woe is me isn't the way to go. That the fact of the matter is other teams have injured players too.
And the Niners will show up Thursday
and you
play.
know what? And you know what? Here's the other thing. If you don't like the injuries, then tell John Lynch to build a team with more depth. Dennis in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, I wasn't, the way the 49ers offseason went, I was not expecting them to do anything this year. I'm a huge fan. But anyway, but for, if you watched a lot of people leave last year and they weren't replacing them with anybody, and we all know that they went heavy on defense in the draft. And they needed to, but at the same time, the worst unit on the team right now is the offensive line. You know what I mean? And the worst is right now is Trent Williams, who was our best, right? And Trent Williams looked like he's been sitting in his recliner all offseason eating cheeseburgers because he sure as hell doesn't look like he's ready to play football. I know he's 37 or going to be 37 or whatever, but there's been a lot of tackles that played into be up to 40 years old, and I just think that Shanahan, for some reason, him and Lynch, who are both smart football guys, they know that you need a good offensive line. You can help control the game. Just look at Philadelphia, look at Detroit, great offensive lines, and they're going to be the two toughest teams in the conference. Philly beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl because of their offense and defensive line. That's just a fact, if you watch that game.
Yeah.
And, you look at Joe Burrow. He's hurt all the time. They brought up a stat on TV after Joe Burrow got hurt. He's never played in front of a line that's ranked higher than 27th. So the Bengals, their coach or their organization's got the same problem. Here you have, with a quarterback like Burrow, you think that you would pay attention to have a good offensive line. If you're going to pay these quarterbacks money, you got to protect them.
Yeah.
And you need an offensive line. And that's just one thing that's glaring right now. They're not even opening up any holes for the running game. They can't protect the quarterback. It's just hopefully, I'm not expecting anything from them this year. Hopefully in the off season, they can address their offensive line and other areas that they need, but they got a lot of weaknesses right now, and they're showing up.
Yeah,
and a lot of it obviously has to do with injury, but.
Well, listen, Dennis, and you know what? It's a great point on Burrow. I'm looking at the Bengals right now, and Lucas Patrick, he's on injured reserve. Cordell Volson, injured reserve. Those are your two big guards.
But I guess what he was saying is you know what? They just plow right. They got the Super Bowl one year.
They never invested, and look what's happening. And neither did the Niners. There's so many comparisons you can make here, and with a little dive, you can realize that what's happening here is actually not that unusual.
Yeah, and I'll steal
from
one
what
from
happens
Dennis,
in other teams.
And you tell me what you think.
You just don't react to it as well.
Of all the units, I am way disappointed in the O-line. You got some guys that have played football. Mainly Trent, and he's supposed to be the leader. You look at that defensive line. They didn't have their best game Sunday without Bosa. But, Steiny, they're puppies. They're babies. They're learning. But this O-line, when somebody comes up with where's Hoffa, also find out what happened to the Niners' run game. Because I will say they're dropping back to pass 40 times. In almost every game, 35 week one in Seattle for Purdy. But the pass block is better than run blocking.
You're down on the offensive line?
Yeah, I am.
Well, that's going to make Brock Purdy less effective in all aspects.
See that? I'm not fighting you on that.
Well, you try.
No.
You expect him to take a bunch of backups and go 13-4. You got expectations. Got to and I am serious about this. Their wins are not going to look like the Niners in the 80s and 90s.
Baldy said that this morning.
It's got to be gritty.
Baldy said that this morning.
They're hurt. So
he said that them days of them blowing people out are over.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And Sports Talk on 95.7 The Game is always presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Yeah, Tarvarius on the YouTube chat. Purdy was overthrowing receivers. You ain't got to tell me. It was horrific. He looked like Garoppolo. I can say that. People acting like I'm in here caping for Brock. I'm not. It was just one person.
You're not caping for Brock. You just don't seem to understand that with so many interchangeable parts, it's probably not going to look as smooth as it's looked in the past.
Okay. Oh, that hurts because of course I know that.
Well, apparently.
No, we got off on an exit that you said he got the bag. I'm paraphrasing. And he got the bag predicated on everything's got to be a good around him for him to pop. I'm like, nah, you are the pop. Because you're going to be here when McCaffrey's gone, when Kittle's gone. You are supposed to be our quarterback for the future.
Here's the issue. You clearly, I'm going to be honest with you, you're expecting Purdy to be somebody that I'm not sure he can be. I really don't.
Now, what if we find out that the Niners feel that way if we get more Sundays like we did last? Like,
I can't do anything
about
that. That they made that decision. They made that decision, and he's their quarterback, and I think he's good, but he's not good enough to win you games when you're 60% whole. He's not that good. Rafi in Berkeley, what's going on, Rafi? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Good. You know, I just wanted to kind of chime in on more of a general statement about the Niners, but other teams in general and sports in general. It's like, what are fans' expectations and what do we want? Like, do we actually want to watch a team go 17-0 and just win all the games? I mean, we lost a game, and so we go into crisis mode, but the beauty of sports, especially enjoying them season over season, that there's long arcs and bigger narratives, I think. And I just think it's a little disappointing kind of how reactionary people are to one game or even two games. It's like, what do you want to see happen exactly? I'm not sure. I think it'd be pretty boring for teams to I remember that Warriors season, like when they were winning every game, and I watched a lot of that season, but man, it got a little monotonous. Yeah. They basically didn't play basketball for 3 quarters and then turned it on. So what do we want from sports? I think that's a bigger question. But when I see people react, especially to the Niners, it's like, let's relax and enjoy it. Let's not, I don't know, go into crisis mode,
Yeah, I hear you. You don't work with goo, though.
Oh, stop. I'm the one that's, boy, Jerry. I'm the one that said, and you and I would fall asleep. Can I finish?
Yeah.
Watching the KD Warriors because we knew they were going to win. You know what I'm saying? You do whatever you do, they were going to win. I feel what he's talking about. It is fun when you don't know where your team's at and the games are coming down to the wire. What I don't like is him telling me, because this is how I took it, to put both my hands over my ears and put a blindfold on and act like I can't do what Evan told you and shut the party down. The Niners have the most bread, money on not playing. That's a big thing.
What if I told you that? Here's what I would say to you. Here's why he's right about you.
He didn't say me.
Well, he meant you, though. Okay, here's why he's right. Here's why he's right. Because the San Francisco because you predicted the Niners to win 10 games.
I did.
They won. They're 3-0. They lost. And now you want to redo your win total. Why? It's one loss. They're still ahead of schedule. But because of one loss, now you're like, oh, no, I might want to revise that. I'm not revising mine.
I want to come hug you.
Thank you.
And the reason I want to hug you,
flat out exposed,
is you're in the wrong class. And you have no idea of why. What I saw
I was wrong.
12 quarters of guys dropping like a mash unit, and now it's musical chairs at quarterback. So that's why I'm looking like, oh, boy. And Steiny, just from me listening to the ball dingers of the world, I did text Low.
So the fact that you're lowering your win total means
Neal's saying
then you're giving an injury excuse.
Turf toe, which I already knew was not a good thing, could linger all year, and this just might be the Niners' reality in regard to, hey, is Brock playing or not?
And I also said to you, if Mac Jones,
continuity in that.
If Mac Jones starts, I said if Mac Jones starts, you wouldn't have changed your win total. Mac Jones may have to start.
Yeah, but then he got hurt.
Okay,
Mac Jones did. But now it looks like he's all systems
He's going to start Thursday.
Okay. All right. So we think. I hear you.
It's okay. I got you there. That's fine. It's
What?
One loss, and you're changing your win total. That means that's panic.
You're
in
general math class, and I'm in algebra. I'm in calculus.
Okay.
Steiny,
I looked at the games and what happened. To come to why I'm a little nervous about my 10 wins.
Okay. They're 3-1. They lost one game.
But you're being simple, Simon.
No,
they're 3-1 mathematically.
Right.
Are they hurt?
But this is also
Are they hurt?
Right, but
Are they hurt?
You're
it's more okay.
Right, because you can't process without saying, well, Purdy's going to be hurt all year because we're snake bit. It's like, no,
it's a little more than snake bit. It's turf toe.
Right, and I'm going on what I know right now, and that is Kittle should be back. Okay? I'm going on the fact that Christian McCaffrey looks okay. I'm looking at Brock Purdy and Mac Jones are two competent quarterbacks. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not going to change my prediction when they're 3-1 right now.
I bet when we come in Friday, if it gets ugly, and it could,
they're going to lose. I think Thursday. I'm not changing my prediction because 3-2 is still on pace. Did you see their schedule in the back half of the season?
They got Tampa after the Rams.
It's a freaking show.
Who are they? Jacksonville just came in here, Blade, to airline you.
Jacksonville's
What can the Niners say is easy on the schedule? That's stupid. That's stupid. I don't want to hear anybody tell me who they got on the schedule after Jacksonville just came and kicked your ass and punked you in your building.
They have the easiest schedule in the NFL. It's a fact. It's not even debatable.
Did Jacksonville just dispel that?
Right. That's because
Didn't
you're not a good
everybody
team.
assume that was a win?
No, I didn't.
No, you're not a healthy team.
Right, but it doesn't take away from the fact that their schedule's a joke. Like, here's the other thing, and I heard him. And you know what? I need a minute here. I know we're a little late. No, I'll get on Bonte on the other side. I'll get on Bonte Hill on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's tea, Oakland's moment.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
So what?
Fitz. You know what? You know what the question was? I said, what do you think's going to happen with Kuminga? And he said, so what?
Oh, man.
Fitzy gets it.
You talk about a baby being born, man. that drop does something to me.
By the way, I've come up with something original.
We'll be the judge of that.
I've come up with my Bay Area Mount Writer-more, Bay Area Mount Sports Writer-more, the 5 greatest Bay Area writers in my lifetime.
Usually there's 4.
Well, you know what? And I get that. But as you know, we're headed toward a 5th head on the Mount Rushmore. And it's coming, and I think you know it's coming. So there will be 5 right in your face.
There's not a lot of... Have you seen it? Live? In person?
Have you?
Yeah.
How is it?
There's not a lot of space.
You can put... No, the one's going to go on... The next one's going on top.
Oh, it's going on top.
On top of everybody. Are you ready? No particular order. These are the greatest sports writers in my lifetime in the Bay Area. Tim Kuhn. He's a lock. He's a lock. Unbelievable writer. Used to work for the Chronicle. Yeah. Unbelievable takeout writer. Tremendous feature writer. And if there's a need, he can get into investigative if he needed to.
That's big.
Tim Kuhn. Bruce Jenkins. The venerable Bruce Jenkins. One of the greatest of all time.
I'm a journalist with words.
Number 3, Scott Osler.
Scotty!
Made his bones in Los Angeles, but came up to the Bay and established his bona fides up here.
Get back to arguing now.
Yeah. Number 4, Ray Ratto. Ray Ratto.
I'm going to text him. He made it.
One of the greatest writers of all time. And actually, you can enjoy reading Ray Ratto. And if you've ever watched him write, that is also very entertaining.
Rats!
That is great, man.
You ever see him do that?
Yeah.
Does that with his hands?
We worked with him.
And then 5th, this guy can write. Andy Baggerly. Baggerly of The Athletic. Great writer. Anyway, there they are.
I don't know why when you...
let me guess, you don't know anything about it, but you're going to disagree.
I grew up in the Bay, so I know all about it. And if I were Evan, I'd clip that and put that out on social. But I got to be honest, Donnie, the way you did the 5th, I thought you were going Marcus Thompson.
I considered Marcus.
I don't know why.
Marcus.
Yeah,
I told you.
Oh.
No, I considered Marcus.
No, he's great.
number 6
They're
is
all
nothing to
great.
scoff at.
No, I told you Goo would hit you with Marcus.
Oh.
Did you, Evan, this is why we vibe, man. Did you really tell him that?
Yeah, and he scoffed at me.
Well, it's mostly because 4 of these guys are in a different generation. Marcus is still a young man.
But what about
can break
Ira Miller?
through.
He was great
I
to
thought
me.
Ira Miller was absolutely phenomenal.
Go ahead.
As a reporter. I'm not saying he was not a great writer. He's in the Hall of Fame, for goodness sakes. He's among the best. These guys have just a little bit of flair.
What about our girl Ann Killian?
She's up there. All right. She's up there. I only have room for 5.
I got you.
Scott and Hayward.
Osler?
He's on. Osler's on. Hey, Scott. He says, I'm missing somebody. What's up, Scott? How you doing, buddy?
Steiny, love you like the brother I never wanted, but, man, you got a glaring omission
Well,
here.
hold on. Stop. Just give me hints. Don't tell me. Give me a hint of who I missed. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, here we go.
San Francisco Chronicle.
Okay.
Legendary Bay Area writer.
Glenn Dickey?
No.
Lowell Cone?
The great Art Rosenbaum.
You know what? Okay, Scott, that's fair. That is fair.
Wow, Steiny.
Touch before my time, but
he's also my uncle, so I got to get him.
Family first, baby.
I remember him though from the Sporting Green, right?
Yeah, Sporting Green, absolutely.
All right. No, I appreciate that, Scott. No, the name's very familiar.
And I got another name
Art
for you.
Spander's got to probably be on there somewhere too.
What about Grant's dad, Lowell Cone? Steiny, he would go there.
Yeah, they're all worthy of honorable mentions.
I got you.
I believe.
I got you.
Yeah. You know, somebody's saying, Steiny, what about Slater? Like, Slater's a great writer. I consider he's a reporter, so like those guys start a little below. Like they're a little bit different genre.
Yeah. All right, I hear you.
So I'm not saying he doesn't belong. I'm just saying he was
Monty Poole. I remember he used to write, Steiny. Well, he still does, but he's doing
Well, Monty's terrific, but just because you can write doesn't get you on the list. You got to be able to write well. And I'm not referring to Monty Poole.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's not room for everybody. This isn't the Naismith Hall of Fame. We have some standards. We just don't let anybody and everybody in. Yeah, it's a tough list to break into.
Lowell Dickey?
There's nobody by that name.
Glenn Dickey.
Okay. I didn't think he was a great writer, but he was very provocative.
Glenn, man, I remember
he was not afraid to get people mad at him. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I don't know, everyone's talking about all the injuries. We're talking about, to me, which is laughable, the quote-unquote quarterback controversy. I want to fast forward a little bit, and I agree with you, Steiny, and you might play devil's advocate here. They are 3-1. You'll always take a win. They could very easily be 0-4 at the same time, and I think that's why a lot of fans are, bringing up the nuances and talking about the offensive line and talking about all these issues, right? But do you realize, including Trey Lance, who played, 2 regular season games, every single quarterback, every single one under Kyle and John has been seriously injured. Every one. So I know Trey Lance might have broken his own ankle, whatever, but we're talking about a decade, okay? These guys have been here a full decade. And Dominic Pooney's the best offensive lineman they've drafted. Bosa's the best defensive lineman they've drafted, who fell into their laps at number 2. I'm not going to go over all the misses, but we talk about how, all these teams talk about how the game is won and lost in the trenches. It's just so glaringly obvious that's the issue on both sides of the ball. And guess what? It's been the issue, going back to me saying every single quarterback has had a serious injury on this team. It's either the offensive line, the way Kyle's, running these plays and managing the offense, or both. Look at Brock Purdy in his rookie year against Philly. He schemes up a play where he deliberately doesn't block Riddick and just blows up Purdy's elbow. That's on Kyle. That's on the line. So, again, I'm going to keep it short. 9 years. You have to, I read some comments on the YouTube chat or whatever. And like, they're yeah. I don't have a profile or anything, but I read them. The guy, it's like, 9 years. We're talking about we need to rebuild. Trent's done. Kittle's old, often injured. Fred Warner's getting older. You got all these draft picks. These kids they're nobody. D. Winters hurt yesterday at the end of the game. They went all in drafting a kicker in the third round in Jake Moody. It didn't pan out. He's gone. Like, we're about to enter a rebuild. So you have to wonder, are Kyle and John the guys that you want leading the rebuild, or is it going to have to be like a Philadelphia Eagles back with Andy Reid and McNabb, and he learns lessons elsewhere, and, whatever, he goes to win, and Philadelphia rebuilds, and now they're a contender every year? Like, I'm telling you guys, that's where it's going. We're going to enter a full rebuild. Who do you want leading the helm? Have a good day, gentlemen.
Wow. Appreciate it. I mean, I don't disagree with you. That word's going to be interesting as long as Purdy's the quarterback, because if a rebuild comes in, a year or two, I mean, now you're talking about a rebuild with a quarterback that's been around for 6 years. Yeah, I'm just saying, we're going to say, well, geez, they still have Purdy. Bosa will probably still be on the roster. I don't know. I mean, I hear you on that one in terms of what are they going to do in a couple years. Yeah. I don't know. I think Purdy will be their quarterback, though.
Now on paper, you're right. But, how well will he be playing? That was a lot right there.
No, it is a lot. The offensive line, a lot of people don't think that they
youngsters on defense
have a priority with it, and that's a problem.
Yeah. And go ahead.
Sean in Petaluma. What's going on, Sean? How you doing? I'm not ready to say.
I'm good. Hey,
hold on real quick. Hold on, Sean. I'll give you for sure. You can't say Purdy's injury prone right now. He misses 5, 6, 7, 8 games, but he's not injury prone right now. Yeah. If we're week 12 and he's played 4 games, we can start to talk about it as a possibility, but I don't think we're there yet. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, damn. All right. Hey, I just want to say, can we all just get along? At the end of the day, we all got to get along. You know what I'm saying? But I would say, like, what I saw yesterday or on Sunday from Purdy was overthrows, underthrows, and just a complete mess. But I think what we need is a freestyle. Hey, here we go. Bring it back. Hey, I was going to pay Purdy. He got 50, looking like he should have got 30, waking up early. Got to keep it cool. We're about to play the Rams. We going to get it, fool. Guru, that's my dude. It's a freestyle. We're going to keep it real cool. I'm 8 Mile from the Bay. Yeah, it's like the Nile. Keep it cool. Real.
My man. That just puts me, do you know the guts that took? And we didn't even see it coming.
We lose our screeners? We lose our screeners?
Stop.
Nahegan wouldn't have let that get through.
Please, this is show of talent.
No, that was all right.
Looney left. All the screens left.
That was great. Oh, man. Bonte, don't forget to pay that off. You said you had some smoke for him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go.
If you want to have wordplay here, and it's not just Bonte.
Okay.
I'm just messing.
All
but
right.
people are like, there's no such thing as an easy schedule.
Oh, I thought you were going division.
There's no easy games. How can you say the schedule's easy? Okay. There's no such thing as an easy. Okay, fine. You want to play that? Fine. There's no easy wins in the NFL. Fine. The 49ers have the most winnable games on their schedule than any team in the league. All right, you want to look at it that way? We can look at it that way. Okay, I agree. There's no easy games. But this schedule is the least challenging schedule of any team in the NFL, and it's based on records from last year,
No doubt.
and those are just facts.
Okay.
Hey, listen, stop complaining or saying these people that think the easy, it's not easy. Hey, you earned this schedule.
No doubt.
Own it.
But I got something for you.
Earned this schedule. Right. Own it. Right. It's an easy schedule, relatively speaking, to 31 other teams in the league. That's math.
Okay. But I feel like you're omitting the fact that is an easy-ass schedule predicated on the Niners being at full strength. And that's why
it's
even
still
the
easy.
Saints took you down to the wire.
But it's still
You
an
lost to
easy
the
schedule.
Jags. Okay,
it just is.
Yeah, but when you're at full health.
Right. Well, you're not. So
And you may not be.
Okay. So the way I look at it is
games,
you're
they've
not at
gone
full,
down to the wire
you're
and
not
you
at
lost
full,
one.
You're not at full health.
Okay.
But you still have the easiest schedule in the league. So let's still be competitive. That's all.
I thought you were coming at him with smoke.
Would you like to know the 49ers' remaining strength of schedule?
I would like it. I would love it. Oh, boy.
It's 30th.
Thanks, Evan.
Yeah, I
thought he was going to get
me.
me.
It's not the easiest.
I thought he was going to get me.
It's not the easiest.
I was waiting on 3 or 4. It's a 30th. But when you're dealing with
injury,
no, you know it. I know you because I talk to you outside of work, and you're different, and it's easier.
Here's the other thing about this schedule: if they do,
they just lost to Jacksonville at home.
If they do,
Jacksonville's 3-1,
get relatively whole, and they go 8-9, then blow it up. Then blow the damn thing up if you go 8-9 and you're relatively
you got
healthy.
Guys that are out for the year that's on your books big time in Bosa.
Okay.
You don't know what he's going to be when he comes back.
If
you paid the quarterback, I think you know if he's a good quarterback, but you got me thinking,
Listen,
Sonny, what
man.
if they miss?
Then they stink. Like, if one or two things is going to happen. Okay, they're going to play without Bosa. Yeah. They're going to get guys back. They still have this schedule.
And lose guys.
Well, then they're not going to go anywhere. And then what you realize is you got to make a decision on these guys who can't stay healthy. Right. Yeah. Oh, here's the other one. What? Any given Sunday.
Al Pacino.
Yes. Any given Sunday. It doesn't say every Sunday. Any given Sunday, you can get beat. Not every Sunday. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in other words, any given Sunday means a few games you can get beat by a team that's less than you.
Yeah, but I'm having fun with you. But you do understand when you're battered, forget the Niners.
Right.
It becomes easier to be every given Sunday.
If I'm battered, I would love having the schedule the Niners have.
Okay, no, I got that for you.
Well, they are battered. Kyle Shanahan has just reported that Brock Purdy will be a DNP on the practice report today, as will Ricky Pearsall, listed as a non-participant in today's practice.
Like, let's no.
Is this unbelievable? Is this the most unbelievable? No. So, in other words, they both might not play, which we knew at the beginning of the day, but this is unreal.
No, you got me thinking about Herm and Pearsall, and when they announced that he was coming in. There's no doubt that I'm in love with the dude, the player, when he's healthy. But, Steiny, do you harken back to what Herm said and how every time he makes a big-ass catch, he's on the ground hurt? And now he's got a PCL. It's serious, but I just find that par for the course that you got to be – the dude made a great one-handed catch just this past Sunday, gets up, does the dance, the T.O. stuff, and then lays back down and now might not be available. And I'm asking you seriously, are you saying, why are you flummoxed?
Yes.
Go back to what Herm told you. But I didn't know it was going to look like this. Guy catches one-handed pass, and when he's out there, he's incredible, but then he'll make a catch, and then he's on the ground.
Right, so when Herb Edwards says you got to protect this kid from himself, he gets hurt, you
kind of think it's a line.
Okay, you ignore it.
Until you see it or live it.
And you make fun of him, and then it happens, and you're like, so Herb Edwards might have known something. Well, duh, he coached the kid in college. They, again, with all these injuries, I look at them all different. Ricky Pearsall, you drafted a guy who wasn't an Iron Man, plain and simple. That was on his resume coming out of college. That one.
Yeah, and don't put Apollo Crews, I love you. Quarterback got him hurt. No, he didn't. That was a regular catch.
Let's go to Jeff in San Jose. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, man?
I just gotta say, man, I love you and Steiny. You guys get me through the day every day.
Thanks,
honestly. Man. You guys are so good.
Thank you.
You need a doctor's appointment. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think like Steiny, I I resonate with you so much, and then like Goo, man, you got the passion, bro. Wow. And then Evan is so good. But my thing with Brock Purdy is like, I don't think we should have ever paid him.
Wow.
I mean, I just don't.
When did you feel that way? Be honest. When did you feel that way?
I felt that way from the start.
Oh.
I'm a Raiders fan, to be honest. My family's like Niners fans, but like, I just didn't ever think this guy was going to be someone that you should have paid $50 million a year to, honestly. Because like I think what Steiny says is true. Like it's like you could put anybody in that system. I think you could put Mac Jones in that system, and like they're gonna be successful, right? So I don't know. I just don't think he's not a game changer.
Appreciate the call. I think you can make a case. You know, Purdy's gonna make $40 million next year. Would that be better than paying Mac Jones $8 million? The point is kind of moot because you've done it already.
Yeah, but you got me thinking and you list all the quarterbacks, and that was the market. But Steiny, because we disagree on this, if you're telling me you paid the system quarterback that much bread and you didn't look around to see how long the system could hold up, then that's a mistake.
Well, system's Kyle. Make no mistake. Kyle is the system, I think. Don't you?
I do, some of it, but the system should know then what's up with the run game or make some enhancements, improvements to the run game. Like that call
it's 4 games. This is where what's been the best part of Kyle Shanahan's offense? Like they run the ball. They haven't run it for 4 games. Doesn't mean
they've thrown it for 4 games.
TC's in Sacramento. What's up, TC? How you doing, man?
T.
Hey, TC, what's going on?
What's up?
What's up?
Steiny and Goo, what's up? Hey, man, so listen, check it out. I got a few callers ago. They say the truth hurt, right? When that caller came out and spent talking about we in a rebuild year, and do you want Kyle and John at the helm of this rebuild? The answer is no. And I'm glad that everybody is starting to see the writing on the wall with these dudes. Mac Jones can get in and do what he wants to do anyway. What you got to lose, Kyle? What you got? This the guy you wanted anyway, so you might as well throw him out there. Quit playing games. We just talking about the $60 million that we paid Brock. We all knew we should have paid Brock. Now everybody want to go back and say, man, hey, I think he was right. I don't know if he wanted to pay. Well, we said it from the jump. Now everybody want to come around. I'm just glad that a lot of smart people, smart Niner fans I'm talking about, are finally opening up their eyes and seeing the big picture, bro. That's all I call with, man. I'm happy that people are starting to open up their eyes, dog. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, TC.
And Steiny, we could be in Timbuktu, Alaska. When you paid Brock that money, the stuff that comes with the bread from the fan base comes with it. And with that, I don't care, system, no system, expectations, and they look at you different. And he ain't even in year one of that contract.
I actually don't look at Brock different.
Sounds like some are.
I look at Shanahan different. If this guy doesn't
pan out,
yeah, it's on Shanahan. Will we give him a pass? The other thing is, I don't know where they are in terms of finished product, rebuild, whatever, but it's a completely fair question to ask. If they are rebuilding, do you want Kyle Shanahan to be the rebuilder? I'm sure he would say, well, I've done it before when I got here. 2 bad years, and then we started flying. But I don't know that people want to hear that it's a rebuild. But it's absolutely fair. Do you want Steve Kerr? You want Steve Kerr coaching a Warrior rebuild? I don't.
I don't think he wants to.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, just for Thursday, Sonny, it sounds like Brock will miss his second game.
Right. And am I the only one? Oh, yeah. Let me get to this. This is Shanahan. Okay. Thank you, Evan. Shanahan just spoke to the media. Here's what he said about Thursday and the injuries to Purdy and Pearsall.
Injuries for today. Ricky Pearsall, knee, won't practice. Jordan Watkins, calf, won't practice. CJ West, thumb, won't practice. Robert Beal, ankle, won't practice. Purdy, toe, won't practice. Juwan Jennings, ankle/ribs, won't practice. Yetur, knee, limited. Renardo, neck, limited. D. Winters, knee, limited. Mikael Williams, wrist oblique, limited. That's it.
They can take the Cadillac to L.A. You don't sound like you need a plane. That's a lot.
Well, I missed
There
it.
were a lot of people dealing with something. Thank you, Evan.
But why?
Because
I missed it. Yes, Evan thought it was funny. I didn't get it.
You don't have a lot of healthy people to me, it feels like. So
like you're only going to need 4 seats.
Oh, okay. All right. My bad. No, that's good. That was good.
Oh, Steiny, I appreciate the late delay. Oh, dude,
We'll take like a short bus down there?
But what I got to tell you, just how you irritated me today is I think you think I'm over here. If somehow they don't make the offs,
you're baby.
I'm giving them a pass.
You're a crybaby about injuries.
No,
That's
not.
all.
I am not.
That's okay.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Did I cry for Jimmy Butler in the playoffs?
No, you cried for Curry.
No, I cried about Jimmy not doing his tailbone. I went off. You can't shoot like that in 2 games. You got to beat them up. Come on. I don't cry. I don't do that with injuries.
No, but then you back off and you say, "Hey, Steiny, I think Butler was hurt. I was unfair to him."
Never said
well, it's
that.
like, goo.
Never said that. I was unfair.
You were.
Please. Kaminga. Dude, what is going on? No, seriously.
We know exactly what's going on. It's played out in the public. All you got to do is
closure.
All you got to do is pay attention.
Okay, but I want closure.
And you'll know what's happening.
No, what did he sign? That's what I mean by closure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Crossover next.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save 20% on beef chuck roast and stew meat with Prime through September 30th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Simmer in your slow cooker for a melt-in-your-mouth protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habis and the entire Habis Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Get ready for two rock legends on one night and one stage. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper on October 14th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Buy your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I am mad at you now. I don't care. No, you will.
I'm a scientist, and you guys aren't.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. That means we're joined by Willard and Dibs.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
I got help now.
Maybe.
Yeah.
With what?
Where do you want to start, man?
Where do you want to start?
Yeah.
What do you need help with?
Actually, where do you want to finish? Because this is the way it
contract
ends.
and expectations.
All right.
All I quietly said was, obviously out loud, I said, you know what? I do think Brock can get better as a quarterback, and they paid him with that built in that, you know, everything's been fine around you. But Steiny and others said everything has to be perfect for him to pop, and I don't believe that. And then the show went its way.
Okay.
My gut would like to ask Steiny if that is a direct quote. Everything has to be perfect for it to go. I don't feel like you said that.
No, I didn't. It was another terrible characterization.
Yeah. And you know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's a terrible characterization sensation.
That's a buck.
Yeah.
My feeling is there's things that are outside a quarterback's control that impact his performance. And 2 years ago, when you're operating with a healthy McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo was the extra weapon that you were able to have because Purdy's contract, and Ayuk was clicking, and Jennings was third and Juwan, it stands to reason that 2 years later, McCaffrey, let's say he's 80%, but he's not used in the running game like he is. Kittle's missing, probably a reason why the running game's not quite where it should be. Ayuk not playing. He's not going to be able to be as effective with lesser players surrounding him. You know, it's like if Curry's playing without Durant, then he's got to do more. Curry's a soup. Here's what okay, you ready for the analogy?
I heard it, and I liked it all the way up till the end, and
Tell him, Dibs.
Your payoff was close, but no cigar.
I didn't hear it, so I'd like to hear what we're talking about.
Yeah, lay it out, and then I'll come in with my correction.
I said like injuries. Okay, I said when we talk about quarterbacks who can carry. Okay, Lamar, Josh, those guys. I said to me, this is what I said. I said, if Steph Curry is if you got Steph Curry and you have injuries, Steph will be able to carry you as much as anybody. Like he'll mitigate the damage because he is Steph Curry. He's Patrick Mahomes.
Was this the Iguodala thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I did hear it. Okay,
Yeah.
the Iguodala thing.
And I just said, okay, now you lose a guy. Let's say you lose a guy like Durant. To me, Durant is like Josh Allen or maybe an Aaron Rodgers. Somebody like that, you can weather a little more. Are you going to win a title? I don't know. But to me, I look at Brock Purdy as a terrific distributor, a connector, and he's more like Iguodala.
I thought it would have been better if you said he's Clay, because Purdy can, like Clay, go on a heater for a game or two and actually carry you to a win. So I heard the whole thing, and you led up to it. I'm like, and you said, and Purdy, he's Iguodala. And I was like, ooh, that to me felt a little bit disrespectful. I think Purdy's more Clay than Iguodala.
Can I say that I liked the whole analogy, but I think that in general it's difficult to translate basketball ones to football ones. Like, here's something that's interesting. We will all accept that Lamar is a carrier.
Oh, you'll get some. No, I'll fight back over here.
They're 1-3.
And he's played his worst he's James Harden in the playoffs.
Exactly. He has not been able to carry a team to where Brock has. Josh Allen, same thing. Now they're 4-0, but has not been able to do everything in the playoffs, though. I give him a nod because I'm like, dude.
He's been phenomenal,
if you
too.
lose 45 to 44, that's not the quarterback's fault.
Right.
It's not the quarterback's fault. Can I take this in a different direction? And Goob, this is going to feel like it is directed at you. I know you are. I wouldn't do it if it was otherwise. Look, if you're having a conversation about Brock Purdy's contract 2 games after he signed it, you didn't want him on the team in the first place. That's what I think. Like, it's been 2 games, and he won one of them with a 2-minute drive. Was it ugly? I don't care. He did it.
Neither do I.
Okay?
Yeah.
So if you're having that conversation already, you're allowed to, but I'd like you to own that you didn't want him on the Niners to begin with.
Well, see, and I would, but that wasn't my intent.
Well,
I was sticking up for Brock on he still has growth, and they paid him to get better at his job, and I believe that.
I think everybody has room for growth.
But he told me
Lamar and Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes have room for growth. But
because I said he earned that contract, Mark. I'm on record.
Yeah, and he did. And the second piece of it is, this is my opinion, we got to get over this contract. We got to get over this idea that once you sign a contract, that means a cape comes with it.
Well, the expectations grow.
I disagree. He was the Niners starting quarterback before. He's the Niners starting quarterback now. The contract is a function of timing and where they're at in the arc of their team and his career. Nothing more. He was the starting quarterback that was supposed to win before. He's supposed to win now, but nothing about that money means he's supposed to do it by himself. And I hear it constantly. Oh, now you're making 55. You've got to now drive the bus, put everyone on your shoulders. Football never works that way. Ever, ever, ever works that way. And there are countless guys around the league making over $50 million who aren't doing anything near that, and nobody's talking about it.
I bring up Dak, I bring up Lamar.
Is this a national debate on the weekly about Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, Justin Herbert? Do we do this? I don't hear it. I don't hear anyone talk about Justin Herbert. And he's a phenomenal player. He never won a playoff game and lost to the New York Giants last week.
But now he's got a good coach like Purdy's always had.
Right.
And you would say he's playing his best football.
I don't have an issue with Justin Herbert or Brock Purdy. They're phenomenal QBs, and their turn came up. I just think we got to get past this money thing.
Well, I forget money for a second. When we talk about like carriers or whatever, I look at it very cut and dry. When I talk about the 4 guys, Lamar Jackson, Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, those are the 4 guys that we generally put at the top, right? Those are the big boys. I do think those guys, on balance, get you to the playoffs. It's a regular season thing. That's where those, if you look at their records, I mean, I guess Burrow missed it last year, whatever, but you got Allen, you got Mahomes, you got Lamar Jackson, you got Burrow. Chances are you're going to the playoffs because they can elevate you there. And the playoffs, everything changed. Like, the playoffs are different. Yeah. So that's the distinction I make with those 4, that boy, they seem to guarantee some measure of regular season success.
It's interesting you say that because I did a deep dive on the 11 quarterbacks who make 50 or more million, and it's actually 10 of them.
All right.
And I accidentally put Kyler Murray in there, but I'm glad I did because he makes 46 million. And if you go through all of the guys, Jared Goff is 18-3 since he got the bag. He's 0-1 in the playoffs. And Brock Purdy is 1-1 since he got the bag, even though the bag hasn't arrived yet. We'll leave that aside for now. But Dak is 4-7-1 since he got that really big bag. Kyler Murray is 16-24. Joe Burrow is 16-13 without a playoff win, and he's going to miss 32 games.
Without a playoff appearance.
Right. So, yep. And he's going to miss, he already missed 15 games. Yep. He's going to miss more than that. Tua is 7-8, and he's missed 6 games. And so as you start to go through the bottom tier, and you're right, like Lamar, 26-11, Josh Allen's undefeated since he got the bag. Jalen Hurts is 27-9 with a Super Bowl. There's the top 5 or 6 who have been amazing, but as you get down into the Brock Purdy area, most of these guys have done nothing, and Brock Purdy's 2 games into it.
Gotcha.
Sort of.
Well, yeah, 2 games-ish.
Yeah, 2 games past when he signed it, but it hasn't even started yet. Yeah, these contracts are not bar mitzvahs. This is not like, okay, we've decided you're a big boy now, and now you're going to go lead us, and we're going to get rid of all of our other players, and we think you're an adult now. It's just time. That's all. It's just the year that you sign your QB, and do you like your QB? And so
they do, and that's why they gave him the bread.
I actually have no issue if someone wants to stand up and say, I hated the contract the day they signed it in May. Well, if you want to say that, say that, then say that. I don't think that's a crazy opinion. But for those that are just jumping on because he lost a football game.
No, come on.
Like the fact that we're having this conversation after he's played 2 football games is wild.
Well, how we got here is I was using it to defend him. But my thing is he's going to the team. No, he's going to be, okay, right now I think it's a fair bet to say Brock Purdy is going to outlast Christian McCaffrey in a Niner uniform. It's one day going to be his program. And why I feel that way is this contract that they gave him where they deem Brock Purdy good enough to lead us into the next iteration when we have our next McCaffrey. And maybe, if I take it one step further, when we have our next George Kittle. Like, you're looking at me as if you think this contract was not a ring on the finger.
It's not.
The Niners are telling me with this, we have identified our next franchise quarterback.
They had already put a ring on his finger when they decided to make him the starting quarterback without any conversation, competition, or anything other than that.
And then they fell in love.
No, that's just timing. Like, you and I didn't propose to a woman because it was like, boy, if we don't this year, they're going to hold out on us. Like, that's different. They had already completely committed to him. And I heard you talk about that earlier, about, like, Brock's going to outlast Christian. It's the Niners' job to have a different good running back there when that happens.
Right, but you got Steady Freddie is our quarterback.
Right, but that's now and that's then. That already has been. Like, I discount this idea that the Niners' plan is because we signed him, that means at some point he's got to do this, be big dog, walk into the room, run this whole show.
What's wrong with that, Willard? Because it sounds like I'm hitting a nerve. Because you might think it's a bar that he can't reach.
It's not the way football works.
Yeah, it's a movie script.
What do you mean it's not how football works?
That's not how football works.
Josh Allen.
Yeah, no.
Josh Allen, 2011. And they go 11-6. And this is who he had from a skill position standpoint. And stop me when you come to a guy who's still on the team. Right. Devin Singletary, Cole Beasley, Stephon Diggs, Emmanuel Sanders, Dawson Knox. They went 11-6, and he had that.
I think Dawson Knox is still there.
Okay.
Their backup.
Emmanuel Sanders was 34, and Beasley was 32. I mean, this sounds a little bit familiar, and you got Trent, who's 37. So when Brock is here in 4 years, assuming he still is, Trent's going to be 41, and he'll be getting fitted for a gold jacket. Kittle will be 36, he'll be gone. McCaffrey will be 34, he'll be gone. All the rest, like, you might have Pearsall still here. I hope you do, but the turnover is natural in the league, and if Brock is one of the real ones, then it won't matter if it's Devin Singletary or
answer that
somebody else.
I hear you, Dibs. Answer that for me now. Is he a real one now? Because what I'm hearing from you guys is like you're running from the fact that it's going to be judged as the Brock Purdy era when it's all said and done, just like Garoppolo stepped up and tried it, Trey Lance stepped up and tried it.
It's already being
Dak
judged.
Prescott in Dallas.
It's already being judged.
And that's what I'm saying.
I don't judge it that way. This idea that
why
like,
I went to the contract real quick was that's confidence from the team to me that they feel like this dude can handle that.
But I think they were already there. The contract is just a function of what day it was and what year it was. Like, even if I...
But it's a good thing, though, Mark.
Of course it is. But that, like, it doesn't mean you're now supposed to be better than what you already were. It just means you're supposed to keep being the player that they think you already are. Yeah. If I even use the guys that everyone uses the examples of, like, oh, it's your job to carry us. You call them the carriers. Most of them haven't carried.
Exactly.
They haven't done it. So
can't we... comes with the territory.
But I would then, let's back off the narrative. I don't think it exists. I don't think there are carriers. Like, we did that. We decided because they're great at fantasy football, because they are the biggest stat chasers, because they are the biggest, baddest players in the NFL. But they haven't won a Super Bowl either, aside from Patrick. Yeah. Aside from Patrick, and I don't think
like
that's
Matt Stafford's now a carrier to me.
I disagree.
He won a Super Bowl.
He was a hired gun, and he delivered, and he was a laughingstock where he was at, or we could blame him and say he left a lot.
Look at that defense they had, and this is where the Mahomes thing. Part. He sure did.
Okay. A lot of guys do their part.
Patrick Mahomes 2 years ago when they beat the 49ers, he was not a carrier. They had an amazing defense that carried him the majority of the year, and even last year, Mahomes was not great. Was he a carrier? If you would have called him Pat Mahing, then nobody would have thought he was a carrier. But because he has this resume, we all think that he's a certain thing. And last year, he was quite frankly ordinary, and he had not much around him other than a really good tight end and a couple of timely catches from wide receivers, and they made the Super Bowl.
Like, let me ask you this, Goo. Did Jalen Hurts for you? Did he change last year?
He did to me.
Yeah,
because I was a big critic.
He was already a good quarterback. That year?
So he did. I got you. So you didn't have him in the trash heap like I had.
I mean, think about it. If we really want to nitpick, are you essentially saying that Brock Purdy would be a carrier, and you would look at this completely different if Spencer Burford doesn't go the wrong way, and you throw a pass to IU? This is one play over 5 minutes of our lives, and then you go down the other way, and the Niners get a stop on 4th and 1. Now Brock Purdy's amazing, as opposed to instead, like, what are we doing? Like,
I was just giving him love because I felt like that contract was the team's love. There was an out. There was a way they could have severed the relationship. So I feel like Kyle and John think highly of Brock Purdy, and that's why he got the contract.
I thought they already did. What was the out? You said there was an out.
Go a different route. Try to find a different quarterback.
Which is, I mean... Listen, this is
now. What do you mean by when you say
that? Terrifies me. There are organizations who have been stuck in that purgatory my entire life. The Browns and Bears have been searching my whole life, and I'm 50.
Yeah.
So, and the Niners tried to do this already once, and they woefully screwed it up. And then they lucked into Brock Purdy.
Right.
And then I think it's so flippant to just be like, go get a different one.
Well, no.
You can spend the next 30 years
trust the process,
looking for somebody who can win for you.
But, Mark, you sound, and I'm asking because I don't know, you sound like a guy when it comes to quarterbacks that it might irritate you when you hear bus driver.
You're listening real quickly to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Doesn't irritate me as long as you're allowing him to have a steering wheel, a gear shift.
Because it irritates me.
Not foggy windows, a gas pedal that works, brakes that have been serviced. As long as we're talking about that, sure, he's in a huge leadership position. But
at some point, help me out, guys. And Dibs, you said, how are we going to end, when it's all said and done, judge Brock Purdy? And it's okay to judge him when it's all said and done.
Of course, you judge him by
but I feel like the energy in the room is telling me, no, he's different. I can't judge him.
You know who's a bus driver? You know who was the ultimate bus driver? Jalen Hurts. And you know what he did last year? He drove that damn bus, and it ran on time, and they picked up passengers, and he hit every stop, and he didn't run stoplights.
But Dibs, 2 years ago, he was in the Super Bowl and played his greatest game, and they lost.
Here are his game logs last year in the playoffs. passing 131, 128, 246, 221. This year he has 5 touchdowns, no picks. He is doing what they need to do to win. And you've got A.J. Brown out there today talking about how
incredible.
He wants the ball.
Yeah.
You're 4-0. And all he's doing is winning football games. He's 27-9 since he got the bag. He doesn't put up big numbers. He rushes it. He's smart. Tush push. They don't turn it over. So is that disrespectful to Jalen Hurts? Well, if you think about fantasy numbers and you want, like, he wanted him to throw for 370 and all the rest of it, Jalen Hurts wins football games. So is he a bus driver? Sure, but he's driving one of those elegant, elite luxury
he's a
buses.
talented quarterback.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's a good player. He's a very good player. But, I mean, to Dibs' point, if you go to last year, and I know he missed 2 games, think of the benchmarks that we ask for, as you guys are calling them, the carriers.
Yeah.
What are the statistical benchmarks? How many touchdown passes is a good year?
Probably 30.
Okay.
But I would look at Patrick Mahomes
Jalen
last year.
didn't even have 20.
All right.
How many yards is a good year for a really, like, a good quarterback?
Passing yards?
Yeah, passing yards.
3,000,
3,500.
35?
Yep, 35.
Brock had over 4,000 a couple years ago. Jalen didn't even have 3.
Right.
So, like, but that's all I'm saying. Like, he wins the last game. His team wins the last game. And now all of a sudden we're going to rebrand somebody completely from what they do. I would much rather
lose the last game?
No. The Eagles won the last game,
yeah.
and so now it's like now he's a good quarterback. He's already a good quarterback.
He's averaging 152 yards passing a game this year.
Dibs. He's all like Jalen Hurts is a talented guy that finally met the moment, and he did what you're asking him. But even to Willard's point, he didn't have to win the Super Bowl for Willard to sign off on him. Steiny's point was who's a carrier and who's not. And I think the Niners paid Brock for one day to grow into that carrier role when stuff deteriorates or they got to make decisions, and maybe it's not limousines and tuxedos around you at every position.
To me, there's no such thing as a carrier. Joe Burrow led the league last year in passing yards and all the rest of it, and their defense was so bad. Who cares? And Burrow is 16-13 since he got the bag, and now he's out again, and now they are in a free fall. Shout out Tom Petty. So Joe Burrow's a carrier, but what are you carrying? You know what you're carrying? You're carrying that green bag of dog poop that you had to pick up because your dog dropped the deuce on the trail. He's a carrier, but what are you carrying?
I would just rather use our eyes. And that's it. And so if you don't like, and I'm not stupid, Brock had a terrible game on Sunday.
Was bigger than the game.
Yeah, right. And you know, if you didn't like Brock last year, I think there's some nuance there, but you know, that's more game to game than just saying he had a bad year. I don't think he had a bad year. The Niners did. He wasn't as good as he was the year before. I get all that, but I think we're all smart. Like, look, just watch football. And then who's a good quarterback? Who do you want? Right. Who do you want on your team? You know what I mean? Like, Baker Mayfield's not a carrier, but I know a lot of people want him on their team right now. Good player.
He's changed the narrative.
Yeah, he's a good player. And Daniel Jones might be in the process of doing that.
Dak too.
Yeah, just to you know, I
can never give the star anything.
All right, go ahead, Stan.
I'm not married to the term carrier. What I'm saying is when I look at Lamar Jackson and Burrow and Mahomes and Allen, do I know anything about the rest of their personnel? Let's say not really, but I feel like John Harbaugh, Andy Reid, McDermott, like if they put a team around them that's competent, solid, and they nothing fancy. They just put a good, solid team around them. Those 4 quarterbacks are going to lead you to the playoffs. All things on balance. That's the way I feel about those particular 4 quarterbacks.
I think that's fair, but I think your definition probably I would extend it to more than those 4.
That's fair. That's fine.
If you put a lot of good stuff around Jalen Hurts, they're going to go to the playoffs.
Why stop Steiny the regular season? That's what hurts me. If these are guys, why can't we look at their resume in the playoffs when Lamar or some guys play their worst football or nut up
because
in the playoffs?
They're going against better teams. They're going against better teams, and the teams are more well prepared. They're going against better teams in the playoffs, and those other teams are more well prepared to scout than they are during the regular season.
Context.
So we make fun of James Harden, but when Lamar Jackson falls on his face in the playoffs and
I don't make fun of James Harden.
Well, a lot of people do.
That's a different. It's totally different. And last year, Lamar Jackson lost the playoff game not because Lamar Jackson. Mark Andrews had a critical drop, if not two, and you're in a spot where you're going to win that game. He delivers a ball on time, and he drops it. So we all lean on quarterback record, and I did a whole thing today on quarterback record, but it's always more than that, and yet you look at this year, and Lamar and Baltimore are 1-3. Has Lamar been bad? No. Now he's hurt. Sorry, Steiny, your fantasy team.
2-3.
He's out 2-3.
Yeah.
But they are losing because they have the worst defense in football. So everything is complementary. And ultimately for Brock, if they can't run it and they can't stop the run, well, then he needs to be a carrier.
He's not going to be as good.
Right.
Yeah, he's not going to be as good. And that's not that is not, to me, that is not a directive on the contract. If they can't run the ball and they can't rush the passer and the receivers can't catch the ball, and yes,
but I'll leave you with this.
And Brock
I
can't
wasn't
protect
making that
the ball.
correlation. No.
Well, no. Yeah, this is never directed. I mean, we're all just talking here, obviously, to all of our listeners as well. But I just think, man, two things. One, we've got to wrap our head around this is what a quarterback costs. Number one, and number two, stand up and be counted that if you're already on contract talk, I would argue you didn't want him in the first place. You didn't want him, which is fine, but just say it.
Yeah,
you didn't
that's
want
not
him.
me. I was using it to make my point to Steiny, like he's the guy here and is going to be.
It's been 2 games. He won one of them on the road in Seattle. That's all it's been. And so if you're going to grab Sunday and go, he's overpaid.
No, I just said he was bad Sunday.
Again, anyone out there, if you're saying that, it's all cool, but you didn't want him on the team.
And your first legitimate out is at the end of 2027. So it's this year and 2 more. And if you want out at that point, then you want John Lynch out and Kyle Shanahan out because they want him.
I got you.
And if they say bye to Brock, then you're saying bye to those two. And now we're looking at a full reset at that point.
Speaking of saying bye.
Uh-oh.
We'll be listening.
It's that time on 95.7, the game.
So sad.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are a funny dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. And let me actually start off by saying this. You got to be a real hardcore listener of the show to understand this reference. If you're not, that's okay. I'll explain it in just a second. But Dibs, Big Mac.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Sure.
No, there's only one practice this week. Brock did not participate or is not participating. Neither is Ricky Pearsall. Neither is Juwan Jennings. The Niners sound like they are marching into L.A., a home game on Thursday night. Severely limited, and probably another game for Mac Jones with another patchwork receiving core in a huge football game. It's unfortunate, but here we go.
Yep. It's a short week, and every time you go into that short week, you know that you're going to be without a certain amount of what you want to go forward with. But if you're going to be without your starting quarterback, who I'm being told is going to make a lot of money pretty soon, and you're without wide receiver 2, who's become wide receiver 1 because your 1 is out, and your wide receiver 2, who has become normally your 3, but he's your 2, and he might be out. So you're looking at possibly Mac Jones, Sky Moore, Demarcus Robinson, and
Kendrick Bourne.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I know. I still put him ahead of Sky Moore.
Is Ronnie Bell available? He drops the ball less often than Kendrick Bourne.
What happened to them dudes that were flying around in the practice squad? Your Marquez Valdez-Scantlings and your Russell Gages and what happened to those guys still hanging around?
They might be somewhere.
Hanging
also,
around.
Trent Taylor was a guy who was kind of Is Tariq Owens available to come out and run around and BTO? I mean, honestly, what are we doing? Yeah. My point, though, is we are now 2 days and 3 hours away from kick, and that's kind of what we might be facing.
Maybe. Tonjes.
Yeah.
McCaffrey.
Farrell. Yeah. Hang on to that thing now.
Farrell, that's right. Squeeze the orange.
Yeah. Brayden Willis, who gets a couple snaps a game.
Brock Purdy just spoke. Do you want to hear what he had to say?
Would love to.
This is Brock Purdy asked how he feels. Simple question. Hey, Brock, how you feeling?
No, I feel a lot better compared to the week 1 game for sure. Toes just a little sore from the game, but nowhere near as bad as after Seattle.
Okay, so compares it to week 1, says that's not where we are. I know John Lynch has already publicly said, sort of insinuated, he's like, I don't think this is a big deal. I get the sense if this were a Sunday game, I think Brock's chances to play in it are pretty decent. It's the Thursday factor, obviously, that condenses this, makes it really, really hard. And I know where most people sound like they sit on this, which is that, right, if there's any pushing of it at all, don't do it. I don't really look at it that way. You and I have talked about this a lot over the last couple of weeks. This is a monster game. I think that they're worth a game and a half. They're division games. It's a big, big deal. I know people want to preserve players. I don't think that exists. I don't know how you preserve people in the NFL. Watch the games. Tyreek Hill may never play again. You can't preserve people. So I more look at it this way. There are doctors who are paid a lot of money to do this. If they clear him, I'd play him. That's it. If they clear him, I'd play him. If he can function and they clear him, I'd play him. I don't know that they're going to do that. The fact that there's no practice this week for him suggests probably not, but that's the way I look at it. It's a monster game. Would love to have it.
Yeah, it's monster, and the game a week from Sunday is maybe a little less monster because it's not a divisional game, but I would actually go the other direction and say, look, we're already 2-0 in the division. Yep. If I can have Brock for sure, quote-unquote, for sure, much more likely to play if he doesn't play Thursday. He'd be more likely to play in 10 days after Thursday than you're going to Tampa on the road, and that is not a monster game, but it's a big game because Tampa's a good team, and every game counts for a win or a loss, and you're already 2-0 in the division. So you do have a little bit of a buffer in terms of divisional tiebreakers and all the rest of that. So for me, if it is at all in doubt and Mac Jones is not on the injury report, as far as I know.
He is not.
Then
he
you
is
play Mac.
Full participation.
And you feel like, Mac can get you in a spot to where you could still win that game with Mac Jones.
Yeah, of course.
Unbeaten as a Niner.
Yeah. This
Facts.
is true. Yeah.
That's a stat.
No, you're allowed to go play and win the game. That's a fact. By the way, speaking of win the games, quick palate cleanser. Did you go 2-0 again last night?
Who, me? Me? Yeah.
Are you 16-3 this year?
That's what I'm told. 16-3, brother.
Can we all? I just take 11 seconds.
Okay.
16-3.
That sounds like it's pretty good.
Jesus, dude.
Hot. Beyond hot.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Hot. Like so hot that I'm concerned about the fire alarms in this room. We might have the sprinklers get activated.
Are you doing anything differently? You eating something? Are you working out? Are you waking up at a different time? What are you doing that you need to keep doing?
I'm doing deep dives. I'm doing a lot of advanced analytics, and I'm looking at rest advantage, disadvantage, and I'm looking at home road situations. Last night was a little. I'm not going to say it was easy because it's never easy, but Cincinnati is an absolute hot mess.
Yeah.
Denver at home.
Trey Hendrickson, get him.
Denver motivated.
Bring him to me.
I thought Denver motivated to stay in the mix. Yeah. The other one, Miami Jets, a little bit of a coin flip, and so I leaned on the home team. And turns out the Jets are even worse than I thought.
Dude, blazing
I hate to see it because my old neighbor's on the coaching staff, and you don't ever want to see a coach get fired anywhere, but Aaron Glenn, first year, I'm not going to say he's going to be one and done, but if you go 0-17, all bets are off the table.
So your 20th pick will be the Niner Ram game on Thursday. So we're already looking forward to that. Dibs, ladies and gentlemen, if you see him, shake his hand. He is 16-3, but wear a glove because he's hot. All right, more Purdy. Brock actually said this is not out of the realm of what he thought was going to happen after he played.
Something that we talked about, playing might, lead to some soreness and stuff. So sort of expected it, but, with a quick turnaround, Thursday night game and everything, it's tougher. They don't have as many days to, get right and heal up and feel better. So it's just where we're at.
Okay, that's where we're at. And then he was asked, would it have been better if, you didn't do that? How about if you didn't play against the Jaguars and then instead targeted this one?
I was ready to go. I felt pretty good. And, for me to go out and execute an offense and go through reads and throw the ball, throughout the week at practice, I felt great. And so I had a lot of confidence going into the game thinking that was going to be good. So that was our decision, and we're rolling with it.
Okay, yeah. And I think that's been trumpeted all across the organization where it was almost kind of like, I get the idea of now he's sore, and so people will say you rushed him back. And the Niners' response to that was, dude, I didn't feel anything. Why the hell would you sit if you're like, I'm not in pain? I'm not in pain. I get that. But game speed is a different deal. People are touching you. They don't touch you in practice when you're the quarterback. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Do people want to rip the Niners for putting him in there last week? I think that's silly because don't forget Mac was hurt too. He was actually on the injury report. So I think they went with their healthier quarterback. Here we are, don't know who they're going to go with this week, and whoever it is going to have a skeleton crew around him, and so it's going to be really, really hard, no matter who it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Mac or Brock.
Even a healthy Brock, it would be really, really hard because the Rams defense is very good up front, especially physical, and you're going to be on a short week. So even if Brock didn't have the toe issue, I would look at the Ram game, and I told you this when the schedule came out, and I looked at games that might be, quote, scheduled losses. I look at this game. I look at a trip to Tampa, which is not going to be easy. Nope. Tampa's really good. And I look at Cleveland before the bye. And I also looked at Seattle in the opener, but they were able to get that one. So this one was always going to be tough, even though it's Levi South and the crowd won't be a big factor. It's a short week against a very good defense and a quarterback who, I don't know what he's doing with his back, but his back is fine. I heard him this morning on Pat McAfee. And he was talking about how, in the preseason I had a little bit of a back thing, but, now I'm feeling great. Yeah. And he sure looks good. Yeah. And he is just, that ball comes out quick. So
if you don't listen, we've all watched this. We've seen this movie before.
He's accurate.
If you do not rush Matt Stafford, he gonna eat you up.
You'll be the Thanksgiving turkey. He'll be the electric knife.
So Salah's gonna have to come up with something because he's also really good against the blitz. So don't make it as simple as just just send Fred, get Fred going. Send Fred. He's really good. This is a veteran with a rocket arm, really smart, has seen it all, knows the Niners by now. So this is a hell of a challenge, no matter who plays. So we'll see. I don't really have a strong opinion outside of what do the Niners doctors think? And if he can play, I'd play him. And I hear you if you disagree. But
I disagree.
I know, but you know me. I'm just not getting into how guys' bodies feel because I have no idea. We're not doctors. We're not experts. We're not there. I don't think the Niners are so stupid that they're going to put Brock in harm's way for the season.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to do that.
They won't.
They're not dumb.
Matt Mayoko had this on Twitter about a half an hour ago. Could Brock Purdy play if the Niners played tonight? He answered, tonight? No. But I have 2 days. So,
but I looked at my watch. And we don't play tonight.
I got 2 days.
Yeah.
So there's that. And, ultimately it won't be a decision made by, oh, boy, will Brock get hurt again? You're right. If Brock is cleared to play, he plays. I just would love to see him chill for an extra 10 days and let that toe quiet all the way down.
Look, I get that. I really do. We're sitting here on Tuesday afternoon, and if he's saying he couldn't play if the game were right now, and the game is in 51 hours, and you only get one practice, and he didn't participate in it. It feels like he's probably going to sit. However, there's one more from Purdy. Check it out. This is an interesting one. Hey, Brock, all those overthrows on Sunday? Was that the toe? Was that because you couldn't plant?
Still, I don't really know. I missed the throws on film and everything, but is it something that had to do with my toe and whatnot? I couldn't tell you at this point. Like, I'm still trying to get better and feel good with my toe and everything, but I think down the road, after I feel 100% and good to go, start throwing the ball, maybe I can come back and answer that question. But right now, I still don't know.
Okay, I'd like to give a shot at translating that. Let me see what you think. Yes. But I
still don't know.
No, yes. That means the answer is yes, but I don't want to say that into a microphone because that's soft.
Right.
We don't do that in pro sports where we come out in week 5 and tell everybody that, oh, yeah, my toe hurt, so that's why I missed my throws. Like that won't play. But he also didn't say no, which tells me he thinks the answer is yes.
Right. And also you don't want to let the Rams know that, yeah, it's the toe, because if I'm a Rams defensive lineman, I'm not going to rough the quarterback, but I might try and stomp a foot for sure.
Absolutely.
If he's out there.
Of course, they're football players.
Right.
Of course. All right. 888-957-9570. Stink joins us in a half hour. I don't get it. Why are we all talking about the contract? Like, stand up and be counted. I don't mind. Dibs doesn't mind. If you didn't want him on the team to begin with, then just say it. But outside of that, why on earth would we be talking about the contract after he's played 2 football games and won one of them? I don't understand. Why are we talking about the contract? We'll take your calls right now. Stinkin' 30, Dub Nation preseason right around the corner. 95.7 The Game is tipping things off in style. Pier 39's this Saturday. Warriors preseason special. Not going to want to miss it. Live appearances from Festus Ezeli, Zaza, Kalena Azubuike, Tim Roy, and more. Plus your chance to win tickets to the first preseason game, Sunday, October 5. Warriors host LeBron and the Lakers. If that's not enough, say hi to our guys. Evan Giddings and Guru broadcasting live, noon to 4. Hoops, hype, season almost here, right here on 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dibs.
Boost your day at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off all packaged coffee with Prime through September 30th. Grab your favorite beans for a delicious morning brew. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party right on the waterfront. Now our iconic views and bay breezes come with drinks to go. Grab a cocktail, mocktail, beer, or wine from one of our restaurants and take it with you as you explore the pier. Plus, live music, party games, sea lions, fun for the whole family. What more could you ask for? Enjoy dancing, street performers, special deals, and that one-of-a-kind Pier 39 flavor. We're bringing the atmosphere, you bring the crew. Pier 39, Pier for the fun. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And you know, as much as I love Willard, I'm more of a Dibs guy. So if you want to do what I do, go check in on Dibs and say hi to him. Get in the YouTube chat. Do it right now on 95.7 The Game.
16-3. I'm kind of more of a Dibs guy myself.
Oh, yeah.
6 and a hook.
I mean,
6 and a hook Thursday night it is up to.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Niners are flirting with being a touchdown dog on Thursday night, which the latest bump, likely a reaction to what feels like today's news pushing us toward the idea of another Mac Jones start.
Yeah, you would figure. I think it's more than that. I think it's also
and Pearsall and Jennings.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
I mean, and again, we talked to John Avello, who sets the number at DraftKings, and we talked about home field advantage and what it's worth, and we didn't get into the specifics of L.A., but I would guess that the L.A. Niner home field advantage is non-existent. I don't think that the Rams, they might get a point for being home against the Niners, but
I wonder what their normal home bump is, and is it different when it's the Niners?
Absolutely different, and you were talking about vivid seats during the break, where it's going to be more than 3/5 of every fan is going to be a Niner fan, and we know that.
62% is the word online in terms of the number of tickets going to Niner fans for this game on Thursday night.
I do think that the line movement is part Brock Purdy, yes, but it's also no Pearsall, maybe no Jennings. We don't know as of now what the official report's going to be, but you talked yesterday about the Rams, and they had 5 guys on their injury list, and you might have heard of one of them. One of them is an offensive lineman, and beyond that, it's like
Tyler Higbee, like their tight end.
Whatever.
No, the Rams are healthy, and the Rams are good.
Yep.
And the Rams are playing well. And they've beaten the Colts and the Eagles. Well, they didn't beat the Eagles, but they kind of beat the Eagles. You know what I'm saying. They were right there, played great in Philadelphia for most of that game. And then they beat the Colts last week. These were really tight games. But, yeah, the Rams are good. The Rams are going to be hard to beat. And the Niners are clearly not at their best. And whether that's just about the quarterback or not, it's not. So, yeah, I get it. But that number is flying in an upward direction right now. Rams, 6.5-point favorite. Couple more from Brock Purdy after what we already played for you earlier. This is about simply the Niners and if it's Purdy or Matt going up against the difficult Rams defensive line.
Very talented. I feel like they got some young guys, man, that are just playing passionate right now and are disruptive across the board. And their scheme as a whole is really good. And I feel like they're really comfortable playing with each other right now. And so as a whole, it's gonna be a great challenge for us. We got to have answers and not obviously hold on to the ball too long, get the ball out, be smart with it. And at the end of the day, like understand we're playing against a really good pass rush and got to find ways to win still. So, but we respect him a lot.
Okay, and then they got back to his playing status, and they pushed him a little bit on this idea of playing Thursday. He was asked if no practice today, if it's fair to then call him doubtful for Thursday.
Honestly, Thursday night football games are, they come quick, so anything can happen. But I'm still hopeful that I can, so we'll see.
Sounds like a yes. Anything can happen.
Right.
That would suggest that, yeah, the heavy favorite is Mac Jones on Thursday night.
And there's no more doubtful. Right. So if there were a doubtful, he probably would be doubtful, I would guess. And so doubtful usually means outful. I don't know how, historically, the percentage of players who go from doubtful to in, it's about not 1 in 10, but maybe 1 in 25. It's very, very rare. And he only has 2 more days, and the toe is not great. And so I do think the prudent thing to do is to lay back and save Brock for Tampa Bay. Not that you can't win with a gimpy Brock in L.A. You can. Can you go forward with Mac Jones against L.A. on a short week? Well,
sure.
Yeah, and it's not a short week for Mac because he didn't play on Sunday.
That's a good point.
So when you talk about a short week, and if you don't have Pearsall or Jennings, and we don't know for sure, well, it's no longer a short week really for Sky Moore, who didn't play a ton, and Demarcus Robinson in a homecoming game, he didn't play a ton. And the one guy I'm looking for, and we'll get into this with Greg Cosell a little bit, although he doesn't like to talk about anything other than the film.
Yep.
But 10 snaps for Brian Robinson. So if you don't have Pearsall and you don't have Jennings, unofficial, but if that's the way it goes, then if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I look at Christian McCaffrey and say, guess what? You are now Julian Edelman. You're going to go play the slot a bunch. And
he has been already anyway.
Right, the majority of his touches. And I did a deep dive on his week 4 touches, and we can get into it as we continue to go through the tape on the loss to Jacksonville. But you're right, Mark. Again, as many targets almost as carries, and why not have Brian Robinson Jr. out there? Go double Robinsons out there.
I mean, we have not seen as much of it as I thought we would. So, yeah, I'm with you. Hey, a couple from Kyle Shanahan. First, this was a little back and forth here about the decision to play Brock.
Will the decision to play Brock come down to pain tolerance?
No, it'll come down to, do we feel he could play and to 100% of his ability, and do we feel that he can protect himself with it?
Okay, so that's Shanahan on what will kind of lead the decision there. And then he was also asked if Purdy was told last Sunday to not scramble.
No, he wasn't told that. They said, it was my first time dealing with people with a toe injury like that. I was trying to ask if it was like a high ankle sprain, like is it something you just keep zinging over and over? They said, no, it's not like that. If you ever got caught in an awkward position on a tackle, is where you could hurt your toe again. But it doesn't work like an ankle or anything like that, and I think they got him on that when they took him down. So whether it's scrambling or just getting tackled was kind of the worry of it.
Okay, so not told to not scramble, but he might have been hesitant. Who knows? No idea what he was feeling during the game. He didn't report anything until after the game. And then one more from Brock, and I think this is kind of what a lot of people are saying. Look, if you skip this one, you get that mini bye. So are you motivated by the fact that if you take one more game off, you get a full week and a half before you play again?
100%. If I can play this game, I'm going to play. And obviously, I want to get right and get healthy and everything, but we need to win this game against the Rams, so that's how I'm looking at it.
Okay, and see, that's kind of where I am. That's the way my brain works on this. The idea of preserving people for later, I think, is a projection that we can't count on. I get where you're coming from. I really do. I don't think Brock is going to play on Thursday.
Right.
I think it's unlikely, but I'd still be open to it, even knowing what we know. If the doctors clear him, if they feel like he can play well, if he can do his job, he's the starting quarterback of the Niners, and it's a huge game, and I'd play him.
Yeah.
That's all.
I understand that, but, it's a huge game, but let's just say that he either plays or doesn't play, and you lose. Well, now the Tampa Bay game is equally huge, because if you lose that, now you're 3-3, and now that great 3-0 start and 2-0 in the division, well, now you'd be 2-1 in the division, and you would be 3-2 in the conference, which is also a tiebreaker as you get further down the road. So a loss to the Rams, no matter whether or not he plays or he sits, that makes the Tampa Bay game even bigger. Now, if you beat the Rams and he sits, well, the Tampa Bay game is no longer as big. You'd be 4-1, 3-0 in the division, sitting pretty. I mean, you wouldn't be sitting totally great.
Yeah,
but
they're all big.
They're all big, but the division games are bigger. And I agree with Brock on that. But if you lose this one, Brock or no Brock, the Tampa Bay game becomes bigger in my eyes, because now you would be, in a 3-game losing streak. And if you lose that, now you're 3-3 and you're kind of stuck in a spot.
I get it. I always think that, like, there's one game on the schedule and it's a huge game. The next one.
Yeah, and that's how they look at it.
Like,
sure.
I don't know that sitting or playing. By the way, if you play Thursday, you also still get a week and a half off in order to get ready for Tampa Bay. I understand that it could hurt more, but it might not hurt more.
But if you don't play, then you end up getting 2 weeks off.
Right. I understand that. And, he got 3 weeks off last time and thought he was 100% and then went out and it started hurting again. So he could get 2 weeks off this time, and the exact same thing could happen at Tampa Bay in a week and a half. So 888-957-9570, the conversation that we've been getting in around all of this commentary from Brock and from Kyle Shanahan. I have the hardest time understanding why this is suddenly all about money for everybody. I don't even think you can make the point that has affected anything. The Niners have told us that it will. But you point this out constantly, the contract has not taken effect yet.
Right.
They've planned for it for years. So he was their guy before they signed the deal. He's still their guy now. This whole idea of once you sign a contract, now you're Superman, you're supposed to carry a team by yourself. The last show was calling them carriers. I'm with you. I don't think that exists. I think that's just kind of the movie script writer in all of our heads. We want this to be super romantic. Oh, you're 55, go out there and do your thing, man, and carry us. That's not football. It's not the way it works. And if, after one loss, you want to make this about the contract, no issues here, just want you to admit you didn't want Brock on the team in the first place. That's my take.
Yeah.
If you're already there, you didn't want him. You thought this was a terrible contract the second it was signed. And a lot of people did.
Right.
So if you feel that way, but just know that about yourself. You didn't want him.
Right.
If you're already there, you didn't want him.
And if you feel that way, know that he's making less than Trent Williams, Fred Warner, and I dare you to try and come up with a third player who's making more this year on a cap hit than Brock Purdy.
I could
give you 27 guesses and you won't get it.
Oh, wait. Well, no, there are others. Christian McCaffrey is.
No, he's making 8.369 on the cap.
Oh, on the cap.
Cap hit. There's one more player whose cap hit is greater than Brock Purdy.
Who were the ones you already mentioned?
Trent, 21.1. Fred, 16.1. And I guess if you went to...
Not George?
George, I guess he's hurt, so he's not... Nick and George, yes, but they're hurt.
Sure.
So there's one more who's not hurt.
One more.
Making more than Brock Purdy on a cap hit basis.
Oh, my God. I'm scanning.
So, yeah, Nick and George for sure.
Scanning
My
the
bad,
roster.
but they're on the injured reserve cap.
All good. I'll
They're not listed on the active cap because they're not active.
Boy, and you've already said, I won't get it with a million guesses. So
right.
now I'm, looking for these diamond in the rough types.
I mean, sure.
And
it's
one
not
more player.
Christian.
Who's I'm just going to say, because it's obviously a weird one, I'm going to say Huff.
It's close.
Okay.
The answer is Yetur Gross-Matos.
No way.
Making 9.473 on the cap.
Good for Yetur.
All you people who are Brock Purdy making 53 million people, yes, go ahead and put a pin in that until next year when he's making 53. And then we can look at the roster and say, well, they should have A, B, C, D, and E. And then we can all talk about the Trey Lance deal gone wrong because those guys would be here and those guys would be, mainstays, and they're not. And so Kyle and John, you've got to go. We can all have those conversations then. But right now, for me, the conversation is more about, is Brock going to be better than he was last week?
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. Appreciate your phone call, man. What's up?
Yeah, I was going to, ask you about that tweet, but you kind of explained it. But to me, it's not about the money.
Well, Dave,
So
can you explain the tweet? Like, are you talking about what I tweeted?
Yeah, what you tweeted.
Tell
'cause
everybody.
You said people were debating.
Yeah, tell everybody what I tweeted.
You say if you're debating Brock Purdy's contract, 2 games after he signed it, one of which he won, you didn't want him in the first place.
Correct.
Then that's fine. And to me, it's not about the money. Like I said, he's played 38 career games, so sample size pretty big. So in the last 19 games, so half of his career games, he has 26 TDs and 20 INTs.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good. So, and my issue with the whole Brock conversation is it's always an excuse when it's not looking good. It's Kittle's not there, or Trent's not trending anymore, or CMC's lost a step, or we lost Bosa, or it's always something. But when things are humming and everybody's there, everybody's healthy, he's the best quarterback ever. You know what I don't hear this in Tampa Bay. They're missing Tristan Wirth, their best player. You don't hear a peep. You're missing Godwin. You're missing Mike. It's like
Godwin.
At the end of the day, what they're going to look at is Baker Mayfield. They're going to look at Baker Mayfield. Did you win and how did you play? With Brock, there's always a caveat of, well, his foot hurt, or the grass was too hot that day, or it's always he'll get better, or the play calling, or it's always something.
All right, Dave, I get the voices that you hear, but let me ask you something. I'd love to challenge you a little bit. Let's talk about all the other players on the 49ers. Let's talk about them, because that stretch of games you're talking about, for the most part, I know this year's been kind of odd, and they're off to a 3-1 start, even though they're not playing great football. But for the most part, that stretch of games that you're talking about, the 49ers have been a bad team. Agree?
No, not entirely, but if you let me explain.
Sure, go ahead.
I think last year, okay, you didn't have McCaffrey. A lot of the stuff we knew going into the season, you didn't have Greenlaw, and then you had injuries during the season, Ayuk. I thought they had a good enough roster to compete at a higher level than they did. Okay, I think the injuries kind of get overblown a little bit, because some of the injuries you can kind of see coming in Trent, Kittle, McCaffrey. Some of those things, they've been injured pretty much throughout their whole career. So a lot of that is them just not having good enough depth. But, yeah, were they as good as 2023? No, to answer your question. They were not.
Okay, like when you look at last year's 49ers team, who do you think was like where you would point your finger as maybe what the problem is? Like, what if I just made it broad, the offense or the defense?
Offense. We have an offensive coach. The offense has not looked good in a very long time.
I don't have them in front of me, Dibs. You always do. DVOA, Niners offense last year versus Niners defense last year.
I just have the points for.
Okay.
They were 13th out of 32. Points against, they were 29th out of 32.
Dave, again, you've got your take, I've got mine. The Niners sucked on defense last year. One of the worst run defenses I've seen in recent times, certainly in the Kyle Shanahan era. What does that have to do with Brock? Maybe nothing, maybe something. My point is do you notice how you're only focusing on what happens to Brock when everything around him is or is not in good shape? Couldn't I do that with all of the players? Like, why don't we talk about Bryce Huff for a second? And Dave, thank you very much for the call. Really appreciate it. Like, how did the defensive line perform when their best player wasn't there? Nick Bosa's not there, and all of a sudden, for the first time in 10 years, they never even breathe on the quarterback.
Yeah, that's fair.
No quarterback hits, no quarterback sacks. So this idea that we're not allowing a trickle-down effect for the quarterback simply because he's famous and makes a lot of money, I think is silly. This is true for every team, every player, all the time.
He made the Baker Mayfield comp, and he didn't have Mike Evans last week, and, well, they lost.
They lost.
To Philadelphia,
right?
A team that racked up 180 yards of total offense.
And they did have Godwin, and they have a first-round receiver who might win Rookie of the Year, by the way. He's incredible.
He is, and, Baker was 22 of 40, and he threw a pick, and they lost that game. So we can cherry-pick whatever we want, and this is kind of where I take a little issue with my guy Matt Steinmetz, where we draw a line from the Baltimore game right before Baltimore where he was awful, and then we look at the numbers from there going forward. And last year, you and I have talked about it, and I think
this guy is such a D.
I think Brock was worse than you think, but either way, you look at how he played and how they did. They went 6-11. The offense was mediocre. The defense was bad. The special teams got a guy fired.
Yep,
so
there you go.
It is complimentary football. And this year, the one thing I do want everyone to remember, they're 3-1, and they're 3-1 when they can't run the ball. You've had a backup quarterback win 2 games. You had to fire a kicker. Your special teams are still not good, and your red zone offense is among the bottom 5 in football.
And you're the only team that doesn't rush for a touchdown.
Like all these things, if you want to look at all these factors and then go, it's Brock. Okay, Brock's played in 2 of 4. It's the O-line. It is
the everything.
It's the everything. It's the injuries. It's a lot of things.
And the fan base sounds like they're 0-4. We really do.
Right.
I want, if you just take a view from 10,000 feet and listen to all the media and look at everything online, it really does sound like the Niners are 0-4, and they're 3-1. I get
there are only 2 teams with a better record than them in all of football.
The Eagles and Bills.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're tied for 3rd in best record in the league, and yet we all want Brock's contract ripped up. Some want Shanahan run out of here. Some want McCaffrey either bubble wrapped or used more. Folks, you're 3-1. Can we all have some perspective? I get it.
I get the concern, sure, but yes, they are 3-1, which is a miracle. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. This is somebody agreeing with Dave in Fresno, and I'd like to rebut this. 415 says, I completely agree with Brock. It's always a caveat. Here's what I'd say to anybody who feels that way today. I would argue that it's actually what you're choosing to listen to. Whenever there's a Niner loss, you want to only make it about the quarterback. A lot of you won't hear anything else because he makes $53 million, which he doesn't even do yet. But because he makes $53 million, that's what I feel a lot of you are very hard-headed. It's very black and white thinking. The Niners lost, Brock Purdy. That's all you want to hear. And if anybody brings up anything else, no matter how much data or fact is behind it, as you just pointed out, Dibs, special teams that got somebody fired, a defense 29th in DVOA, a run defense that was absolutely melted butter. All of these things, if you bring them up, a lot of you believe it's a caveat or an excuse. No, these are things that are actually happening. Brock was terrible on Sunday. Who wouldn't say that? But if you want to only look at that, well, then you're obviously missing a ton of crap that happened in that game. Again, more special teams gaffes. Yeah, I had someone hit me on Twitter. This is a great example of it. Someone hits me on Twitter after the game and goes, how are you going to excuse Brock? He had 4 turnovers. And I went, perfect. See, you just you affixed every turnover to Brock.
Right.
One of them was a completed pass to his tight end who dropped the ball. And you don't want to allow for all the receivers who dropped all the balls. You don't want to allow for Travis Etienne taking off down the left sideline. You don't want to allow for special teams that played horrible
kick return for 86 yards.
You don't want to allow for that. So there's got to be a middle ground. These aren't caveats. These are things that are happening. And the Niners last year were not a very good football team. Brock was not as good as he was in years past. That's obvious. He also wasn't bad. He wasn't bad. He wasn't as good. He wasn't bad, and so far this year he's 1-1.
Yeah, and the team is 1-1, and he's also 1-1. And I just was thinking about this as you were going through that. And I'm not a Brock defender or a Brock apologist, but if you want to look at Sunday and give Brock the loss, I'm here for that because he was bad. Other things were bad, but you're the quarterback and you can't be that bad. Brock takes the L, but then you have to go to the opener, and I think it's only fair to give Brock the W where they get the ball back with 3.5 minutes to go, down by 3, and he's at his own 32, and they go down and they score a touchdown and they win the game. And he was the quarterback, and you can think what you want to think about the Tonjes throw, the lob ball to no one. I happen to think that it was a 50-50 ball, and the Niners made the play, but Brock gets as much credit for that as he does blame for the interception he threw to McCaffrey, which I thought was a bad throw. This also was probably a bad throw, but it's process versus results, and I'm a results guy, and the result was touchdown, winner. So if you want to look at Brock on Sunday and say, you lost that game, okay, I kind of agree, but you also have to look at week 1 and say, Brock, you won that game.
Sure.
I do.
Those are the rules. You just have to pick which rule you want to follow.
Sure.
I respect that. If you want to pin Sunday on him, fine, but then, yes, credit him for week 1. Or, for example, if you want to say, I hate the contract, but you said it in May, great. You hate the contract.
You may be right.
You might be right. And I might be wrong. And those of us who are on the side of I like the contract and I like the player, we might be wrong. And time is going to tell on that. But those of you who celebrated it in May and then are participating in a discussion about it today, those are the ones I don't get. I don't get you. I don't know, who on earth signs a 5-year long-term agreement and starts wanting to go about face after one loss?
That would be small sample size Sam, is who that is. As opposed to schedule
Sam.
This would be
sample
Steve.
Size is Steve.
Man, I apologize.
Steve is the one.
Yeah, I didn't see the name tag. Small sample size Steve.
Hey, Stink is going to hop in here. Don't forget, everybody, Mongo's joining us in 2 hours.
If he shows up.
John Feliciano, he wants a piece of Dibs. Dibs wants a piece of him. There's a lot more of him than Dibs. I don't know how we handicapped that, but whatever.
I'm going to DM him right now and just make sure that he's revved up.
That's happening at 5 o'clock. And then we need to talk about we got some Boch next hour.
And where do all roads lead?
Well, Kaminga.
Thank you.
Yeah, Steph. Steph is, he's ticked. Woo!
He doesn't do ticked.
Yeah, I think he does, but that's all still ahead. I'm glad you're with us. Let's have some fun, all right? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters Trust kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
make a new hire, or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way. Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
That fires me up, man. Just fires me up every time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm into it. And we're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Cubs win. Cubs win. Cubs 3. Padres 1. I will say this. Look, when the Giants are good, this city obviously turns out and spills out on the Market Street and 3rd Street, and it's amazing and all of that stuff. Chicago, after like a Cubs playoff win in Wrigleyville.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
They flew that W now.
They go fly that W.
Yep.
And, wow, those people are having a good time at 5 o'clock somewhere right now.
I got FOMO. I mean, you've got Cleveland-Detroit rivalry. It would be Giants-Dodgers, by the way.
Yes, it would.
Had they gotten the card, it's Yankees-Red Sox. I'm just feeling like I wish we were a part of that.
We got some more on that a little bit later on in the show, but right now joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast, now on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How is the podcast going, Mr. Mark Schlereth, who joins us on the River Islands guest line? What's going on, man?
It's going well. It's going exceptionally well, actually. So we're growing like a weed. Great podcast just got released today. I dare you to listen to it and not laugh hysterically. And there's still always going to be some good football on there as well. So it's going well, man. It's all good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. Well, I know you cover the NFL like a Snuggie. So, is there anything in that most recent pod about the 49ers, their quarterback situation, their injuries, their performance? What are you thinking right now after they suffered their first loss?
Well, I mean, they have had the injuries, obviously. Brock Purdy, who, I'm a big Brock Purdy fan, but he didn't look sharp. They didn't run the ball well. I mean, McCaffrey averaged, 2.5 yards, under 3 yards per carry. And meanwhile, all this tete-a-tete going on between Cohen and between your guys' defensive coordinator Xerxes. I look at those situations going on right there, and you got to stop the run game. They couldn't stop the run. Jacksonville Jaguars, that's a different football team, and I had predicted this coming into the season that team was going to be a lot better than people thought. I think they were going to win that division. I still think they're going to win that division. They're a much better football team than people gave them credit for, but I tell you what, Robert Saleh, and I wish they would have thrown down. That would have been awesome if they'd have just, I know you're not supposed to, and I know, you can't preach violence, but a little violence would have been awesome if they actually traded blows. That would have been great.
Liam Cohen, Robert Saleh, 10-round with 8-ounce gloves. How do you handicap it, Stink?
Oh, like I said, Xerxes, the Persian god, would have just absolutely obliterated Cohen, I think. Although Cohen did, and Cohen – he's one of those. He's got a dad bod, but I think he's a little tougher than probably he would get credit for. But I think Robert Saleh would open a can of whoop ass personally.
No, I love that, and I kind of wish that the defensive line without Bosa could bring that sort of can of whoop ass energy. And when you look at the game, outside of the ETN big run, how was the Niners defense unable to really slow down ETN in that run game?
Yeah, I mean that's that's a $64,000 question, and I haven't gone through the coaches tape on that game. I haven't really looked at the coaches tape yet. I just watched the replay, the 30-minute cut up replay. So ultimately it comes down to being able to have gap sound assignment, and you just can't let it happen to you. Now I will say this, Jacksonville, offensive line-wise, and I did the first game of the season for them, they are a physical group. I think Ezra Cleveland's playing as good as he's played, maybe the best football he's played. I love their left tackle, even though, he's probably not the most gifted of athletes, but he's a big, firm guy. I mean, they'll lean on you. And that's one of those things. I almost look at them kind of like I look at the Rams or the 49ers. I talked about this on the podcast today, as a matter of fact. When I played, we used to always sit around, and our coaches would say, the 49ers, this is the late 80s, early 90s, would say, the 49ers, they don't practice in pads. They're soft, they're soft. And then you'd go out to Candlestick, and they would just whip your ass. And you'd be sitting on the bus licking your wounds, and you'd be whispering to each other as players because you didn't want, the coaches are sitting up front, and you didn't want one of the coaches over here. And you're like, whispering like, you lied to us, man. Those guys aren't soft. Those guys are a bunch of badasses. And and I think that's kind of the style with which Cohen wants his guys to play. I think that's kind of the way the Rams are built right now. So And unfortunately, with the injuries and everything else, the Niners are not quite there yet.
Mark Schlereth is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. It's a perfect question for you, a former offensive lineman in a Shanahan system. Mark, why are the Niners not running the ball well?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is they're getting so much from a defensive standpoint. I don't think defenses feel completely threatened by their passing game right now, especially switching quarterbacks and, playing Mac Jones and now going back to Brock Purdy and the guys you have outside. And I'll equate this to kind of how I always felt about teams that didn't have a war daddy as a pass rusher. When you don't have one dude or two dudes that can flat rush the passer, then you're like, hey, man, we can get five guys out of the pattern at all times because we can go 5 one-on-ones. We can go 5-0 protection. We're not afraid to do that. And ultimately, we'll win. And I think when teams look at you and say, hey, man, there's nobody that truly threatens us outside the numbers. There's nobody out there that we're scared to death of. So if we sit there and say, man, we're going to load this box and we're going to live with the consequences, and you can't beat them consistently. I mean, come on, McCaffrey had 11 targets? Like, he led the team with targets. I think he had 5 or 6 receptions. Like, your running back, and I get that he's great, and I get that you can split him out and do a lot of things, but your running back can't be your number one target guy. It just can't. And so I think some of it is, hey, man, we are not going to allow you to run the football. We're just not going to allow you. And at this particular point in time, I don't think they're good enough to overcome that, and especially not in the passing game. You have got to be so good and efficient throwing the football that teams are so scared to bring that 8th guy up in the box that's when you get those big runs. That's when you get that wide open space. It's all a numbers game, and right now they can't win the numbers game.
Not only that, Stink, but it doesn't seem like they can really pass protect that well. Hines Allen had his way with Trent Williams, and if you can't run it and you can't protect, how do you go about finding that vertical passing game?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's really hard. I don't think there's not a team in the league that can drop back 40 whatever times and have success. You just can't. It's just impossible. The athletes on the other side are much better. And, you speak of war daddy pass rushers. Man, they got 2 with Hines Allen and the other cat they've got who's a damn good player as well. I can't remember his name right off the bat. I did do their game week 1, but I've taken a lot of shots to the head, so whatever. But they've got 2 guys they can really rush. Is it Walker on the other side? I don't know, but they've got 2 guys that can flat out rush the passer. So they're a really good defensive front. And you've got to be able to take pressure off of those guys by having some success. And if you got to sit back and, and ask your quarterback to do it, it's just a bad recipe. They got to get Ayuk's got to come back eventually. You got to get George Kittle back in the fold. You've got to have some other guys that threaten a defense that, you just can't pin your ears back and go, we're not scared of you guys right now. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to dictate to you as opposed to the opposite being true.
Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We're talking with Mark Schlereth, Stink, right here on 95.7 The Game. Speaking of having a great pass rusher, yeah, Nick Bosa's not coming back. And based on what I saw against Jacksonville, Stink, I think the Niners need to make a move as soon as the league will sort of start taking trade calls. What are your thoughts on that? Is Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati a match?
Trey Hendrickson's a great player. Yeah, so if you could go out and get a Trey Hendrickson, absolutely. He's in his 30s, but that guy can still rush the passer. So that would be great. Cincinnati ain't going anywhere, and they don't like paying guys anyhow, right? I mean, they're a garbage organization. So that would be one that I would reach out and ask if did I say that garbage? Don't tell anybody in Cincinnati.
No, this is just
garbage,
between
okay?
us right now, Stink. Just between the 3 of us, yeah.
Keep that on the down low between us guys. Trust tree, dude talk here, right?
Perfect.
One dude to another dude.
That's right.
So yeah, they're garbage. So yeah, that would be a guy I would reach out to and see if they want to unload him because they don't want to pay him.
That's a fact. And after last night, I think that most of America would agree that they are trash based on what they put out there. And they had their own wide receiver talking about how it didn't seem like they tried. But short of that addition, what can Robert Saleh do? Not a defense and a coordinator that loves to blitz a lot, and looked like they played a lot of bend but don't break. How might that work against Matt Stafford and a guy with an offense that can kind of carve you up?
Yeah, it's not a good recipe. I think the other thing that that the Rams have done here in recent years, there was a time where you guys just absolutely took the Rams and just took them behind the woodshed. My dad used to say that to me all the time when I was young. When I was a youngster and I started feeling a little salty, he'd be like, "Hey, you want to go behind the barn?" Like, you want to go behind the barn. And let me just tell you, my dad, poolside, my college buddies called him, my dad would whoop your ass. He was that, like, let's go. If you want to go behind, and of course I never challenged him because until I got a bit older, right? But right up until, even when I was in high school, I mean, that guy was frightening. And so anyhow, like, it's one of those situations where, that's who the Rams have become. There was a time when the 49ers would just line up against the Rams and absolutely thunder punch them on top of the head, and they'd walk away, just bludgeoning the Rams. Well, guess what? The Rams adjusted. The Rams looked at that and said, hey, man, if we're ever going to be able to compete with the Niners, we've got to flip the script, and we've got to become the bully. And they've done that in the last couple of years, man. Their offensive line, they've addressed that. They're good up front. And I always say this about them, Sean McVay always talks about illusion of complexity and, hey, how we are designed or disguised as a spread team, but we really run the ball and we're good at that. And then defensively, they've addressed their defensive line and their defensive front seven. And I'm telling you what, they're a really damn physical team, which they don't get credit for because, Matthew Stafford throws it around. They got a bunch of good receivers and all that kind of stuff, but they're really based on, and Sean will tell you this, we're based on physically just bludgeoning you and then opening up our passing game off that.
Hey, Stink, what's your perspective inside of a locker room and how, and I know contracts weren't like this when you were playing, but these quarterbacks now that are going north of $50 million, we've been kind of sparring with a lot of our listeners today because once you sign that deal, people want the quarterback to have a cape on, be Superman, and go do a bunch of stuff by himself, even when things aren't perfect around him. Is that fair? Like, what's your perspective on how the dynamic changes when somebody signs the big deal?
Yeah, well, when you sign the big deal, you sign it for what you've done already, and then they expect you to play really good. But the bottom line is, how many quarterbacks can wear the cape, right? I mean, Josh Allen, Mahomes. Beyond that, there's not a whole lot. And, Lamar, but let's face it, every time they get into a game against Kansas City, Lamar, they have a formula to beat Lamar, and so, they fall apart. But I understand the expectations. I understand you like, $50 million. The $50 million or whatever doesn't make him all of a sudden 6'5" and 245 pounds and can run. He's still the guy he is. So he's asked to operate within a system. He's asked to operate that way. And ultimately, you've lost players. You guys have not been healthy. You don't have a receiving core right now is currently constructed that is frightening. I think they're good. I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be a really good player. My affinity for Juwan Jennings. I think he's a really good player. But is he one of those guys that people absolutely fear? Do you get into a situation on third down and say, hey, man, there is no way we can leave this guy one-on-one? And I would tell you, nobody thinks that way. And so, for Brock Purdy, I get it. You guys see a bunch of money. I think one of the things you have to understand, the way the salary cap is structured, we like to point the finger at players. It's easier to do that than it is the organization or whatever. But I think Brock Purdy's a really damn good player. And then ultimately, I think that, you've got to be able to kind of support that guy because he's not, Josh Allen. And that's okay. You can still win. And he's gone to Super Bowl. He went to a Super Bowl and went to an NFC Championship game where he got hurt. He's been really, really good for you guys. So I just it's not Brock Purdy's responsibility to manage your cap And it's not anybody else's responsibility to manage your cap. That's your job as an organization. It's your job to develop players. And, ultimately you got to try to find out why your guys are always hurt. And I don't know what the answer to that is. I really don't. But they seem to be one of the most snake-bit organizations in football.
You mentioned that Brock's not a wear the cape guy. Is that kind of befitting the Shanahan system? Does he create a system not needing or even wanting a guy to wear the cape?
Yeah, I think he's relying on their system, their ability to run the ball, their ability to be a great play calling, their ability to set up your play action, create wide open opportunities for players. And that's great. And coaching is awesome. Coaching is awesome. And I think Kyle Shanahan's one of the best coaches in the National Football League, bar none. And you talk to anybody who does what I do for a living, and they'll tell you the same thing. But the bottom line is this. Coaches are great, but players are better. You got to have players. And, how good has Bill Belichick been minus Tom Brady? And the answer is he hasn't. He's been awful. And, and ultimately this stint in North Carolina, he'll probably never coach in the National Football League again. And it's kind of sad, but it is the reality of how it works. You got to have great players, and those players got to stay healthy if you're going to be able to be good.
Stink, you were good. That was awesome. Fantastic, man. We always appreciate your time, and we look forward to talking to you again in a couple of weeks.
My pleasure, guys. Be well, man. Take care.
You too. There he goes. That's Stink, everybody. That's Mark Schlereth and Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, who is the host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark is the host of the Odyssey original, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Remember to listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcasts.
Yeah, the Shanahan system, you got to be able to run the ball. And you look at them per carry, they are tied for 30th with Pittsburgh and just ahead of the aforementioned garbage franchise, Cincinnati.
I would like you to stop making excuses for Brock Purdy, Dibs.
I'm not the one making excuses. Those are the words from Mark Schlereth, the guy who played about 230 more games than I did in the league.
You're giving a caveat. Why won't you hold him accountable?
Oh, I do, and I have, and I did. It is you who is the president of Brockistan.
Well, I love when people do that because that is a label that I proudly wear on my forehead. I have no problem with that.
And that's where, and he talked about, he's not a guy who you want to wear the cape. And he named two people who wear the cape. He mentioned Josh, a grand total of two.
Yeah, Josh and
Lamar.
Right, which is the timing of this one is super funny.
Right.
Because Lamar's not wearing the cape.
He is, but
they're 1-3 and he's hurt.
Well, it's because he plays alongside Kryptonite, which is their defense.
Thank you, but why is wait a minute, you're making an excuse for him, Dibs.
I'm not.
Hold him accountable.
What I'm doing, Mark, is
he's been paid. He's supposed to win the game by himself.
I'm reinforcing the idea of complimentary football, and Stink just said it about the Niners, and that's why I asked him about the cape. And he said, well, with Kyle, you've got to be able to run the ball. And they're averaging 3.3 a carry, tied with Pittsburgh, ahead of Cincinnati, who the Bengals are averaging 2.6 a carry.
Dude,
my God.
They're literally, I don't know. I actually do know. I was going to say, I don't know why we don't talk about this more. I know why we don't talk about this more, because it's not sexy.
It's Cincinnati.
Yeah, no, not the Cincinnati part. The fact that somebody who has Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan are one of the worst rushing teams in the entire league. Let that sink in.
Right.
But I know why we don't talk about it. That's the other part of our conversation that we're having here. I know why a lot of you want to point to Purdy, because that's just a more fun thing to talk about. It's sexier. It's easier. It gets people going.
Right.
We can have a debate.
It's headline.
It works on Twitter. It doesn't work if you're like, well, average yards per carry, it just doesn't. But that's what's going on.
They are
that's
seventh.
What's going on.
They're 7th in yards per attempt passing. They're 30th in yards per rush running. So you tell me which part of the offense is more problematic right now.
I already know which. I'm
just saying. And numbers are numbers, right, and all the rest of it.
And those are complimentary also, by the way. Stink's answer to this is true. And in a way, Brock is at least a part of the reason why, because they're going to key on the run because they're not scared of their pass game. And you can say that's partly on Brock for sure. It's also, I guess, partly on the fact that Brock hasn't played 2 games. So it's on the fact that he either doesn't scare you or he's not even out there. And it has to do with the fact that the receiving core is so completely hampered. And it has to do with the fact that your future Hall of Fame tight end isn't in there. These are all true facts, but they don't work. They don't work on social media. They don't necessarily work very well on sports radio. And so here we are, hold Brock accountable. Okay. Like I would if you want to make that all Brock's fault, make it all Brock's fault. Nobody told you it was Josh Allen. Nobody told you he played last week. He was off last week.
Yeah.
Played a bad game. Who's saying otherwise? I'm very comfortable with the idea that even at $53 or more $million per year, you're going to need other things on your team to go well for you to succeed. It is actually even true for Lamar. Evidence this year.
Look at every other team, almost every other team. Look at Dak, who's 4-7-1 since he got the bag. He's got one receiver, a good tight end, no running game, and a terrible defense. They don't win. Jordan Love has been pretty good. They've got a number of good weapons. They've got a great running back, and they've got...
Although they're winless over the last 2 weeks in the NFL.
But 11-7-1 since he got the bag, and we can go all the way through it. And the majority of these guys, they need what Brock needs. Good players around them.
Right. They need a team that's functioning at a high level. All right. There's some of you want to weigh in on this. We're going to take that. But I also would love to throw out something new for everybody to weigh in on. And I think that this is, we should get to the bottom of this. Giants fans, listen up, because Buster Posey and Zach Manassian are going to speak at a press conference tomorrow at Oracle Park. And I think the Giants should hear this before they have their press conference. And what they should hear is your reaction to a very simple yes or no question. You want me back?
Hey, Mark. It's
Boch. Yes or no? The right move for the Giants or the wrong move? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that right now. Boch, yes or no? We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, and it's Willard Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. Winner, chicken dinner. This week's signature: select chicken, split breasts, boneless, skinless thighs, wings, value pack, or Foster Farms fresh and natural whole chicken. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2.
Add some healthy sides with Hass avocados or green bell peppers. 4 for $5 or just $1.25 each, and wash it all down with Mix and Match Pepsi, 7-Up, Polar Seltzer, or Pure Leaf Tea. Various sizes and varieties. Buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4 with your digital coupon plus CRV. Limit 2 free items.
As we say on the show, great, let's drink. All right, these and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details. And as always, we will see you in the aisles.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure. On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm. We're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up for 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vid. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
I love this show, too. Though I am contractually obligated to do so.
Yeah. Well, you aren't really. You're just contractually obligated to show up and be here until 5:57. Yeah, you don't have to love it. You don't even have to yike it.
I know, but I'll live my life that way.
I know.
I'm going to do something I don't want to do every day.
Unless your contract is different than mine, there's no clause in mine that says, oh, no, you're going to like it.
No,
and you're going to love it.
That's like it's a clause that I put in there.
Gotcha.
It's imaginary. It's an imagination sensation.
So if I get you in a certain mood, then you will be in breach of contract.
Well,
I've been able to get there a couple times.
Yeah. Bad mood doesn't mean I don't like the show.
Fair.
I'm just in a bad mood.
Yeah, that's fair. And that's almost never. You have you're like Steph Curry at the foul line in terms of mood. Like, you get to the foul line, it's going to be your mood at the line.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to look. I mean, those are You gonna make them both now?
Yeah, that's 2 points.
Yeah.
I'm not chewing on anything, all day long like that.
No.
That's a little unsanitary.
I'm a little bit more like Draymond at the foul line. I might make them both and punch somebody.
Squad.
You just never know.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. Our Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line was sure definitive on the Bochy thing. Let's see, 650. Bochy? Hell yeah. 650. Yes. That's 4 yeses. Let's see.
Which was unnecessary.
Yeah, how about 650? Bochy? Yes. Just 3. Just 3 yeses this time.
Well, that's homage to Hunter Pence.
Yeah, exactly.
National TV personality.
650. Bochy should never have left in the first place. It was the idea of bringing in Farhan that erased everything we had built up years prior. Bochy is, let's see, he's got some other thoughts on Bochy and what kind of led to that. But let's see. I think we got breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Jonathan Kaminga agreed to a contract.
What? With who?
Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors are in agreement on a contract. Kaminga agrees to a 2-year, $48.5 million deal to return to the Golden State Warriors. The deal has a team option in year 2. So, of all of the options that were on the table, obviously Jonathan could take the qualifying offer. Jonathan had a 3-year fully guaranteed deal at $54 million. Jonathan had a 2-year, a 1+1 with a team option for $48. That's what he took. He also had a 3-year deal at $75 million, which was a 2-year plus a team option. He selects the 1+1, which maximizes his first year money. So he gets the guaranteed money, which I think is up to about $23 million for year 1. It's a team option in the following year, which means this can work as a tradable 2-year deal. It can also work as an expiring contract. My very, very quick analysis on this is that Jonathan Kaminga has decided to, A, maximize his money in year 1, but B, also maximize the likelihood of getting himself out of Golden State as soon as possible in the way of the Warriors being able to move him. This is a very, very tradable contract.
Right, and the Warriors ultimately put their offer up. This is from Sham saying they ultimately increased its offer by $8 million in the 2-year framework to guarantee him approximately $15 more than his qualifying offer would have for this season. So this year it's basically 23, and then for the next year it's 25.5 with the team option on that. And ultimately, if you're a team that might want to acquire Jonathan Kuminga and you like him, then you trade for him before February, and then you exercise that option for 25.5, and you hope he likes you to the point where you can then extend him and keep him. So the Warriors gave up nothing in terms of control. They gave up a little bit more money, and they sweetened the pot for Kuminga progressively, and ultimately you got to the point where tomorrow was the deadline, so he's down to 32.5 hours to where they had to make a decision, and he took the money and not run. He took the money and he stayed. Knowing full well that the bigger the number in year 1, the likelier it is that the Warriors will trade him, either aggregate him and trade him or just trade him straight up. So smart move, and tip of the cap to his agent, Aaron Turner, because they pushed this all the way, and whatever ill will you developed with the organization, that might go a long way toward actually getting you out of here even sooner.
Yeah, although I would actually say, this is essentially kind of the deal that's been on the table for a little while.
I thought that one was 45, 2 years and 45 was. I thought that's where that number was when Aaron Turner came on with Steiny and Goo about 10 days ago.
Maybe. What we're talking about, a couple $1 million for the first year. I do think that the number 23, from what I understand, is a very significant one, because if you go over that, if they went over the number 23 in year one, that would zap that last roster spot that they're hoping to use on Steph's brother. I think that this allows them to now, so that's my hope, is that sometime before we go to bed tonight, you'll see the rest of the contracts all become finalized. Al Horford, DeAnthony Melton, and maybe Seth Curry gets that last guaranteed roster spot for the Warriors, but we'll see. That's a question for a different day. But the bottom line here is that I'm really also happy the Warriors did not blink on this idea of a player option. I think a lot of fans, I've heard from a lot of fans who really thought, what's the difference? Team option, player option, whatever. And to me, it's a big, big deal. And I'm really glad the Warriors did not blink on that part. If it's a couple more $1 million for year one, great. Do that. Who cares?
Right.
But do not turn the team option into a player option. That significantly lowers the value of the contract in a potential trade. Instead, what you now have, as you just pointed out, an acquiring team, let's say they do this in February, an acquiring team gets a half year to look at Jonathan Kuminga, and then they get to the end of that year. If they love him, they get him for another year at a pretty good price, $25 million. If they don't, they can opt out, and then that gets him to free agency very quickly. And even if he plays the life of the deal, this gets him to unrestricted free agency in 2 years, less than 2 years, actually, at the end of 2 seasons from now. Yep. And Jonathan will still be, 24? So it gets him to free agency at a very young rate. This makes sense, but I'm glad that cool heads prevailed. I never bought that he was going to take the qualifying offer. That would have been a disaster. That never made sense. And I'm also glad that the Warriors did not blank and turn this into a player option. So this is probably as good of a resolution, at least on a temporary front, that we were going to get based on where we arrived. I still think there are some emotions to navigate. We'll see how that plays out. It's going to be hard for him to do. He's done it before.
This is what I actually thought was going to happen.
This is the best case scenario.
You and I talked a couple of weeks ago about what would you do if you were Kaminga, and this is what I thought that they would do and should do, because it gives them that flexibility where even if the Warriors don't trade him, it's 2 years and you get $45 million. Turns out the offer went up to $48.5. So the Warriors threw in a little bit of a sweetener, a year two sweetener, like you're saying, because you can't get over 23 because that would hard cap you and blah, 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 all the rest of the rules. But there was a certain number that they couldn't meet in year one, but they got to a point where, all right, we're going to sweeten you up in year two, but it's a team option. So if we do trade you, that team that acquires you is going to have to carry with you that $25.5 million in year two. So that becomes something that if you're Kaminga, you realize the reality of it, which is, all right, now it's up to Kaminga to go out and play well and play hard and do all the things that you're supposed to do and get to a point where, all right, maybe you're helping the Warriors be good again, so you stay, or you're playing as well as you can and you're doing great, and then the Warriors decide that they find somebody else they want more, and then they trade you, but the acquiring team is looking at going, man, Kaminga came out and he's averaging 15.5, and he's doing all the things that, his agent said that he would do if he played 30 minutes, and darn it, now he's doing it, so now we want Kaminga. So for me, this is a win-win because the Warriors maintain control in year two, and Kaminga now has a real incentive. He's paid, and he has an incentive to go out there and play great.
Absolutely. Like, I will add that Shams also kind of added to this. The deal with that team option is designed for the contract to be ripped up and renegotiated next summer. Now, that's kind of, I think, in the eyes of Aaron Turner, who's probably the one who's breaking this to Shams. But, obviously the team can also opt out. He may not even be on the Warriors by then. But to your point, if he plays great, if he goes out and he plays great, then yes, you can sort of rip up the deal and renegotiate. Now, I don't know if there's some sort of a wink, wink, nod, nod, like we're going to rip this up and renegotiate it next summer, because if he plays great, why wouldn't the Warriors just be like, no, we're going to pick up the team option?
Yeah.
But then maybe there's be an extension that would be involved in it. I don't know. There's a lot of ways this can go. I still think option A is most likely. that the Warriors will try to trade him come January, February, but we'll see. Now you get to go into, let's gather the data, because here's the other thing. I don't think he's going to get DNPs. I really don't.
No.
He's going to play. He's going to play. They're going to have to try to figure it out. If he gets DNPs, it's because they try to play him and it ends up not working. But those DNPs came in the highest of leverage moments going into and then into the playoffs, where the Warriors felt like there were no minutes to kind of mess around and test things and whatnot. And Jimmy Butler's here and Jonathan's coming back from injury and all of that stuff. That won't be the case at the start of the year. So is he going to get 30 minutes a night? I doubt it, but he's not going to get DNPs. Jonathan is back, and now it is his job to get the head totally screwed on straight and then go play good basketball and go play it the way I would argue the Warriors would like him to play it.
And I think he will get 30 minutes a night some nights, and it depends on which games and which situations, and you've got an older team and you've got back-to-backs, and if you're going to add Al Horford in the mix, then your team got even a little bit older than what you thought your old team was before. And GP2 is a guy in his 30s who's had a little bit of an injury history, not a terrible one, but a guy who's going to miss some games. So there are minutes for Kuminga between now and January, February, and the Warriors do have an ability to trade him before the deadline, long before the deadline,
sure,
if they see fit and they find something that is going to work for them. But this, for me, is a win-win. It's the kind of contract that I thought would have been the ultimate way to resolve it, because the team does not give up control, and it's a little bit of a Jordan Poole deal where, the number next year is the number next year. We may never even see that. What the Warriors got is a tradable player with a tradable salary that can now be used in January or February to bring in a player that they like more than Jonathan Kaminga.
I will agree with you that it's a win-win based on where we arrived and what was currently available. I do think that there were better ways for this summer to go for the Golden State Warriors and for Jonathan, for that matter. This was one hell of a ride, and believe you me, not everybody in the organization, and probably Jonathan too and his agent, were not thrilled about this experience. And Draymond Green has talked a lot about this. These things are hard. These players are hardwired to also get over it. And so Jonathan's going to have to do that. But one more tweet from Shams that I would like to now pass along to everybody. And by the way, with this breaking news that obviously we've all been waiting for months and months, it's here and we're here. Therefore, we're here for you. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will take your calls right now and throughout the afternoon on your reaction to what the final answer is on this Golden State Warriors Jonathan Kuminga puzzle. Once again, what has happened is Kuminga has agreed to a 2-year, $48.5 million contract. Year one is the only guaranteed year, $23 million. Year two is a team, a Warriors option on year two. That, in theory, gets Jonathan to free agency a little bit quicker, but also add this in. Shams just tweeted it a minute ago. Kaminga chose this 2-year deal over the 3-year deal so he can maintain a higher level of control over his immediate future. The Warriors never wavered on team option frameworks. Now, both sides understand the likelihood of exploring trades when Kuminga is eligible in January. So I also want to add in, this is not kumbaya. It's not. This was never a perfect situation. It obviously has been dragged on and on to the level of high frustration on both sides. And this agreement does not mean, in my estimation, that everybody is like, sweet, gather around the campfire, let's make s'mores, we ride together. This is still very much a temporary relationship in the eyes of both sides, at least in all likelihood. That's my guess. And this is as tradable of a contract as he could have signed. And so there's a lot of games to happen and there's a lot of things to unfold. So this could go a lot of directions, but I would still think that right now it's likely that Kuminga's time in Golden State has 6 months left.
Perhaps, yeah, and actually less than that.
Less,
if you want to talk about him being eligible to be dealt in January, it might be 3, might be, October, November, December, and then he could be on the move in January ahead of the February deadline. But it's interesting about a couple things. One, if you look around the league, the association, and you look at players who make about $23 million, there are some veterans, there are some expirings, there are some pieces that might fit better than Kuminga. And the other part of it is, and I've always taken Steve Kerr at his word about Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, and the DNPs. They really didn't have a chance to practice it, work it out, figure out what might work. And now you've got a game on Sunday, a preseason game. I don't know if he'll be ready to go against the Lakers. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, who cares?
You've got about 3 weeks of run-up until the start of the regular year. You've got some time to figure out how this might actually be better than what it was in March and April, because when he came back and Jimmy was here, they didn't have the practice time to really figure out how it might work. Now, you can call it a cop-out, whatever you want to call it. I take them at their word. And also now, Kuminga's a Warrior. He's a Warrior until he's not a Warrior. And while he's a Warrior, he needs to play because he's a good player and he's young. And as his agent said, he's a guy who can eat minutes, and you're going to need people to play minutes on an older team.
Yeah, I would suggest, and I know that Aaron Turner would walk this back if he could. I would go rebound no matter how many minutes you get. I wouldn't wait for 28th minute to be like, I'm on you know what I mean? That was a bad statement.
He stated it the wrong way.
Completely.
Yes.
I don't know if he fully meant it that way, but that's how it absolutely was said. And so, to me, yes, Jonathan is going to play. Here's kind of what I'm happy about in this moment. I still have questions that need to be answered, and they will when the season starts. There's two things I want to point out that I'm happy about today, one on each side. I've already sort of stated the Warrior one. The Warriors unequivocally, absolutely should not blink on the team option framework, and they didn't. So for me, good job, Warriors, there. Again, this was not a perfect situation. There wasn't a perfect answer. But this is about as good as what they could have gotten to. And as for Jonathan, I think that Jonathan, I don't think his agent was great, but Jonathan, in the end, took a deal the day before we got to the deadline and he did not take the qualifying offer. He, in theory, I think, left room for Seth Curry to join the team, and now he will be here for the start of training camp. This is yet another brick on the wall, and it's a good one, by the way. This is a brick on the wall of no matter how frustrating and annoying all of this has been between Kaminga and the Warriors, Jonathan has never publicly caused a huge fuss.
That's right.
And he deserves a lot of credit for that. And he just did it again. Because honestly, I know there was a couple million sweetener in there, but Jonathan did not get what he wanted. He did not. They threatened the qualifying offer. The bluff got called, and it was right to call the bluff. They were not going to take the QO. They demanded a player option. They didn't get it. Sometimes you don't get what you want in a contract.
Yeah.
He took it. He took it on time. He made room for teammates. He's going to show up. The next question is, are you now focused and you're able to compartmentalize and play good basketball? That's a question.
Guess he would be.
I would guess so too.
And the conversation is now ramped up because the news is breaking. Kuminga signs for 2 years and $48.5 million, $23 million year one guaranteed, $25.5 the second year on a team option. Obviously not guaranteed because the team can give him a Ariana Grande and say thank you next. And so he gets $23 million this year instead of $7.9. And if the Warriors don't want him around, he gets his freedom after a year. And if they do want him around, well, now it becomes a 2-year, $48.5 million deal. Yep. Or the Warriors can trade him in January. So I kind of think that Kuminga, he didn't get what he wanted, because what he wanted was what Jalen Green got, which is 3 years and $105, and that wasn't happening. So this is better than what he was going to settle for. And the threat of the qualifying offer was just that. You're right, a threat. So instead of 7.9 and everyone's miserable, now he gets $23 million and everyone's not miserable. It might be a little bit awkward. And the awkward thing will be, as Guru likes to say, the rat on the table, which is they're going to be trying to trade him and he's okay with it.
Yeah,
that's going to be the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco.
I look at it as kind of a staircase of not getting what he wanted. Like you bring up, he wanted what Jalen Green got. Okay, that's step one. All right, if you can't have that, what do you want next? Well, I want to be a son or a king. All right,
you don't get that.
You don't get that either. Okay, what's next? Well, then I want a player option.
Right.
No, I'm sorry, not getting that either.
No.
Okay, well, then you got this. And again,
this is not the bottom of the staircase.
No.
It certainly isn't the top, though. I'll give you that.
But I'm trying to give him credit here because he did not get what he wanted. He did not. Aaron Turner sat here on these airwaves, and they were like, we're not doing team option. And here we are, a day before the deadline, and yes, you are. Yes, you are. But I want Jonathan to get credit for that because my concern all along was at what point are we now, the interests are so competing that you are using this situation to basically get in the way of Warrior basketball. And he didn't do that. There's one more round to hit, which is now you got to go play well, stay focused, don't get into sideline spats with Kerr or whatever. But don't let it get in the way of the season. And he didn't. And he took a deal that he's probably not thrilled with. He gets 23 million ways to get over it, but he's probably not thrilled with it. But he's now a highly paid man, and there is some sort of get-out-of-town card that's tucked in there seemingly sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
that's good.
I don't think that he's necessarily that disappointed because
well, it's not what they said they wanted.
Of course, but you always can say what you want, and they can say what you're going to get. And if the truth, like you say in negotiations, a good negotiation always lands in the middle, and that's where this is. And if you're Kuminga, worst case, you play for 23, you don't get traded, and they turn down your option, and now you're a free agent. Best case, you play for 23, you get dealt somewhere where you can cook, they pick up your option, now you get 48.5, and you get to play somewhere where you actually get to cook and do what you want.
888-957-9570. Kaminga and the Warriors have a deal. It's a 1+1 2-year deal, team option on year 2, $48.5 million deal. The Warriors and Kaminga experience at long last, at least this version of it, is over. We'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to give some advice to a young person who maybe just came into $23 million. Fremont Bank. You're here. You're local. Take that money to Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. And you know what? They'll take your 23 large and they will reinvest it into business and home ownership and everything else that makes your Bay Area where you're going to play basketball for a significant amount of time. Hopefully, they're going to make the Bay Area great on the backs of your money and also my money, and the money that I deposit may be a little shy of 23 mils, but it's something, and I'm proud to have my money with Fremont Bank. They've been doing it since 1964. That is 61 years in business, and they've built a local ecosystem, and it's been created around relationships with the bank and the customers and the employees and the businesses and the home ownership here in the Bay Area, everything else that makes our Bay Area so great. 21 branches throughout the Bay, and the money continues to circulate right here locally. It's not a big box bank. The money doesn't go out into other cities and other states. It stays right here in the Bay Area, and that matters to me. So if you've come into a good sum of money here in the last half hour or so, take your money to Fremont Bank. They're here for you and here for good.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and autopay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we are, JK.
Yeah, Jonathan Kaminga will remain a Warrior, ... for now. But if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors have agreed to terms. They will not make it to deadline day, and it is not on the qualifying offer. Jonathan chooses, with a little extra money sprinkled in, a 2-year deal with a team option for year 2, which means it's really a 1+1. This is a 1-year guaranteed deal with a Warriors option for year 2 at $48.5 million. Year 1 is $23 million. I need to ask some people out there, maybe send some text messages here in a little bit. But my understanding is in keeping that year one contract at $23 million, it does leave the Warriors some control over their 15th and final roster spot, which has been rumored to be ready for Seth Curry. Not Steph Curry, Seth Curry. And I was very hopeful that he is going to be on the team, and so we'll see. We'll see about that. But we're taking your calls right now. The JK experience has finally got an answer. Both sides are in agreement that it is likely that come January, when eligible, Jonathan will be a part of trade discussions. So that doesn't change. But what does change, the threat of the qualifying offer and everybody being as angry as all get out, that's not going to happen. We also don't get the tension of the final day and the marching toward midnight Eastern tomorrow. We get training camp opening, and Jonathan Kaminga is on the team at $23 million this year. For me, and this isn't about, I don't want to do who won the deal, because I think that in the end, what I'm worried about is Warrior fans, and I think that this is as good of a conclusion as we can get right now. But I do want to say that I think the Warriors, in the end, did a great job here, because there were two things that they really, really were after, I think. One is control. That option needed to be a team option. It maximizes his trade value, and the Warriors were firm on that. And the second thing is, we know Joe Lacob has been out somewhat in the public saying it. The second thing is they absolutely, unequivocally had to avoid the idea of losing Jonathan Kuminga for nothing. And this deal checks both of those boxes. So in the end, I think the Warriors, they did a good job in finding something that works for them in what was obviously a very challenging situation.
Yeah, and I think that Aaron Turner, the agent, did a great job, and I want to personally thank him up front and just say...
Why?
Because the deal got done today. If the deal got done yesterday was already an unbelievable bleak show of emotion and topics with Melvin and
the Niners loss.
And the Warriors media day.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 o'clock on a Tuesday where we're starting to put Jacksonville in the rear view. There's playoff baseball, but I can't even watch it because I'm so nauseous. And Buster Posey, he spent a day doing nothing. So, yeah, you got it done on the Tuesday. Attaboy, Aaron Turner. And I also look at what they got, and I mentioned this to you last week or the week before. If I was Turner and Kaminga, this is what I would have aimed for, because at the very worst, and it's not the worst because you're going to get $48.5 million, but if the Warriors have you for a year, they don't trade you, and they pick up your option, and you have to play there for 2 years, and you don't get to cook, and you get what you get, which is sporadic minutes, you get $48.5 million, and at that point, you are unrestricted, and you can put the deuces up, and you're gone. But the reality of the situation is your $23 million, which is on the books now, is so covetous and tradable that you are likely to get dealt. And I'm just looking at the list. DeMar DeRozan makes $24.5. Kyle Kuzma's making $22. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is making $21.
Yep.
Marcus Smart's making the same. These are all guys on limited deals who are veterans, and we can play who fits the best later. But if you don't think Kaminga is the dude, there's a small list of guys who make about what he makes who you might like more than the way you like Kaminga.
Well, I know you love this reference. You know when Bob Barker on Price is Right used to do hole in one or two? Yeah, same thing here. They've got 2 chances to trade Jonathan Kaminga. It's this February, and in theory, the February after that, if it weren't to happen. And at that point, Jonathan would not just be a bendable contract at about $25 million. He would also be an expiring deal.
Or it could be a sign and trade at that point.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of options here. And again, what I know the Warriors really, really were against was the idea of losing the asset. I hate calling players assets, but losing the asset for nothing. And now this gives them, in theory, 2 winters, if needed, to find the right deal and help the current core of Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. I'm sure the Warriors and Jonathan would probably want that this time around versus Next time around, I think that there's a lot of room for feelings to come back up if you do that. But in theory, the Warriors keep the team option on a 2-year deal. Jonathan will make a lot of money. Hopefully he plays and plays great and fits and all of that. But that's kind of for another day and a whole nother month and a whole nother life, quite frankly. Most importantly, what the Warriors now have is an incredibly movable contract that will be coveted by other teams around the league.
Yeah, especially if you're a team that wanted him before. And I mentioned DeMar DeRozan, who's making just a tick more, and he's got a 2-year deal. So if you're in this 2-year Steph Curry window, I don't know how much you think DeMar DeRozan fits because he's more of a high-volume scorer, but the dude can score. So if he is your sixth man and he's able to come in your backcourt and be a scorer, that might be somebody you could be interested in. Sacramento has already been open about liking Jonathan Kuminga. We heard the agent talk about B.J. Armstrong reaching out to them. B.J., of course, now working for Sacramento. So there are many of these dominoes that are going to fall, and much of this topic that we can get into down the road. But for now, if you want to talk about who won the deal, I think the Warriors won it in a slightly greater way because now they're almost guaranteed to not lose the asset for nothing. If they have him here for 2 years, and after 2 years they don't get anything for Kaminga, well, that's on the Warriors even more so than it would have been. But now they've got the control. They've got control of Kuminga. They can trade him in January. You mentioned they can trade him in July. They can trade him the following January. And they can do a number of different things to make sure they recoup something. Ideally, Kuminga plays great and you win the championship this year.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
I mean, that's what everyone's hoping for.
Listen, after everything that all of this has all been through, I kind of want to avoid the whole who won the deal thing. I get where you're coming from, but I just kind of want to know how people feel about the final answer, which we now have. Jonathan stays for now, 2-year deal, $48.5 million, team option for year 2. It's a 1-year guarantee at $23 million. It leaves room for the 15th roster spot. That might be Seth Curry. We'll see. But Warrior fans, how do you feel about the answer where we have arrived? 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now and throughout the afternoon here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. We also want to bring to this party the commentary that many of you may have missed, and it came from the Warriors at Media Day yesterday. And as Dibs said, it kind of got largely swallowed up because the Niners had just lost a frustrating game. The quarterback's hurt again. Bo Mel has been fired. And so we just didn't get to a lot of this, but it's still interesting even though we now have our final answer. And that is Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler talking about the situation with that Jonathan Kuminga at that time was in. So let's start with this. Here's what Steph said his message to Kaminga was.
Negotiations are hard. We all know that. The idea of everybody's situation is a little different. Everybody can come up with whatever narrative they want to. It's how business kind of goes. You know, some things are pretty straightforward, some things aren't. This is definitely in the aren't conversation or category. But when he comes and he's here, he should be a professional and do exactly what he expects to do and take advantage of his opportunities to help us win. Like everybody who's in the locker room, that's what you're committed to do. And so I don't have any concerns that he'll approach it that way. And that's what we expect.
Okay, I think that's the next important question. And I actually have a pretty high level of confidence on that, which is that this is kind of a deal that I would hope allows for, at least on the temporary sense, it allows for the locker room to stay okay. It allows for Jonathan to come in and be working for a team goal as opposed to an individual goal. Still have concerns, no question, because this is tough now. Let's not make it sound easy.
I have no concerns about that.
That's fine.
I mean, because Kuminga's never, in my eyes, he's never played like he has individual goals. And if he was on the qualifying offer, I would worry about that. But now that he's got this deal and he's making $23 million, I don't think that it does him any good to play in that fashion.
I would argue that, and I would bet you $1 billion that in a private room, Steve Kerr would tell you that he absolutely plays sometimes with individual goals in mind. That's the problem. That's the problem that they've had. And so now he's being paid, And they all know the agreement is to kind of kick the can down the road, but this doesn't change anything. Jonathan is not like, yay, I'm a Warriors now. Like, if Jonathan wanted to really be a Warrior, he'd have signed the 3-year deal. But he signed the 2-year deal. So I hear what you're saying. I think it's challenging because Jonathan is still going to be thinking about who he thinks he can be, maximizing his value. I don't blame him for these things. It's hard to achieve that in limited minutes on a team that wants you to maybe play in a little bit of a different fashion. It's challenging. I'm not saying it's not doable, but it's very challenging. As you all know, Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, came on for a long time with Steiny and Guru. And there was the implication that Jonathan plays better when he gets the minutes and will play better if he gets the contract that he wants. Steph had something he wanted to say about that.
When his agent comes out and says, if we get the contract we want, we'll be committed to doing everything we can to win a championship, what is your reaction to something like that and the idea of conditional commitment?
I only listen to my teammate. I don't listen to agents or anybody who's speaking on behalf. I hear that from JK.
What have you heard from JK?
Yeah, he'll be committed when he gets here. I just know from man to man, he didn't want to have to be in the way of anything. So let that situation play out. He can speak for himself.
Okay.
Love to hear that.
That's a phenomenal answer.
Which is hilarious because Steph Curry hears everything. He's the petty king.
Right.
So
Right.
I have no doubt that he listened to every single second of that interview. But that's the correct answer. I don't listen to anybody other than my teammates.
Yep.
So when his teammate gets in, and hopefully it's tomorrow or I don't know when it will be, I'm sure there'll be conversations about, with Draymond and probably not Jimmy, because Jimmy's not. Jimmy was
basically like, I don't even want
Jimmy's like, where's Buddy? I feel like teasing somebody. Steph and Draymond, I'm sure, in a player-to-player conversation will be like, okay, I know it's not ideal, but if you want the best for you and the best for us, they're the same thing, which is you go out and you play and you do what you do. And the question was a fair one. I do think that the agent, not that he misspoke, but what he was trying to say is if Kaminga gets regular minutes, then he is going to be better at all these things. The way it came out was if he plays, he'll rebound.
Right.
And if he doesn't play, he won't rebound.
I mean, well, he was also talking about the past. Like he pointed to data where he's like, if you notice that when he gets 25 minutes, then he plays hard. And I was like, ooh, good Lord. Do you realize what you're saying right now? It's a terrible look. And I'm with you. I don't think he meant it to come out that way, but it clearly did.
That's the way it came out.
It clearly did.
Yep.
All right. We'd love to hear from you, Jay in San Jose. First up, 888-957-9570. What is your reaction? How are you feeling as a fan with this final kind of reality to the JK situation? A 2-year deal, $48.5 million. It's a team option for year 2. $23 million for year 1, and JK stays for now. Jay in San Jose. Hi, Jay. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So my conversation is more about the narrative at first was that Kaminga doesn't fit now that we got Jimmy Butler. If he doesn't fit then and we still got Jimmy now, why is it all of a sudden that ain't the conversation? If they had to go behind closed doors and say, if you sign this contract, 2 years, team option, why won't you just say, we're going to trade you right after that? You make yourself more tradable. So now going into, media day, everything is smooth.
Well, Jay, I think it is that.
So now is as if, does he fit now?
Well, I don't think that. So here, it's a fair question. I still don't think it has an answer. I can tell you because we've talked about this so much and talked to Steve so much about it. And Jay, stay on. I'd love for your reaction to this. I think the Warriors would tell you that whether or not JK can now fit is still a question that they couldn't really get an answer to in a short period of time. Jimmy's on the team. They're playing very well. Jonathan comes back from injury. They try to jam him in there and make it work. The team kind of starts playing worse. So they get to the playoffs and feel like we don't have any more time to experiment with this. I think they'd like more time to experiment with it, and they now have a little bit more time and less high leverage moments. So that's point one. But your other point about a trade, that's still very much out there. We're not kidding ourselves. The reason the Warriors did this deal was not because he now fits. It's because this is the best way for them to hold on to the asset and see if they can try to get something for him on the market down the road. What do you think, Jay?
I just think I'm just sick of the narrative as if every time Steve Kerr says something a certain way, we got to run with it as if we're not educated basketball people. I've never heard someone say your best player or most athletic player, young and talented, don't fit because you got another person. You figure it out. So now we transfer to the DNPs and we giving them benefits of the doubt because whatever. But let's go back to the Olympics. Look at Jason Tatum out on the court. This guy is a hard worker, don't cause trouble with nobody. First day, DNP, Steve Kerr tried to say, oh, we didn't know, we forgot. Then he do it again, and then he tried to say, oh, it was a matchup problem. What I'm trying to say is there's a certain type of player that Steve Kerr just doesn't like, and we try to feed it as if it's all about basketball.
Yeah, Jay.
What is that type of player, I wonder? Jay?
I mean, Jay, you're basically saying that he doesn't like athletic wings? Is that what you're getting at? All right, Jay's non-responsive.
Yeah, as far as the fit goes, I do believe that there is credence to the discussion about having some lead time and some practice time and the ability to try it out in, I don't know, October in preseason games and early in the season. And if you look at when Jimmy came and JK wasn't there, by the time Jonathan Kuminga came back, he didn't get DNPs, by the way, right away.
Not at all.
And I'm looking at the log here. It was 20, 20, 27, 23. He played minutes. He played basketball games, and Jimmy Butler was out there. So they got to look at it. And then you got into that high leverage spot, and they didn't feel like he was the right fit for those games and those combinations.
Yeah, and I really, look, there's going to be high-level disagreement here. I do not think that Steve Kerr doesn't like a certain type of basketball player. Like when Jay says, and I always, you hear this from everybody, he's your most athletic player. Figure it out. Well, who's that on? Who's that on? Who needs to figure it out? Because there is absolutely a give and take here. Do the Warriors want JK on the floor? Well, in a lot of situations they do. But figure it out also means you need to play a certain way. The offense goes through Steph Curry, and when Steph Curry's not there, it goes through Jimmy Butler. And does Jonathan see the court and want to do that? The answer is not always, and that's a fact. You can go look at video, you can look at the analytics. That's a fact. Is that all on Jonathan? It's not all on Jonathan. But this isn't about Steve not liking a certain type of player, and it's not about that kind of player. An athletic player doesn't fit. It's often about what the Warriors are doing, what their approach is, and then what decisions that player makes when he gets onto the floor. And I don't even hold this against him. He's 22. And he's trying to maximize his value. That's what human beings do.
And when he played before Jimmy came, he was given license to play a certain way.
Absolutely.
He was basically your number two scorer, and he was able to go out there and cook. And when Jimmy came and he got healthy, it was no longer go cook, because when you get into ISO, Jimmy Butler is better than almost anybody in the league at that. So now Kaminga had to be a different player, and that doesn't fit what he does.
And the bottom line, no matter what everyone wants, because everyone's trying to rewrite history on this is just true. When Jimmy arrived, the Warriors got better. And whether or not the Warriors had a winning record with Jonathan before Jimmy, and then they had a losing record with the bottom line is prior to Jimmy, they weren't good enough. And then after Jimmy, they were. That's it. And yes, it's unfortunate that Jonathan was hurt when that happened. But like, to ask the Warriors to stop doing what they were doing, which was the first thing that had been working at a high level in like a year and a half, is crazy talk. It was working.
Right.
So you keep going, and you try to put Jonathan in. That didn't help it. Okay, now we're in the playoffs. What do? Is DNP a little heavy-handed? Sure, you make that case if you want, but I get it. You know, it's like a starting pitcher in Game 7. You gave up a run, you're out. Like, we don't have time for this.
In the playoffs, yeah. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
I mean, you got Butler, like you said, your team changed, you got better, you started winning, and Kaminga came back, and Even his agent said, when JK came back, he wasn't at 100%. Okay, I believe that. He had a severe ankle sprain that cost him 2 months. And so not only when he came back was he not used to playing with Jimmy Butler, he also wasn't 100%. And the role they were asking him to play was more of a 3-and-D guy. And I just was looking, Mark, he shot 14% from 3 after Jimmy came on the team. So if you're Kuminga, you're probably frustrated because that's not your game. And the game you want to play is not available, as you always like to say, because you had Jimmy and Steph, who were more the volume shooters. You needed Kuminga to be more of a Moses Moody type, and that doesn't really suit his game right now.
No question about it. 888-957-9570, Matt in San Rafael. Hi, Matt. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, guys. So first, glad I'm talking Dubs instead of Niners because I'm very worried about Thursday. It's interesting because I've been a Kaminga sort of detractor for his entire career at the Warriors because he's so talented and has so much to bring, and I just keep seeing him sort of not getting to where he needs to be. But the more I've looked at it, the more I think that it's been the situation as well as him. Let me explain. When the Dubs would play him out of necessity, they would say, do this, which is not really kind of the Warriors way or the Kerr way. It's like, go score points because we got injuries. You got to be the man. And it's got to feel great. And he loves it, and he's actually good at that as far as his game. And then all of a sudden they say, all right, now we need you to play within this scheme. And he's going, well, wait a minute. I'm good at this. I'm not good at the other thing, and it seems like I'm constantly being punished because I don't fit this square peg into your round hole the way you want me to. So now what I think has happened is the Dubs are like, look, we got to see if this is going to work, and we don't want to lose the asset. So phenomenal deal for the Dubs in that they have control. I read that he turned down a 3-year to maintain control. I think the Dubs are going to play training camp, maybe 20 games, see if he works, and if he doesn't, they move him and they get some assets for him instead of nothing. If he does work, which would be fantastic, what you have is a phenomenal player potentially who can not only maybe shoot some from the outside, not great, but man, if he can learn to slash and finish on a consistent basis and defend, he's going to bring an element to the Dubs that they haven't had. They just haven't had.
Matt, I agree. This is a good call. Thank you, Matt. I agree completely. However, there's a piece of this I still find a little far-fetched in this moment, which is that Jonathan will now come back. He'll play great within this system, and everybody will ride off into the sunset together, and Jonathan will want to stay. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't either.
Because that's not what Jonathan wants. Jonathan wants to go try to be an all-star and a Hall of Famer, and that's wonderful. What a great goal. If he sees that himself, don't try to get in the way of others' goals. We'll see how this evolves, but Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler aren't going anywhere anytime soon, and I don't think Jonathan wants to wait until 2029 to give that a shot. And so hopefully he plays well in the near term. I still think everybody is going to be highly motivated to trade him as soon as possible.
And that's mid-January, according to Shams Charania. And there's more in the deal that we can get into on the other side. There's some interesting nuance, and also Kaminga, before Butler, before the injury, he was darn close to playing the way he wanted to play, and I'll explain more of that on the other side as well.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? 888-957-9570, the number. We're continuing to take your calls. Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors have a deal. 2-year deal, $48.5 million, but year 2 is a team option. So how is this making you feel, Warrior fans? And I mentioned earlier that I thought this first-year deal means that the Warriors can now sign Seth Curry. Yes and no. The exact rule and how this is going to play out has been made clear, and we will pass that along to you next on Willard and Dibs.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899. 800-464-1899.
Priority Tax Relief. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco will be cloudy, breezy, and cool tonight with a low near 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Join 95.7 The Game at Pier 39 for a special live broadcast from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 4th. Meet Zaza Pachulia, Festus Ezeli, Kalina Azabuki, Tim Roy, and Bonte Hill. Plus, enter to win Warriors tickets. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Yeah, you do, JK.
No word yet on the rumor that Jonathan and his agent Aaron Turner told the Warriors 3 weeks ago, if Dibs can hit 16 of his first 20 picks, we'll sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But if not, I'm not going back to this candy cane place.
After a Monday night double dip, a double dip, got me to 16-3. Hi, this is Jonathan Kaminga. Hey, Joe, I like your contract. Where's my pen?
I don't know if he likes the contract, but he signed it.
Yep.
All right, we're going to go. We're going to stay on the phones. Warrior fans, the JK thing is complete. How does it make you feel? It is a 2-year deal worth $48.5 million, team option for year 2. So it's only a 1-year guarantee at 23. The 2 years and 45 was on the table for weeks. The Warriors sprinkled a few extra million in there, and Jonathan takes that. But the thought is that trade conversations will continue as the Warriors now have the hand to go do that, a very tradable contract, eligible for a trade come January. This is really important to understand. This is because I know we're all like you. When there's an NBA deal, you're like, okay, who's got an apron and who's got a luxury tax and who's got a penalty and all this stuff is very hard. So you got to wait till Bobby Marks weighs in until you really, really super understand what's going on. So here it is. And I know if you're like me, I was waiting to find out, okay, can Steph's little brother now be a Warrior? And the answer is no, but yes. So here's why. By signing Kuminga, I'm now reading directly from the information out there.
From Shams.
By signing Kuminga to a salary of $22.5 million this season, Golden State will still have the flexibility to use their $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level exception and sign 2 players to the veteran minimum. Those players are named Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton. GP2 already signed a 1-year veterans minimum deal. Will Richard, the rookie second rounder, has also agreed to a deal. So that leaves a 15th roster spot open. Here's the info on that. The Warriors will not have the room to sign a 15th player to start the season because they are now just $2.03 million below the second apron. Therefore, that's not enough to get someone in on the minimum. They will be able to sign that 15th player, potentially Seth Curry, beginning November 15th. So essentially, there's probably, it feels like and sounds like, handshake agreement with Steph's little brother Seth to be on the team. You're just going to have to wait 2 or 3 weeks into the season. And then they can prorate that salary and fit it in as their 15th roster spot. So the Warriors will open the season. I don't know how many games they've played by November 15th, but in theory, maybe they get Seth Curry by mid-November, a little bit after the season starts.
Yeah, that way they can pay him roughly $2.03 million or probably $2.0299, whatever the math pencils out to be. The veteran minimum is all derived based on how many years of service you have, and so they're definitely trying to thread a very, very tight needle to get all 15 signed. And if you have to wait till November 15th, well, the team also today signed Pat Spencer back on a 2-way deal.
Yeah.
So part of the 2-way can be you're here until November 15th in case we need you, and then you can 2-way your way down to Santa Cruz and whatever you're going to do with that sort of a yo-yo situation. But, yeah, this is big, and it's big that Kaminga gets what he gets in the first year, and it allows you to still bring in another veteran, Seth Curry, it looks like. And so, come mid-November, you're going to have your team. And even before that, you're going to have the majority of your team. And you've got a game on Sunday. I keep reminding people the preseason opener is Sunday. And so you're going to start to get to see actual basketball without having to worry about aprons and contracts.
Seth, we'll see you in New Orleans. Not to join the New Orleans Pelicans. That's where the Warriors will be on November 16th. 14 games into the season. They will already be underway. 14 games in. They will fly on November 15th or probably on November 14th after the game. They got to stay and play in San Antonio on the 12th and the 14th. Then they will head for New Orleans. And while they will say hello to Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole, maybe they will also say hello to Seth Curry, who can, at that time, officially join the team. So there you go.
Yep.
All right, and then the other thing we can do right now, and John Feliciano is going to join us still in 22 minutes because he and Dibs are at each other's throats, and they're in each other's DMs, and Feliciano wants to yell at Dibs about his Purdy take about Trevor Lawrence. So we're going to do that at 5, but we'll keep taking your phone calls on this. The other thing I think we can now do is, all right, what do you think about the Warrior offseason? Not just Kaminga. Like, now we've got our answers, and I know we thought we kind of had them all along, but it's all clear now. DeAnthony Melton's on the team. Al Horford's on the team. GP2's back. Will Richard is in. I think Seth Curry's going to join the team after 14 games, and Jonathan Kuminga will be on the team, at least until January. So that's the Warriors off-season. The team that never signed a free agent has finally signed some free agents, and now we know who's going to be on the roster and who's going to play ball for the Warriors this year.
Yeah, it's still feels like a very top-heavy team where you've got Steph and Jimmy making top 8 money in the association, and now Jonathan Kuminga becomes the 4th highest-paid player behind Draymond Green, and after that, you've got old guys, Al Horford, recovering guys, Melton and GP2, and a bunch of pups, Gee and Quentin and Pods and TJD and Will Richard. I love Will Richard, but he's a rookie. Yep. So your team is very star-heavy, and the one thing about Kaminga, I was reading from the Shams Charania piece, when Steph doesn't play, Kuminga's points per game goes up by almost 6 points a game.
I mean, you would think.
So
more minutes.
Yes, this to me becomes
runway.
a big, it's Steph insurance in the short term. Now, if Steph's gone for a long time, you're screwed.
Yep.
But if Steph has to miss a couple of weeks, JK can play bigger minutes and do bigger things like he did against Minnesota.
Let's hear from some of you. 888-957-9570. Angry Vegan in Richmond is next up. Hi, Angry Vegan. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Good. I'm doing great. I'm glad this is finally resolved. The biggest reason I'm glad it's resolved is I've had to hear all summer like this eviscerating of Kerr and some of the other Warriors players, like, why aren't they playing Kaminga, why over these other guys? And it just flies in the face of facts. Like, I like to be excited about the future, and I think the short-term deal is good because I don't see Kaminga being part of it. If you look at every metric, and for some reason Pajemski got a lot of this stick of like, oh, they're playing Pajemski over Kaminga, he's teacher's pet. Just for example, Pajemski's win shares, his plus minus was 260. Kaminga's was 6. And that's adjusting for minutes. It's for every metric, box plus minus, win shares by 48 minutes. It's always Jimmy Butler, Curry, Kaminga, Draymond, and even though they didn't play long enough, DeAnthony Melton. Those are the players that impact winning on the team. And the thing is, Pajemski played off the bench. He played starting lineups just like Kaminga. And it's like the Warriors have a system. That's the way it is. And as athletic and entertaining as Kaminga is, I just don't see him fitting in with this system for at least a few years. And with these other players, Guy Santos actually does statistically way better than Kaminga. So I'm just glad that it's taken care of, and hopefully we trade him for someone good, and he has a great future.
Yeah,
but not with this team.
I think it's a smart call, Angry Vegan. You didn't sound very angry to me. But yeah, I agree. Listen, I'm not like on the train of like he's got to get out of town as quickly as possible. But yes, it's a chip. Whether it's Jonathan himself or whoever he can help bring in, that's a great opportunity for the Warriors to get better. I know there are a lot of people that are going to never, ever get off this mountain, but I do hope that this contract helps it a little bit. And what Angry Vegan was talking about is basically the idea that the Warrior franchise and mainly their head coach have a vendetta. They hate certain individuals. They don't want people on their team, even if they're really good. And so they take it out on them by lessening their minutes. We've said this a million times. Let's do it one more.
Sure.
Head coaches in professional sports are obsessed with one thing: who can help them win. The Warriors are not dumb. Do they make mistakes? Everybody does. They're human beings. But Steve is not making these decisions by himself. He's not doing it willy-nilly. If he thought Jonathan Kuminga was perfect to help him win basketball games this year, he would play him 48 minutes a night. That's a fact. So that's where we get to the part about whether it's JK's fault or not is a matter that is fuzzy. Because, yes, some of it might be decisions that he makes. He's young. He doesn't see the floor. Some of it might be out of everyone's hands. You just don't have a skill set that fits perfectly with the other skill sets we've got. But there's nothing nefarious here. That's the part that I've hated the most about this whole experience, is that we've turned it into something nefarious.
Like it's personal.
Yes, people have things against each other and they're holding them down.
Right.
It's silly.
And if you
absolutely
look at
ridiculous.
Steve Kerr's career, and yeah, he's been the benefactor of walking into a team that was built by Mark Jackson and ready to win, and then they won, and you had KD. He's done a lot of winning, and from what I've seen of Steve, and I've gotten a chance to talk to him about 50 times in my life, and he is about one thing, and it's winning. Yes, developing players and helping people and all the other things that go into being Steve Kerr, but I don't think that he's ever for once thought, you know what, I think Jonathan can help us, but I don't really care for him as an individual, so I'm going to keep him down. It's like Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy's toe. If Brock's good to go, he's not going to worry about Brock's toe in 2031. If Brock can play, he's going to play. If Kaminga can help the Warriors, Steve Kerr is going to play him. Now, you look out there in the market and people who make about what Kaminga makes, there are some interesting names, and if you get to January, you might have a need that Kuminga's not filling, and you might look at the trade market and you might be able to see somebody like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who's a very good defensive player. He's not a high-volume shooter. He may be a guy you go out and get for Kuminga.
Well, that's what's exciting about it, and in fact, like our top text right now on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, all it says is too old. And I know maybe you're referring to the Priest drop, or maybe you just feel like the Warriors are too old. Not an unfair thing. They were an old team, and their big signing was Al Horford, and he's 40. So I get that. But Jonathan is A, young, but B, an asset that could turn into fresh legs or a perfect fit or whatever at the deadline. You don't need to be an old Warrior fan to know what can happen at the deadline. The Warriors just did it last year. They just completely changed their fortunes at the deadline by making one acquisition. So keep that in mind when you're assessing what the Warriors can achieve this year. Like, there is some unknown, which is to say, if the first half goes well, who knows? Maybe they can bring in that perfect person that really elevates them to another spot in the Western Conference standings. It's a chip. That's what Joe Lacob wanted it to be. That's now what it is. That's why I think the Warriors ended up doing a good job with this negotiation.
And the texter's not wrong, and the Priest drop fits, because when you get to April, and let's say that you are in the playoffs, Steph will be 38, Jimmy will be, well, he already is, he's 36, and Draymond will be 36 at that point. Al Horford will be 66. GP2 is going to be 33 in December. So you've already got an old team. Buddy Hield is going to be 33 in December. So even beyond, the big names and Al Horford, even GP2 and Buddy Hield, these are not spring chickens. So you're going to need to have young players. And if it's Kaminga, great. And if it's somebody else who can go out there and play minutes, you're going to have situations where a team with this many guys north of 30, you're going to need young legs to play and be able to play well.
888-957-9570. Steve Kerr did speak today and address a few things. We'll play them for you in just a sec. Always want to put you, though, at the front of the line. Jimmy in Bayview is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jimmy. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Wow, guys. Thank you. I'm happy to see this long process over. I think in the three really high draft picks we've had, before Podziemski, I personally think we made mistakes on all of them. But like you guys just said, we've retained this as a trade chip. the perfect pick trade person for me would be Jared Allen. I don't know if that's going to happen. This is, the first 54 games of the year is a grind. So I think Kuminga has paid his dues, and they should give him as much time as he can get on that court because, as you guys said, we have so many old guys. So we'll see how this works out. And I'm just glad it's all over.
Jimmy, that's one spot where I think everybody would have the most agreement. Thank goodness.
Yeah,
can we play some ball?
It's over, right?
Play some damn ball. Jonathan Kaminga, 2-year, $48.5 million deal. He is a Warrior. The second year is a team option. The Warriors sprinkled a few extra million in there. He'll make $22.5 million in year one. It does leave open roster spot number 15, but the Warriors do not have enough money under the second apron to sign that 15th roster spot right now. The rumor is Seth Curry, but it'll take 14 games into the season, November 15th, before they can do that.
Yep.
And Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton and GP2 and Will Richard are all official. They're on.
Yeah.
They're on, they're in, let's ride.
You got 14, you got Pat Spencer on a two-way, and Jarrett Allen, as much as that's a great name and a great idea, I don't think that Cleveland, a team that is right in a championship window, and he's making only $20 million this year. He's got 3 more years of team control, so that might be a little pricey, but throw the names, and we're all going to throw the names until January when Kuminga actually can be traded. But in the meantime, let's see this work. And I do believe that Steve Kerr and his cadre of coaches, they've already worked on what they think can work combination-wise with Kuminga and Jimmy. We know that Kuminga and Steph can work. Kuminga, Draymond, and Steph can work. It's all about the 5-man combos, and I'm hearing Steve Kerr right now in my head talking about who can play with whom, having enough shooting out there. I think that Seth Curry eventually becomes an interesting part of this, a guy who can shoot, but he can shoot. So you start to figure out who can play with whom, and I do think that they can find a role for Kuminga.
He'll play. There's no question he'll play. Can they find a role for Kaminga? Can he start doing some of the things they want him to do better?
Well, he's got to play 30 minutes if you want him to rebound. We all know that.
By the way, it's not, I know, like the popular, rebound, defend, play hard. I think Jonathan plays hard. I don't think he loafs it out there. This is very much along the lines, I know this for a fact. The Warriors would like the decision-making to be a little sharper. They would like him to see the floor. They would like him to be a little less focused on scoring the basketball when it goes to his hands. There's a rotation. There's cutting. There's passing. There's movement going on. There's a pecking order. I get it. It's difficult to figure out sometimes, and he's 22. But they have not always loved the way that he makes decisions in those moments, and they would like that to change a little bit, and that's the part that he needs to do that.
Right.
He needs to do that.
He averaged 2.2 assists last year, which was his career high. He's at 1.8 assists per game throughout his career, so that certainly is part of it. Off-ball defense is another one, and that's where you learn the rotations, you learn the positioning, and you figure out how to do it. The athletic basketball stuff, as Guru likes to call it, the ha-ha, he's got that. He led the team in points in the paint last year. He can score. He can defend the ball. It's all the other stuff that comes into, being more of a savvy, nuanced player. And you mentioned the age. He's about to turn 23 next week.
Okay, happy birthday.
That's a nice birthday present you got now.
$22.5 million.
Exactly. So I do think that no real college basketball. He played in the G League Ignite and limited high school. He moved here without his parents. So I think that there was a lot of growing up he had to do on the fly. It's not to excuse it, but all right, year 5, here's the bag. Now go get better.
Bad Hombre next. Hi, Bad Hombre. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you can hear me okay.
We got you.
I was kind of hoping that they would just go ahead. I was hoping that they would trade this guy and just let him go to another team because it doesn't seem like he's wanted here. So what's the point, really? But I don't understand a fan base that it seems like people are just critiquing every aspect of his game. Oh, and I'm tired of hearing about IQ. I'm tired of hearing about plus minus. I think plus minus is one of the most irrelevant stats in all of basketball. In the 98 finals, Tony Kukoc led the Bulls in plus minus. Is anybody going to tell me that Tony Kukoc was the reason the Bulls beat the Jazz in 98? So what are we really talking about here?
Well, I mean, Bad Hombre, it's not about any of those things. It's about what I just said. I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not a box score baby either. I don't really care what the analytics are. I care what smart basketball people tell me, and I know the Warrior organization would like him to see the floor better and make better decisions when he's on the floor playing basketball, and they'd like him to work harder at rebounding the ball. That's what they'd like. Nobody hates him. Nobody wants him gone. I think he actually wants to be gone more than the organization wants him to be gone, but that's what the Warriors would say to you, Bad Hombre.
I understand that, but we got to think about this. Wiggins, he averaged 5 rebounds a game. JK is at 4.6. So you telling this kid to defend the other team's best perimeter player and still get more rebounds? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I would.
Back at that Minnesota series.
That's not a great comp, though, Bad Hombre. Andrew Wiggins is a wing and sometimes a 2-guard. Jonathan Kaminga is a power forward. He's got a ton of inches on Wiggins. And the fact that he's averaging fewer rebounds than Wiggins, who famously won't try hard to rebound, I don't think that's a comp that gets the message across that you're trying to get across. Let me put it that way.
No, all I know is that KD and JK were the only 2 Warriors forwards to average 21 and 5 in a playoff series. That Minnesota series, I think he was the best player on the floor, not just for the Warriors. He was giving Gobert as the player of the year and Ant-Man the business.
And they lost all 4 games. They lost all 4 games, Hombre. And now who's diving on box scores now? Right. Now you're giving 21 and 5. Why does that matter?
Well, for me, plus minus matters when you look at an entire season. And
yes,
he is a +6 throughout the entirety of his year. Yes, in one game or one series, we can all pick and pop and we use it for our own arguments. But when you look at a whole season and the team was basically the same with or without you, shout out you too, that to me says something.
All right, not done with this at all. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, the deal is done. How do you feel? 2-year deal, 1+1 team option, $48.5 million for Jonathan Kaminga. John Feliciano, though, joins us next. Get on YouTube. He's a blast. He wants to come after Dibs. Let's do it. Dibs wants to go back at him. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibs. And hey, it's Willard from 95.7 The Game, and when life hits you hard, an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. I trust, for that, Omar Habas. Great guy. And the whole Habas Law team, they really know what they're doing. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care cases, financial support, and real justice, which is what we're all after. And Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. I invite you to visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
On Saturday, October 4th, Pier 39 is throwing a party on the waterfront. Enjoy drinks to go and activities for the whole family. From live music to special deals, it's all here at Pier 39. Learn more at pier39.com/entertainment zone.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and autopay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know how Sam Darnold did that thing for Thursday Night Football last week where he's like, I credit Brock Purdy.
Oh, yeah.
With me playing really well because what Brock taught me is I'm just a distributor. I'm just a point guard.
Yeah.
My job is to get the ball into the hands of the people who can cook and let them cook and just get out the way, basically.
Does that include Jaguars who can cook? Because he was pretty good at doing that, wasn't he, on Sunday, guys?
I mean, calm down. My point is sometimes I can relate. I feel like this is one of those moments. I would like to distribute the microphones and then get out of the way. Because on the River Islands guest line right now, and by the way, also on YouTube, which is where this really goes to the next level.
Yeah, it does.
Is longtime offensive lineman with the Niners the last 2 years, and then also the controller, the voice, amongst others, of the Not Our Fault podcast, which is sweeping the nation. And the reason it's sweeping the nation is because he's not afraid now.
Nope.
He's not afraid to say it. And so I'm going to distribute the mics and get out of the way. Dibs thinks Trevor Lawrence is amazeballs, and John Feliciano thinks Brock Purdy is much better, and I'm going to get out of the way now. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Good, John. How are you? I missed you. A little bit of back and forth on Twitter. I've been waiting for this very moment so I can accept your formal apology over the Trevor versus Brock debate.
Listen. The dude, he threw 100 and something, like 70 yards or whatever. Yeah. I mean, you have 4 turnovers and you can score 1 touchdown. I mean, what is that? I mean, shit. I mean, they barely won that game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They did. And, I mean, sometimes Dick and Dunk is sometimes better than here you go, Jacksonville, right?
I mean, it's really unfortunate that we lost that game. And you get to sit there in your high horse. Brock obviously didn't have his best game. One of those picks are his fault. The other one, Christian's got to catch. Trevor didn't do nothing. It was all that defense, and our offense not playing well.
Yeah, and Etienne to the house on that run where the offensive line blocked it up perfectly well, and the kick return and all the rest of it. But just before we get too far down this road, I mean, what did you think of Brock? So you say that one Christian's got to catch. I thought it was an ill throw. I didn't think he needed to make the throw, but other than that, you thought Brock was probably pretty good, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, was it an ill throw? I think if Christian catches that, he scores a touchdown. And that's the Sports Center top 10 play. There's a lot of drops. Brock's numbers would have been better if we didn't drop the ball so much, and them turnovers really screwed us. To have 4 turnovers, or 3 at the time, have 3 turnovers, 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 2 something left in the game, and down 5 with the ball. I was sitting in my living room, sitting pretty, like, oh yeah, we're gonna go down and score. And I was gonna have all my things to say to you.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, Brock fumbled and it wasn't even rainy out, so there's that.
I mean, Eric hit his arm. I mean, what are you gonna do? That's not Brock's fault. Jake's got to block Eric. It was even worse that Eric did it. You know how much that meant to him. He's a great guy. I hate to see it, though.
Didn't we all? Yeah. John Feliciano is with us here, as he is every single Tuesday at 5 o'clock here on Willard and Dibs. The Not Our Fault podcast is amazing. It's fun. It's informative. You should check it out with Feliciano and his partners, offensive linemen. It's not their fault, except for I think twice in this conversation you made it their fault, John. You just said Jake's got to block. You made it Jake's fault on that fumble.
It was. I mean, it happens. That's not going to be on the Not Our Fault clip.
Okay.
Because that's definitely Jake's fault.
Let me ask you this, though, because, we've got listeners out here, and there's a brigade. There's a brigade that thinks that Brock now is overpaid and overrated and all of these things. And the one thing you do hear people point to a lot, even though with a couple minutes left to go, he conducted a game-winning drive in Seattle. But when trailing in the fourth quarter, that has not been Brock's or Kyle Shanahan's, like the 49ers. That has not been their best work. Is there any light you can shed on that? What do you see in those moments?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The stats are what they are. But I'm pretty sure we were down in the fourth quarter against the Lions in the NFC Championship game.
True.
So we do close out some of these games,
and the game before that against Green Bay too.
Exactly. So they'll do it when it counts.
And it may count a lot on Thursday. We can get into that in just a second. But I first want to ask you, as an offensive lineman, again, the weekly, why can't they run the ball portion of the program? It just doesn't seem like they're able to even get to the second level, let alone get second level blocks.
Yeah, the guards haven't been playing up to standard. Pony is going through a little sophomore slump right now. I'm not sure how that knee's feeling. I know he had that, I think it was a PCL, I believe, or some kind of knee injury. I don't know if he's still dealing with that. But a lot of times he does well, and then some plays are just like, that's like what a rookie would do. So I'm sure, Puni had a great year last year. I'm sure he's going to bounce back. Connor is, he's young, and obviously he wasn't the starter for a reason. I think some of those weaknesses are starting to show up, especially when you're playing old savvy guys like Calais and then Eric. Those guys know how to make young guys look bad. And there's just a couple times where, it's a real hard offense. And for a young guy, there's some nuances that he's just, needs to catch up on. There's a few times in the run game where he was a little offbeat. And I'm actually making a clip right now because there's I forgot what Instagram freaking account I had stumbled upon that had 20 clips of blaming Jake. And I was like, listen, I get Jake gets a bad rap. But on those 20 clips that I saw, 8 of them weren't on Jake at all. 12. So that's 12 plays in what, 2 games. That's probably 120 reps ish, probably more. So if you only have 12 clips that are not great, that's winning ball.
John Feliciano with us. John, take us inside what the line needs to do to sort of tilt things back in their favor. Like, for instance, Thursday night, and I don't know that this is going to be the case, but we're tracking toward Mac Jones playing, Ricky Pearsall out, Juwan Jennings out. We already know Brandon Ayuk will not be there. So you've got a backup quarterback and a patchwork group of wide receivers. And we're being told that the defenses are like, we're not scared of your passing game, so we're just going to totally take away the run game. How do the Niners get out of that so that they can start running the ball and make this a little bit more balanced?
It really just starts with everyone knowing what to do. There's countless times where, a receiver doesn't get a point, or, one of Connor or one of the guards or one of the other linemen just is not blocking it the way that we want. It's going to be a tough task this Thursday. You think Colton's having a great season so far.
Yep.
He had many years of getting crapped on, and out of that crap grew a flower.
Yeah.
And he needs to play a really good game, him and Trent, because their outside guys are elite. I saw Verse line up 4 yards above the center against the Colts and just run him over. And I was like, buddy, if I was that center, I would have cut his ass so fast and try to take his knee out. Like, hey, dude, you're not going to line up in front of me 4 yards off and just try to run through my face. It's not going to happen. Because he is so strong and explosive. I felt so bad for that center. It was not a great rep for him.
No, that's tough because Verse is young and he looks phenomenal. And you talked about the one tackle. I wanted to ask you about Trent Williams and what you saw from this game and just overall. Is it a little bit of inconsistency because Hines Allen was kind of giving him the business on Sunday now.
Yeah, I think Trent's going to get better throughout the season. I think he just needs a little bit more reps and time and maybe some more conditioning. It's just he's not playing terrible, but he's not playing up to Trent Williams standards, and he knows that. And I'm sure he's eager to show that he still got it, because as soon as an old guy starts playing bad, they talk about his age and all this stuff. And I know Trenton's such a competitor that he's not going to let that happen.
I mean, is that not a rational thing for us to think, though, John? I mean, he is. He's on the wrong side of 35. Like it wouldn't be crazy to think that he's starting to slip a little bit.
100%. It's 100% logical thing. And then as a competitor, you're like, F y'all, I'm going to show you what to do.
Right.
And I'm excited. I'm sure. I mean, because he's still got his speed, and you see him pulling out, and these DBs are running from him. He's still doing, his stuff backside. Like, he still got game. He's just, I think he's just been a little inconsistent with his hands and his body position.
John, we want to play something for you that Kyle Shanahan said after the game. I imagine you saw the exchange afterward between Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen. Did you see this? I would imagine.
I saw the exchange. I don't know if I saw what Kyle said.
Okay, so Kyle was asked in his press availability which other coaches around the league would be able to beat up Robert Saleh, and this is what he said.
Pretty important question. What NFL coaches do you think could beat up Robert Saleh?
Just me. That's about it.
Dan Campbell?
Yeah, I would probably bet on Dan over a lot of people.
Okay, so maybe Dan Campbell, and then none others except for Kyle. Who are you taking in a fight between Kyle and Bob?
I mean, Kyle's going to fight his nuts off. He's going to be biting at Saleh's legs and ankles. But I don't know. Kyle, buddy, don't do that. When I saw that Jacksonville coach go after Saleh, I was like, buddy, you do not want to do that. That man is yoked, and he looks like he'll rip your freaking head off. But you know what? I got my dog Sean McDermott. He's a wrestler.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, a little out of his weight class. I think Sean and Dan are the only two that could give a little resistance. But I like Saleh.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Mike Vrabel, former player, not listed.
Vrabel, but
yeah,
he's Vrabel's on like you said, an ex-player. He's broke down.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the gum chewer, Pete Carroll. You got that veteran savvy now.
He's in his 70s.
He's gonna die.
Right.
Saleh might punch him to death.
Apparently, so is Liam Cohen. If you ask Robert Saleh, I think that's what he said to him. Actually,
yes, I think Pete can beat Cohen.
Oh wow!
Yeah. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Any active players on the Niners roster who would not be able to beat up Robert Saleh?
Nick Zakel.
Oh, Nick. Oh, gosh.
That's great.
Would you be able to beat up Robert Saleh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. You're going to sleep, buddy.
Okay.
I'll choke him out, though. I'm not going to hurt him. I'll just choke him out.
Yeah, that's the gentlemanly thing to do. Is put somebody to sleep, right? Yeah. Well, in that vein, John, if you ever need any, expert advice on quarterbacking, I'm here for you.
Oh, God. Here we go. Okay. We'll see what happens in a couple of weeks. Well, that guy, you're still thinking he's in Clemson. He's that pretty boy in orange. Those days are long gone.
Maybe it's the hair envy because I don't have any, John. Maybe that's what it is.
We coined the phrase on this show. We call it draftism. Brock was the last pick. Trevor was the first, and some people will not get off of that high horse no matter what they see.
Yeah, some people.
Some people.
Some bald people.
Okay. Now it's getting personal.
I work with some of them. It's crazy.
All right. All right, John. All right.
The Not Our Fault podcast, unless, of course, sometimes it is, but usually not our fault. John Feliciano, man, you're the best. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
All right, guys. Hey, Bag Bunny, Levi Stadium. I might have to come to the Super Bowl now.
Absolutely.
Might? Why is it a might? Like, that's a for sure.
I had to put my shirt on and represent.
There it is.
Yep.
I love it.
It's going to be a huge halftime show. It's going to be awesome.
All right, John.
All right, guys.
Great stuff, man.
Bye.
All right. John Feliciano every Tuesday right here on Willie and Dibby. I don't know. That was a draw.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got him to swear. So
You also got a good belly laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Which is all we're trying to do on this show.
That's right. And I look forward to meeting him in person.
I know you're well aware that Trevor Lawrence is not better than Brock Purdy.
Right. But, it was a good debate last week. And then when Trevor goes out and, he played better. And we did this yesterday where you could give Trevor Lawrence a C or a C minus. He really didn't do much, and he had a couple of throws that he could have made and didn't, but he didn't turn it over. So if Trevor was a C minus and Brock was a D, which is what I actually gave Brock, then Trevor wins. It's not exactly a heavyweight bout, but Trevor won that bout.
Dibs, we have more breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Someone might need to help explain this to me after what we already talked about an hour and a half ago, but free agent guard Seth Curry, Steph's little brother, has agreed to a one-year deal with the Golden State Warriors. Steph and Seth will team up on the Warriors beginning with training camp tomorrow. So I don't know if we'll see if he's eligible to play the first handful of games of the year or not. That was per Bobby Marks, who said that the current financial structure of things was suggesting that there was not enough money yet in order to bring in Seth. Who knows? Maybe there's pieces of the mid-level exception that got moved around. They only needed a little bit more money. I'm not sure where they found it, so we're going to get more information on this as it comes out. But as I had said, the second the JK thing came down, and if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kaminga earlier today, 2-year deal, $48.5 million. It's a team option for year 2. One of my first questions, does that leave enough for the 15th roster spot to go to Seth Curry? And we had said kind of yes and no, but whatever. Seth Curry is a Warrior, which I think is two things. It's additional shooting off the bench, which is great, and it's also a phenomenal story to have Seth and Steph both on the same team together. Seth Curry coming to town.
Yeah, bring back Damian Lee, and maybe Dell can lace them up one time and get ourselves a real Curry party. It just depends on what the numbers are. I'm reading from the Shams Charania article from earlier, the fact that they still have the flexibility to use the 5.7 mid-level and sign 2 veteran minimum players. Gary signed one of those veteran minimum contracts, and so Horford and DeAnthony Melton, one of them might be veteran minimum. The other one might be in the mid-level, which would leave the rest of that mid-level for Seth Curry. So until we know exactly what all these contracts are and were, then we'll be able to see who got what, who's on veteran minimums, who's getting the mid-level, how all the pieces are going to work together. But the good news is the Warriors, it looks like, have their 15. So tomorrow,
indeed they do.
When they practice, tomorrow, Wednesday, you got a game on Sunday, you're going to have all the fellas that you're going to have going forward, and that, to me, puts a bow on this offseason once and for all.
The offseason, like literally the Warriors, the whole NBA was like the Warriors are the only team that hasn't made a move. And then we got to Sunday, and they made all the moves.
All the moves.
48 hours.
Yeah. Remember July 4th?
Yeah.
Like July 4th, free agency begins.
I do. I was down in Orange County, and we couldn't see the fireworks because there was so little wind that the fireworks would go off, and then the smoke would just stay there in the sky. So after the first 3 fireworks, you couldn't see anything. It was ridiculous. That's what I remember about July 4th.
And the next morning, deals are flying everywhere.
Everywhere, and the Warriors were part of none of them.
Right.
But here we are. Al Horford is a Warrior. GP2 is a Warrior. DeAnthony Melton is a Warrior. Jonathan Kuminga is a Warrior. Will Richard, second-round pick, is a Warrior. And Seth Curry, Steph's little brother is a Warrior, and there is your off season, and it happened in 2 days.
Exactly. In literally 2 days. Yep. And I know that the Horford and the DeAnthony Melton and even the GP2, those were done weeks ago, but you finally got to this point where the Kaminga, I think, contract stuff was really on the 1 yard line over the last couple of days, and they finally got it done and announced today. And so now, yeah, you've got it all buttoned up and done and dusted. And over the next few days, we'll get the actual amounts for these players, and then you can look at where they are as it relates to tax penalties, which their tax penalty is going to be high again. I was reading earlier, it's about $80 million a tax penalty. So Joe Lacob's going to just find $80 million, not for salaries, just for taxes.
In his couch cushions.
I mean, in the Valkyries account, wherever he's going to find it. That's not the point.
Right.
The point for me is Joe Lacob is not afraid to pay luxury tax penalties if he thinks they can win.
Yeah, never has been.
Right.
Like, nobody questions whether or not Joe Lacob will do what's necessary to compete and win and all of that. It's why everybody kind of loves having him as an owner. Do they agree with everything that he says, does? I don't know. Is he a little overconfident with how this is all going to look when Steph Curry retires? Yeah, you can put me in that boat, but whatever, who cares? Doesn't matter. It's all you want out of an owner. All you want out of your favorite team's owner is to know that they are focused on winning. And Joe, I feel like Joe is focused on winning everything, including the deal. And that was part of this. You know, I very much firmly believe that Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, as an extension of Joe Lacob here, the number one of all the different things that came out about JK and all of the experience that we had this summer, the number one thing that they would not budge on is the idea of letting Jonathan go for nothing. And the only way that it was, and by the way, they wouldn't even do it for a bad deal. They would not do the Kings deal. They would not do the Suns deal. They were not going to let Jonathan go for the wrong price. And the only way that could happen is if Jonathan would sign the qualifying offer. They threatened it. The Warriors called the bluff. The Warriors were right. He was never going to sign that QO. It was a terrible, terrible idea. And so they played that very, very correctly, I believe.
I would say the agent did as well, because by waiting, they got 3.5 extra, not guaranteed, but they got to where they got a 2-year deal, 1 year with a team option that both sides are probably confident won't get exercised. And so Kuminga, instead of getting 7.9 and your freedom, you get 22.5, and you don't have the ability to say no to a trade. And you may be here for 2 years if the Warriors want to exercise that. But ultimately, they decided giving up the control was worth it. And now you look at where you are going forward, and you've got 2 years of Kuminga and Butler and Curry and Draymond if you want as the Warriors. If it works out, you know, you got 2 more years of Curry, right, and Butler and Draymond. You could have Kuminga be right alongside of that, and you could go into the next 2 years with that as your core.
888-957-957, and we're going to circle back to your phone calls, Warrior fans. The JK deal is done. 2 years, $48.5 million deal. Team option for year 2, $22.5 for year 1. JK stays while both sides will both play him and continue to work on a trade that has already been well reported. And now we can add in that Seth Curry has signed on to be with the Warriors as well. Yeah, Grandy, what are the kind of stipulations here?
Last hour, you guys read from that Shams piece saying that they couldn't sign Seth Curry to the veteran minimum because they only have $2 million in cap space.
Right.
They're $2 million away from the second apron, and using the mid-level exception on Al Horford hard caps them at that second apron, so they can't spend more money than that. So how the hell did they just sign Seth Curry? What I think this is it's technically a training camp deal because they have a training camp slot open, and then what they're going to do is likely cut him before the season begins and then re-sign him once they can in November. So they're signing him to a camp deal, is my read, so that he can be in and practice with the team now.
That's a good read.
That's probably a good read.
Yeah.
Will it actually be a cut him, or is there a way to kind of,
I don't know if that's the correct language. I'm not sure.
Hide him somewhere.
But if his intent is to return to the Warriors anyway, then I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
And honestly, if that camp deal lasts until the first day of the regular season, that is October 22nd, I think. So you're only looking at, from then, about 3 weeks until you can bring him back. So you'd have him for the next 3 weeks of camp and exhibition and preseason, and then, yeah, you quote-unquote cut him, and he lives on Steph's couch for 3 weeks.
Right. Like, I mean, it's a big, to me, it's interesting, but it's a big who cares. I wanted him on the team, and this confirms that he's going to be here. He might need to miss a few weeks there at the beginning of the year, whatever.
Yeah, and just add him to the list of guys who are over 30. You've got probably 8 of your 15 who are over 30, and then you've got like 5 or 6 who are under 23. So it's going to be kind of a little bit of a culture clash for this group.
Well, I mean, look, the age thing is what it is, and it is going to be a challenge to keep these guys healthy, and they're going to have to be really, really strategic about it, and they're going to need to have a little luck, too. They're going to need to have a little luck. We talked about it with the 49ers, and so far they need some luck, and they've had none. You know, so I think it's okay to admit that. You know, that's where we are. Steph Curry is 37. He's 37, 38, whatever. Like,
he's about to be 38 in March.
Steph Curry's 37 years old, but he's still Steph Curry. Like, well, you know what I mean? It's kind of like how I feel even about the Brock deal that we were talking about earlier. What the hell is it you're going to do? What else are you going to do? Like, this is what we're doing.
Well, I mean, I absolutely agree with that, but it doesn't mean you have to go out and get a 40-year-old Al Horford to throw him in the mix.
You don't have to, but they've been dying for this stretch 5 who knows what he's doing out there. And they're trying it with Quentin Post, but Quentin also, he can knock down a 3, and then there are times where he looks like a fawn running around in a meadow. Like he doesn't.
He's young, yeah.
Yes, he doesn't know what he's doing yet, especially on defense. And so Al, same thing, strategic, but he's just a good basketball player. It's not like he wasn't performing well for the Celtics. He can knock down a 3, and he can be a professional out there. They're not going to play him 35 minutes a night. We'll see.
He played 25 minutes a night last year, so even though he's like sneaky old, he actually played quite a bit last year, especially for a guy that age.
All right, back out to the phones at 888-957-9570. Let's go to George in the jungle. Hello, George in the jungle. Watch out for the tree.
How you doing today?
What's up?
You know, I'm seeing that they signed Kaminga, and I'm seeing what's happened with Kaminga over the past couple of years. He's not really playing within the offense. You can't put him on the floor with Jimmy Butler. You can't put him on the floor with Draymond. And you definitely can't put him on the floor with GP2. So why don't we just take him and trade him now to a Western Conference team and make him their problem?
Well, because they can't. Yeah, like as of today, they've signed a deal, and therefore they cannot trade him until January. If what you're referring to, George, is why didn't they do that prior to signing this deal? They certainly explored it earlier in the summer, but as a restricted free agent, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but you can only take back 50% on the dollar of whatever you signed. So if somebody signed him, and this is what was being offered, something in the neighborhood of $23 to $25 million, the Warriors could only take back half of that in salary on a deal, and the Warriors did not like what was being offered. And in some cases, it was going to force them to send other players off the roster too, like a Moody or a Hield, and they didn't want to do that. So the bottom line is, to maximize a trade for Jonathan, you have to do this first.
No, I get that, and I'm hoping he's gone in January.
All right.
Well,
I get it, George. Thanks.
If you wanted to lay odds right now, if we had the make-believe sports book, odds on Kuminga being a Warrior after the trade deadline, I would say yes, he's still a Warrior would be plus 200, minus 150 on he gets traded.
I think that I think the odds should be higher
for he gets traded.
That he would be traded.
Yep.
Yes.
Trades are hard.
They are.
It's my Mike Dunleavy right there.
They are.
But
we know there's interest.
Thank you. And trades are hard. I'm going to work on the pitch of that. But
that was Lacob. Yeah, that was Lacob.
Oh, sorry about that. Trades are hard, but you look trades
are hard.
The players who are in that financial neighborhood, there are enough options on enough teams that would, like teams that might be interested in adding a Kaminga, like the Pelicans, the Hornets, Sacramento. They've all got players that they may want to part with in that neighborhood. So there will be more partners than there were in this offseason.
And it's not even just Kuminga, it's the finances behind it. Teams are going to be interested in this because it's not a back-breaking deal, because it has a team option. In theory, if they wanted it to be an expiring deal right away, it can be. If they want to take a longer look at Kuminga, it becomes an expiring deal after that. So you're absolutely right. I would argue that almost any team that's not in the playoff hunt is going to be highly motivated to get the win now expensive player off their roster in exchange for Jonathan and or Jonathan's contract. That's why it was so important they keep the team option and make it a short-term deal. This is a very, very attractive contract out on the open market when you combine the money, the length of it, and the fact that Jonathan, who is an exciting athletic player, is attached to it as well. This is as tradable as they come. And so I think the Warriors will have a lot of people taking phone calls if this is where it gets in January.
And I would bet that that's where it gets. And the article said mid-January, so we don't know what that exact date is. And I guess we can find that out as time rolls on. But you do get close to that spot, and the Warriors will have had a half a season, really, because the deadline is after Game 50 in early February. So the Warriors are going to have a good 40 games to see if they can make this work with Jimmy and JK. And if it works and you're winning and everything's humming, well, you don't have to trade him. And if it's not working and it's not humming, well, then, yeah, you can now trade him and get $22.5 million worth of player coming back.
Go. Yeah, like that. I think the real win here now is the fact that, sure, if everything's going hunky-dory and everybody's happy and you want to keep him, sure, you can do that. But you have finally arrived at a point where Jonathan's contract is now such that the Warriors can get someone back who will really have an impact. Like that, it wasn't the case before. The whole 50 cents on the dollar thing, restricted free agency. Sure, did you like Malik Monk, but you also had to give up either Buddy Hield or Moses Moody. It weakens your team. The Warriors are now finally in a spot where if they do trade JK, the numbers are such that it can have a positive impact on the team with who you get back.
Immediate
that's the biggest
impact,
deal.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And there are enough guys in that neighborhood with expirings like, I talked about Marcus Smart before, a guy who his deal's expiring, and he's an interesting, feisty bench player who's a veteran who might be able to come in and help you. You've got, Terry Rozier of Miami makes a little bit more, but you could throw in a sweetener. Nikola Vucevic, depending on how Al Horford survives and thrives. So there's a lot of guys who are out there who are intriguing as possible targets.
888-957-9570, the number. Greg in San Ramon. Hello, Greg. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, Greg.
Good. Yeah. So I'm excited about Kaminga, but I tell you, who I'm really excited about them signing is Horford and GP2 and Melton. I mean, because defensively, Melton was strong last year before he played very little, but I just think that the big gem here in all this news is those three. Horford's going to knock down some threes, and he plays great defense. And I think you touched upon it earlier. He's better at hitting that shot consistently. He's definitely a better defender than Post. So I think he's old, yes, but he's still in shape. Look at him. And I think he's going to play huge dividends, and Melton too.
Greg, thanks. I mean, look, I get it almost feels like a yes or no question when you look at the Warrior offseason and whether or not you like it. And you're either going to say, yes, I like it, or you're going to say they're too old. I think both answers are totally acceptable.
It's fair.
But if you took the age off of it and you looked at the characteristics of the people that they added, Melton, as he said, is a good defender, and he can knock down a three. We loved him last year in the very short sample that we got to see him. Seth Curry, some shooting off the bench. They absolutely need that. A stretch five. Give me more of that. No doubt about it. Another good defender who we know so well in GP2 is coming back. I know he's starting to decline, but that's what he does. Will Richard wants to focus on defense. They obviously like what's going on there. And then there's the Kaminga question. Like, you brought back Jonathan Kaminga. Is that athleticism what you need, or do you need to turn that contract into a different human being or set of human beings? Those things all make sense. None of that sort of satisfies the whole point of how many people have already had their 35th birthday.
Right.
But outside of that, if they were blessed with a lot of health, it makes some sense.
Well, depends on how you look at it, because Al Horford last year had a big decline in his three-point shooting percentage. DeAnthony Melton is coming off an ACL injury. GP2, his defense has dramatically declined as far as being an on-ball defender, in my opinion, and you could ask other basketball experts their opinion. Kuminga and the fit is going to be an ongoing question. You know I love Will Richard, but he's a rookie, and Steve Kerr doesn't usually play young people. So then you're left with the holdover youngsters, Pods and TJD and Gee and Quentin, and I see more questions than answers in this 15-man roster. But like you're saying, if Horford can play better than he shot it last year, and if Melton is in fact healthy and GP2 gets a little fountain of youth and Seth Curry can come in and be kind of a Buddy Hield figure off the bench and just score, yeah, they have enough intriguing pieces to where this could work.
Yeah.
But everything's so health related, especially when you have an old team.
I mean, are you telling me that the fortunes of teams sometimes come down to whether or not they can stay healthy?
Well, in a sport like basketball where it's not 100% injury rate, yes, when you have an old team and when the rosters are finalized, I would predict that they're going to be the oldest team in the association. Last year, I think they were 5th at the end of the year. And, this year, I know everybody got a year older, but you also added the second oldest player in the association.
No doubt.
Second only to LeBron James.
Who, by the way, started camp hurt.
Of course, he's 41.
Yeah, exactly.
He's too old.
All right, 888-957-9570. Some more you want to weigh in. This is your last chance to do it. We're coming to you next. We're sponsored by Moderna. And if you are just getting in the car after a day of work, it's been an interesting one. Brock Purdy did not practice today. Sounds like a question mark at best. Same for Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings. Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors have come to an agreement a day ahead of the deadline. 2 years, $48.5 million. It's a team option for year 2. And Steph Curry's little brother, Seth Curry, has signed on the dotted line as well and will be ready for the open of training camp tomorrow. That enough for you? Oh, Buster Posey will speak tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning as the Giants move into a new era with their manager as well. We're only 2 days into this week. Oh, we got a football game on Thursday, by the way, against the rivals.
Yeah, busy week already.
Good Lord.
Exhausted.
All right, it's Willard and Dibs.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure. On one. Ready, set, hut.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
He cannot be that guy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want to hear Steve Kerr?
I do.
You want to hear him?
Yeah.
When we're gonna
don't care.
Well, we do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, yes, I do. Yes,
first
I do.
of all, I don't really care.
Well, but we do.
Sorry about my dog.
That's okay.
Cut it out.
It's all right, Steve. We'll go to the phones in just a second. Kaminga's got a deal. 2 years, $48.5 million. Second year is a team option. This is before that news broke. Steve Kerr said he's been through more than this.
I mean, I don't think this is that big of a deal. This is business. This is contract disputes happen all the time in sports. So again, I'm not concerned. We expect this to get resolved soon, and once it is, I'd be more comfortable talking, about the basketball end of things and all of that. I'm not going to really say much more than I've just said, because otherwise we're kind of spinning our wheels here. So as soon as we get the all the unsigned guys in our building, then I'm happy to talk about all of them.
Okay, but Steve, what about what about Jonathan Kuminga? No, you got to give us something on Jonathan Kaminga.
Have you talked to Jonathan much throughout this process over the last couple months?
Again, I'm going to wait till he's signed, and then you can ask me same question in a couple days.
Then I'll just follow up with this, and maybe you can give me the same response. But you watching all this, and you've lived it with him, obviously, these last few years. From your perspective, do you think he wants to be here moving forward?
Okay, again, I'm gonna talk about him after he's signed. We'll have those discussions. So, thank you. Anyone want to talk about basketball?
Nick Friedel, yeah.
I mean, fair questions. I guess fair answers.
That's the way that was going to go.
Of course, but I would say to Steve, this is basketball in 2025.
Yeah, it's not basketball to the extent of dribble, pass, shoot,
but
which is all he.
Nobody in September goes to media day and they're like, "So tell us which play you run when you're down 5." Like that, you know what I mean? Like,
but no coach is going to sit up there and talk about a contract that is close to being done.
Of course,
in
not.
any real way.
But his question was, does Jonathan want to be here? That's not even about the contract.
Well, that's a question for Jonathan, honestly.
It is.
Yeah,
for sure.
My question would be, Steve, when you look at the money that is being thrown out for Kaminga, does it ever make you think, heck, I was born too soon?
Except for Steve not making that much less than Jonathan.
Well, what's funny is Steve Kerr, 12-year playing career, $15,795,000.
Amazing.
This year as a head coach, $15,750,000.
That's great.
Or maybe it's 17.5.
Yeah, I think.
I'm sorry, it's 17.5.
Yeah, he's going to.
I got my own complaint.
He'll make more this year than he did
as
in his
a coach
career
than he did in 12 years, including year one, where as a rookie with the Phoenix Suns, he made $100,000.
There you go.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, so now you got JK folding his arms. I want to make $30 million. It's like Steve's thinking, I made $100,000 as a rookie. JK, get in here and put your shoes on.
Yeah.
But that's just, the way it goes.
Yeah,
I get it.
Sure is. All right, let's get as many of you in as we can before the buzzer here. Kurt in Michigan. Hi, Kurt. What are you doing?
Hi, how's it going?
What's up?
I was listening earlier, and you mentioned earlier shooting big. I just wanted to say that I think that the Warriors don't need a shooting or even a mobile big, and historically their success has come with a passing or defensive big. And instead of looking for a guy like Lauri Markkanen, I'm not saying go out and get him, or Giannis, I think players like model after Şengün or Jokic or that sort would probably be a better fit.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. So wait, Jokic would be a better fit than Horford.
Well, I think his greater point is when you've been successful in the past, Andrew Bogut, not a shooting big, great passer,
right?
Big body, good defender.
I don't actually dismiss the point. I would just say that the NBA it evolves very, very quickly.
The game done changed.
Yeah, and I know that you can say that they're wrong, but the Warriors have been hot after this concept for a long time, and so I think they've got a reason for wanting to put somebody out there who can stretch the floor. By the way, I don't know if anybody's put it this way. You want to know who I think Al Horford really helps? Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah.
Big time.
Well, he can play with Kaminga and stretch the floor.
Stretches the floor, and you don't have to rely on Jonathan to knock down three-point shots nearly as much.
That's a fair point, yeah.
So you can make fun of it if you want, but I think it could really help Jonathan.
He went from 42% from three to 36 last year.
Okay, yeah.
But Boston, I think, helps him, Al Horford, the way that Golden State does, because when he's on Boston, you got to guard three other guys before you even think of Horford.
No doubt. Jack in Oakland next up. Hi, Jack. Thanks for the call.
Of course, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
2 questions for you. One, I just wanted to hear what you guys would give as a grade for the Warriors now that all the ink is dry. I kind of feel like if we did all these moves 3 months ago, then everyone would be a little happier. I actually really happy with how all these things panned out. And then also just a general cap question. Kuminga, assuming that we would trade him, is it just equal value, like $24 million, or do we still have some weird?
Yes. No. Now it is just a regular. Jack, thank you very much.
They can't take more than 0 pennies back.
Right.
Than they send out.
No, it doesn't have to be exact, but it has to be within 10%. I think it is.
I believe so.
Something like that. But yeah, it's just a regular contract now,
and it can't be more because I think they're hard cap.
Right.
So
and then as far as the grade I'd give for the offseason, always struggle with grades when we haven't seen people play yet. It's kind of like asking for a draft grade.
Yeah, it's easy.
But I don't know. I feel like kind of probably a B. Like, yeah, Al is really old, but the characteristics of the players they brought in make sense, and I do give them high marks for what was a challenging situation with the way this JK thing ended.
Yeah, C+. That's always the answer. Like, draft grade, C+. Because
why?
Because we don't know.
Well, right.
Al Horford's 40. He may play one game. GP2 may be worse than we thought.
But why would we don't know be C+?
Because honestly, I would look at it and go C+ anyway. Because what did you really do? You brought in a super old guy whose shooting's gone down. You brought back a defender who's not as good at defense. You got a guy coming off an ACL, and you brought in your star's little brother.
This is
C+.
Entire discussion on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's do one more.
Let's do it.
Rich in Daly City. Hi, Rich.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I was thinking, with the addition of all this age and a bunch of 6'3" guys again, it's kind of meh. But what I hope is that they really define minutes and time for the young guys. I want to see Pods, Moody, JK, TJD, and Post play. Give them second line minutes. Throw them in specific times to help them build some chemistry. So 2 years from now, we're not looking at rebuilding absolutely with nothing.
Rich, totally get. I totally get it. I think you're going to be super frustrated because what you're leaving out of this is that whether you want to call them crazy or not, the Warriors, boy, the last thing they're thinking about is 2 years from now. They want to win. You might think they're crazy, but that's what this is about.
But also, Rich, you're going to get what you want because you've got an old team and Steph's not playing all 82. And I think he played 72 last year and Draymond played about the same. But
Rich
you're going to get minutes, though. You're going to get minutes when you may not want minutes.
Yeah, he wants it every night.
Yeah, you're not going to play. Remember last year when they came out and they played 11 guys?
Yeah.
And they were playing slow-mo and they were playing Melton and,
it was fun for like a week and a half.
Right. And then we kept asking Steve about it and he's like, basically I don't have the 9 or 10 that I can trust yet. And so if you look at this roster as it sits now today on this very day, you can look at their 9 or 10 man rotation and look at it pretty ironclad. You know who's going to play.
Yeah, you do. You've got some experience there. And I'm not just joking. Like, I'm not talking about the aged guys. I'm talking about people like Melton and beyond. Like these, it's not going to be easy for TJD and Post and whatnot to crack the rotation every night.
And Gee and Seth most likely, and even Will Richard and, all the rest of the guys who haven't proven it yet.
Grandy, what are you doing?
We're going to hear a full hour of you guys. Makes you happy, right?
Damn right.
What sounds like a best of to me.
The JK news is what, right around 3:30?
That sounds right. We were just getting ready to talk about some bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, it was after Slayer at that 3. So
what's the breaking news?
It's basically going to be an hour of your guys' show from 3:30 to 4:30. That's what's coming up.
It was great. I totally get it.
It was sizzling.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's coming up on the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Oh, I cannot wait.
Okay. Tomorrow. First of all, we're still going to be reacting to this. We'll be 24 hours away from the Niners versus the Rams. Buster Posey and Zach Manassian speak at 10:30 on the Giants situation. Then Zach's going to join us on the show. And tomorrow's Greg Cosell. Nicely.
Thank you.
Nicely played. All right. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, and for the clown who's in the background, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
You'd be wrong.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury,